Welcome to Russia, welcome to Kazan.
I like Kazan very much because of this beautiful historical look. How it's very good. It's my first time here, but I wish I can stay here forever.
I like the view, the scenery, and the vintage buildings. And the people are nice.
This city is so cool for us. Now we are sightseeing for the city. The buildings are so amazing. I like the city.
О, салют, вы тоже здесь? Здорово, всем привет. Это Арни Дворам, например, прямиком из Казани. Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, MLBB, то бишь, мобы, соответственно. 9-й Phygital игры стартовали. Прямиком из Казани Экспо узнаем, что такое MLBB и что об этом думают люди. Let's go! Это типа на английском. Пошли. Как вам в целом сам замут того, что вот происходит сейчас на сцене, как это выглядит все? Только по-честному.
Вообще обалденно, честно сказать. Давненько не хватало ланов именно по Mobile Legends.
Ощущения очень крутые. Давно не хватало действительно лана. Хочется прочувствовать атмосферу, как будут болеть зрители, как будут команды синергироваться с залом.
Прямо за моей спиной соревновательная арена, на которой проходит первый матч первого игрового дня. Команда из России Deus Vult встречается с командой Team Max. А вот они, кстати, смотри, Deus Vult, вот как раз.
Добро пожаловать на сцену! Команда, представляющая Россию.
Во-во, это как раз они. О, Ого, ребят, прикиньте, рядом со мной девушки, игроков команды.
Deus, Vult.
Много отнимает времени вообще тренировки у ребят? Вот они постоянно вечерами, например, играют, а вам хочется кинчик посмотреть, нет?
Больше 10 часов в день отводят игре.
Мы сами играем в эту игру,
Да, мы сами играем.
поэтому, в принципе, у нас не возникает настолько больших проблем.
Это думаете, вот так просто нажал на кнопочку начать трансляцию, и вот тебе крутой стрим? Нет, для того, чтобы организовать крутой поток, работают десятки людей. И вот это вот целая махина. In-game студия, спортпреза, студия ТВ-продакшена, офис технологий на объекте, аппаратная коммуникация, чего тут только нет. Техническая поддержка, студия виртуальной графики, гримерные комнаты, комнаты комментаторов, студия аналитики. Вот отсюда, кстати, ребята транслируют на главный экран. Deus, Vult все-таки собрались и выиграли со счетом 2-1. Так что поздравляем коллектив из России. Вот они, вот эти ребята. Сава, капитан команды нашей, за которых мы топили, первую катку слили, ребята, ну, все, это было неожиданностью большой. Почему?
Да некомфортно было играть, типа, некоторые ребята впервые выступают, в принципе, на арене, и как бы играли явно не как дома.
Слушай, ну вы довольно уверенно должны себя чувствовать на этом лане, потому что, судя по предыдущим ланам, вы прям кайфово играете уверенно. Есть какой-то секрет? Это не увидит команда соперника. Какой секрет у вас? В чем ваша тайна?
Я не знаю, тайны как таковой нету. Мы просто очень хорошо играем, и главное не волноваться.
Нормально так зависаем, главное, чтобы нет не вис. Ну а мы перемещаемся к матчу номер 2. Упал! Вот, ребята радуются. Команда Lilgun. Маленький пистолет. Пойдем посмотрим, как они там реагируют. Круто, поздравляем. Вы же 2 каточки в одну калитку, да, занесли?
Ну да, у нас игра была очень хорошая.
В чем ваш главный секрет? В чем ваша тайна как команды?
Ну, мы готовимся так много. День и ночь. Мы хотим показать, кто мы, кто Team Lilgun. И здесь есть страна Монголия, Mobile Legends.
Дэмжсэн бүх хүмүүстээ баярлалаа. За тэгэл төрүүлхий хийж байна.
Ну, Акстим уверенно ведет во второй каточке. 14-1 со счетом. Уже забирает Т2 на миду. Это значит, что они приближаются к вражескому трону. И скоро будут готовы закончить игру. Йоу, Реф, расскажи, сложно вообще судить, следить за тем, чтобы ребята не читерили там, не использовали какие-то секретики?
В принципе, не особо сложно. Ты как бы ходишь прямо за их спинами и все видишь. Все ребята играют на предоставленных агентством девайсах. Вот, в целом в игре такого точно не сделаешь.
Экстим только что победили. Молодцы, ребята. Пойдемте с ними потрещим быстренько. Один вопрос. Как обычному человеку с улицы, например, или человеку, который впервые взял игру в руки, стать профессионалом и добиться таких высот?
يتعلم ويتابع اوريدي الناس المحترفه فيقعد يتعلم ويحاول ويلعب مع اصدقائه ومع ربعه لان هاي لعبه جماعيه وتحاول تكون تقدر تواصل كل مره تحاول تتواصل مع اصدقائك بشكل احسن وتطور لعبك وراح تصير هنا واحسن بعد.
Окей, 4-я катка не за горами, она стартует примерно прямо сейчас. Посмотрите крутые моменты оттуда. Falcon и Esports только что 2-0 закончили 4-ю каточку этого дня. Вон они, обнимаются. И еще раз. Нормально, вот такое интервью с ребятами, очень общительное. Поздравляем их с победой. Have a good time. See ya. Yep. Thank you. Вот и подошел к концу первый соревновательный день по MLBB. Увидимся с вами завтра. Будем на связи. Арни 2 Рам. До новых встреч.
Это Phygital игры в Казани.
Mobile Legends там была действительно борьба.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to the Phygital Games out from Russia, day 2 of group stage. It's your man, Coach Deku, all the way from North America, but it's not just me. I got my man, WarBarbie, alongside of me. How are you doing today, man?
Pretty good, pretty stoked about the games.
Yeah, honestly, I know from day 1 you were casting day 1. I caught some of it on the stream yesterday. I was doing my little scouting, trying to see what to look out for, and it was some electrifying matches. But if you had to pin a team that we're seeing today that you really have your eyes on for, who exactly would that be?
That would be totally Team Lilgun. Like, wow, I did not expect that high level.
From the Mongolian team, right? And you know, it's really crazy because they had a nice run over in IESF Asia as well. They had the same momentum, kind of the dark horse of the event. I feel like a lot of regions now are kind of aware of them now. You've been introduced to them yesterday, and I'm definitely a fan of Mongolia as well. Definitely a team that can make some huge impacts in these events. But aside from them today, starting off, we have Team Max up against Fire, Flux, and Impunity. Those are going to be the teams we're going to be talking about starting out day 2, series 1. This is a best of 3 finalizing the group stages. Whoever wins here will be heading off to those quarterfinals, and you can see here on the schedule from Group A, we got, like I said, Team Max, Fire, Flux, and Impunity. From Group B, Okami Esports versus Team Hack. Deus Volta, favorite for some of you, I'm sure, up against Team Lilgun. That's going to be a really nice one. The home team up against the Dark Horse. And then Axe Team versus Falcon Esports to close things out. We have an action-packed schedule, and I'm so excited, WarBarbie.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. I mean, yesterday's matches, especially from the Fire, Flux, Impunity, and Team Max, and Deus Vult as well, I would say it's like a warm-up. Felt for me at least like a warm-up matches. Teams like warming up, to prepare to the more active games.
That's right. Definitely is very active out here. And also, ladies and gentlemen, just so you're all aware here, it is something to note. All this action today that you're seeing put up on the screen as we're looking at the brackets here. From the group stage. This is all brought to us by Siberia Studios. They organized this, brought the broadcasting, and they're creating a lot of tournaments like you're seeing today in the Phygital Games from very different disciples in the CIS region. They've also created their own seasonal clash series as well and rebroadcasting some of the world tournaments that you know and love in the MLBB world. And this is just another byproduct of the outstanding production from Siberia Studios. So huge shout out to them. Huge shout out to the competitors that we're going to see today. And a huge shout out for all of you involved that's going to be here watching us from the start to the end.
Yeah, I would talk about the matches. What do you think about MENA region teams playing against like Asian top teams? Like, how do you feel it? How do you feel the match is going to go?
I mean, you always get that feeling, right, from the Asian teams that they might have that edge competitively. We know they've had MLBB in a chokehold for a while, right? But I feel like this year, and especially continuing in from last year, a lot of these other regions are starting to step up the pace. Like you said yesterday, you were very impressed from the Mongolian team. And a lot of players out here from the MENA region, I think you dabbled in that, right? Coaching a lot of these teams out here, so you're very familiar with them as well. Outstanding players, a region that's kind of on that rise, starting to get into that premier part of the caliber of teams that we're getting to know. And today is going to be a test, right, to see how they can do up against Team Max and see if they can solidify themselves here in the Phygital Games for group stage in day 2.
Yeah, I feel like the gap is pretty solid, and to compete on the same level, like the team not from the Asia need to show like their 100% performance to at least make it feel competitive.
Right. And I mean, that's what it's all about, right? We're here for an esports tournament in the land of Dawn. We absolutely want competitiveness. And at this point, I feel like either one of these teams can go ahead and get it done. I mean, both of them took a loss yesterday in their matches. Max, I believe, they got 2-1 by Deus Vult. And then Fire, Flux, and Impunity obviously ended up getting swept. But now both of these teams can look to right the wrongs and look to take the edge and advance to that quarterfinals. Because again, this is the final day for group stage, so a win here is of importance. It is very crucial that these teams dig deep and find a victory to start off today's matches.
Yeah, I feel like yesterday's matches, Team Max like won first game, and it felt for me at least like they playing good when they dominate the map, but when they start to losing, they cannot hold the momentum. They are not defending properly. They just go in and die. And I saw like a lot of Asian teams play like this. And what do you think about it? Did you thought it as well?
I definitely can see where you're coming from on that. And honestly here, I mean, they weren't able to win it out yesterday after taking that first victory in their match. But again, this is the best of 3, so striking first is very important. So hopefully they can at least replicate a game 1 victory and maybe ride the momentum out here today up against Flux Impunity to maybe try to shut them out. They have things going for them here. Obviously, they're the only team in this matchup particularly that was able to find a win, so they do have that going for them. They are capable of pulling off some victories on this stage in this competitive scene. Flux Impunity is the one here kind of with their backs up against the wall. They're coming from the region a little less strong, I guess you could say, compared to the Asian teams, as most regions are. So a lot to prove here to try to right things up against Team Max.
Yeah, and yesterday I felt like they didn't show like even 70% of their best, because like Turkish teams are most playing like good micro skills, very good micro skills. So if you pick a hero like Fanny, Lancelot, like this, they can use it very efficiently. And yesterday they didn't show it. I hope today they are warmed up already, and because it's like decided match for them, lower bracket, and if they want to continue, they need to show their best.
Absolutely. I mean, day 2, we can't really use the excuse of them trying to warm up anymore. At this point, they got to get it done. They're going to get done in here. So it's not too much room for error. Again, this is the best of 3. It's not a very long series. Every win and every loss counts. You only got really 2 attempts potentially at most there if it ends up being a sweep. So they definitely need to go ahead and head out with the hot iron ready to strike. But look at the lineup here. We're looking at the matchups. A couple of names here that I'm really familiar with, especially from Flux Impunity. Really glad they have Rosa back. Last time I seen this team, Rosa was out of the lineup for whatever reason, but now they have their premier mid laner back to go up against Team Max, which they're going to need here if they want to be able to win. Are there any names here on this list that are kind of familiar to you that you're looking for, any potential players to keep an eye on?
I didn't pick any of them. I mean, I choose the players. Like yesterday's match, for example, it was Axe team and player Aizen. I mean, when the player like carry the whole game, you kind of like recognize him now. But from this, I cannot like point any of, because they like don't carry. They play as a team mostly, so the team play incoming, I think.
So very evened out, you feel like, maybe on the rosters, and maybe similar play styles as well. No standout players, I guess you could say. No one they really need to try to contain. It's just going to come down to that 5v5 and the level of execution in between these teams. And honestly, when you're talking about the level of execution, especially in that macro category, it's very scary to face these Asian teams. So for Flux Impunity, it's going to take more than that micro you were talking about. They're going to have to be able to play the game out properly in the long run, because that's really where a lot of teams fall to the Asian teams. Sometimes they're able to take the lead in the early, but they just can't close out. They lose out in the macro battle, and hopefully they're going to be able to keep up and contest up against Team Max here.
It feels like teams are not risking. They should risk more. I'm talking about calculated one. I'm not talking about like all in on something. I'm talking about calculating risks, like more aggressive approach. Yesterday we saw a lot of games like players was just farming like level 4, like first item, and then trying to do something, but keep losing to the team who play more aggressively and kind of disturb them.
Right. And I mean, I agree with you. The passive gameplay, it works for some, but when you're up against, especially at this level of competition where the teams are very even, win conditions do matter. And when you're trying to go for that very passive route, farming to those core items, like you said. Up against a team that can bring that early game aggression, has the composition for that, they're going to be able to nail those win conditions. It's not going to be too often you're going to face a comp like that at this level and they're not able to pull it off. They can absolutely stop you in your tracks. It doesn't take too much, a little pressure here, a little pressure there, and you're looking at a snowball, and you're not going to reach that late game potential that you kind of set out for. So I definitely agree with you on those points. You have to be able to find something to bridge that gap, right? What can get you from that early game, transition you into the late game without so many casualties?
From yesterday's performance, I would say like Team Max are lacking a little bit of macro understanding, because they keep winning the fights, but they cannot get 100% efficiency after winning the fight. Like, I mean, when you kill some, when you get wipe out enemy team, you need to spread immediately around the map and farm all you can, push all you can. And yesterday we saw like they make wipe out and they just stand there and waiting like for the minion for like 10-15 seconds. It's they I hope they fix it today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's those plus ones, right, that we like to talk about. You win the team fight, but what more can you do after that? Are we going into the enemy jungle? Are we denying and taking some creeps, taking some buffs? Are we finding these turrets, these outer turrets, to make these pushes later on with these lords beneficial to us? What exactly are we taking away minus the fight? Because honestly, everyone can fight. I mean, that's natural part of the game. Team fights are going to happen, but what can you do after that? What can you do outside of those parameters, outside of the lines of those 5v5s? But I'm glad you said that. Team Max, another brawler team. This might play into the favor of Fire, Flux, Impunity. Like you said, MENA is a region very capable in the micro, so this could be good for them.
Yeah, but yesterday, like Turks couldn't like woke up all the games. It felt like they underestimated Mongolians so hard and didn't know what to do when they get this kind of offense on them. It felt like Fireflux wanted to comfortably farm level 4 and go get some kills, but they got their tempo absolutely destroyed, especially second game. It was insane. Uranus plus Angela, it was like uncompetitive.
Yeah, I mean, and that's very important, especially at this level. I'm glad you said that. The tempo, right? What's the momentum that we have, especially early on? A lot of things go into that. You know, how fast the jungles are being cleared. What is our mid lane prio looking like? Are our side lanes having the advantage? Are we able to take capitalize on those type of wins? But speaking of capitalize, WarBarbie, here we are. We're heading into the draft for game 1, man. We got Team Max up against Fire, Flux, Impunity, and I'm so glad we're getting that much closer to the action in the Land of Dawn.
I'm betting on banning Uranus. We're not gonna see him. I think he's like banned all the way. Like every game he's banned. Uranus, Fanny, I guess, gonna be banned as well. And yeah, we'll see right now. And what do you think?
Ooh,
Angela.
Angela and Joy. I'm really glad that, because we were kind of starting to talk about that right before the matches went in. I was wondering, how are the healers looking like over here for Phygital Games? Because Angela has taken Storm. A lot of the healers have, courtesy of the emblem changes, right? The support emblem, and then picks like the Uranus that you're talking about. Esmeralda, so strong, and with those assassin cores like Ling, they've been a nuisance to deal with. So a great band coming out from the side of Fireflux Impunity there.
Yeah, but can't she get replaced by the Estes? Maybe we're gonna see the like classic one, like Estes Bruno pushing gold lane early. Like, I don't know. Maybe. My opinion is, if you lose in the game, if you can't do anything, that just you need to have creative approach. Like pick something unexpected, absolutely, and break opponent's tempo this way.
Speaking of breaking tempo, they're going to break out the band, the Fanny that you were talking about. So that's going to be taken off the board. They're not going to give that up to the side of Fireflux Impunity. That's something that can really hold the tempo and something that can bring that early oppression that you were talking about that's been so impactful to these teams in that early game. But swinging back over here to the bands for Fireflux Impunity, they got one more band before we head into the picks. Right now, a lot of things are on the board. Our lot is open here for the taking. They ban out the Kadita, though. They don't want the pick off.
Yeah, they don't like this camping thing, and always like if you go, like, imagine your enemy roamer just goes for your gold laner and gets the kill. This is strong. Right. They don't want that.
And speaking of strong, I mean, the flexibility, right? Because you don't know if it's going to be in that position 4 or that position 5, and you're talking about being creative. Kadita's one of those picks to open up your draft to be creative because you can't exactly assume where it's going to go, especially at this level of competition. But right now, still wondering, they locked in the Claude there for Team Max. That's going to be early on for them. How are you feeling about that pick?
Judging from yesterday's game, Claude first game worked so well for them. They playing mostly for the gold lane, and he keep getting items, keep getting snowball, and we saw the situation okay, not the Team Max, but the Claude yesterday was playing against Alpha. Alpha got like 1 item, and Claude got like 4 items already, and he just jump, ults, and everybody dies.
That hyper farming, and you know what, I did catch that from the Claude yesterday. They paired it up with things like the Bane and the Arlot and the Faramis Kaja combination. Speaking of, both of those picks are on the board. Do you think maybe we'll see Team Max pick up one of those 2 options here, the Faramis or the Kaja?
Yeah, I think they should pick, maybe even think about both. Because like yesterday's matches, we saw like picking Claude and Eve is not really a good idea. I mean, Claude is slow, Eve is slow as well. So you need to like compensate. If you get slow gold lane, you should get like faster tempo mid lane. Or if you get slow mid lane, you get like something like Brody on the gold lane, who can like super good dominate his lane and maybe even help fight mid lane.
Right, and they do pick up that Faramis, and they also pick up the Uranus. So both of us getting those picks that we kind of called out earlier locked in from the side of Team Max. But with that being said, you brought up an interesting point. Can you not just replace the Angela with something like the Estes? But I even offer in something like the Florin at this point. I think both of those could go really well, and we've seen the Estes and Faramis combination by teams like Blacklist internationally, and it's been a very strong combination. It would still go well with this combo that they have. I do believe, though, maybe the Florin might be stronger here if they want to support, just because since Claude is so mobile with the BMI, it might be hard to keep up with the Estes. So it might offer a little bit more having that global ult, having that bloom effect. But I do expect Team Max to still look for a support, a healer here.
Yeah, maybe. Florin, I think, is good only if game is slow for the first phase of the game. Because she's like very weak. Until she gets her flower stacks and some items, she doesn't deal damage. That's the main problem with her. No damage. Like she heal good, she can ult and remove the anti-healing effect when the flower is stacked. But early game, what? If something like Hilda just go in and just pump you like half HP, and you can't even break the shield from her, like what, it's gonna be a disaster. So you need to think about it, like how the early game is gonna look like.
I mean, it's a very valid and good point that you make there, because right now, their composition, the first 3 picks that they have are all scaling for the late game, and Florin is, in her own right, a scaling support, if you will. So definitely something that they may not be able to go for. Like you said, it doesn't necessarily bridge the gap that we were talking about, where it allows that early potential, that early pressure. I mean, if we're looking over at Flux Impunity, they have this Phygital locked in and a Valentina, 2 picks that can come straight out the gates applying pressure. So maybe not in their best interest. Speaking of things not in their interest, though, they go ahead and ban out the Diggy. So they definitely want to keep Minotaur online here. They know that that support play was available for the Faramis, and that would have been very strong for the Claude as well. You wouldn't have been able to interrupt that Blazing Duet. So I think that's a great read for them.
Yeah, you know, this is like the draft thing. You get like third pick, you pick in Minotaur, then you immediately, I mean, you pick like AoE crowd control, and you immediately ban Diggy, like for that. This is like only available only because of this kind of drafting.
Yeah, and it's very smart, right? Because you head straight into the ban phase. So that's a great time where you can pull in something you want to prioritize and then take care of any of the counters right on the ban phase, because that's what we transition to. But speaking of the ban phase, we're done with the second half here, WarBarbie transitioning into that second half of the picks. And right out the gate, they're going to go ahead and secure the Beatrix, locking that in for the Claude matchup.
Yeah, and the second ban's Leslie. Like yesterday we saw a lot of Leslie was picked about versus Cloud, and doing pretty good, pretty easy. And even though Leslie got killed sometimes in some games, she still get her farm and still keeps winning Claude, and he can't get the momentum on the lane.
You know, I'm really surprised though. I mean, Beatrix is all obviously very flexible. But I was really expecting maybe they would have went for something even harder in the laning phase, like that Brody matchup that you were talking about, because it looks like they potentially want to try to shut them out early. I mean, Beatrix still gets online very fast, right? You pick up the Blade of Despair, you pick up the Malefic Roar, and you're pretty much good from there. Speaking of pickups, though, Kufra being locked in by Team Max, that's going to be a great answer to this Phygital and the Valentina. I'm loving what Team Max has put together for themselves right now. But final pick heading over to Fireflux Impunity, what do you think could come out here?
I don't know.
The Phygital's flexible.
The damage is there. The damage is there. So they don't need to go. Maybe something like glue, maybe even. But I don't know. So much jumps on the enemy team. Maybe not the glue. Maybe Yuzhong. Yuzhong is pretty good here, I think.
Yeah.
Would be pretty good. He can win. Yeah, he can win Uranus. I mean, early game, of course. Even if Uranus get his momentum, he can go just skips. But the team fight is going to be very strong. I don't know. Maybe Terizla. Maybe Terizla.
What about an Esmeralda? You think they'll go for an Esmeralda here, potentially, and just make the stalemate lane with Uranus?
But when she got reworked, I don't feel like power of Esmeralda. At least now. I'm more like looking at the lineups. If gold, we're talking about gold lane, Beatrix versus Claude. Beatrix most likely gonna win Claude. And I mean, not win, but Cloud is always like need to suffer. He suffer. He just stack. He just get the last hit and go back. Get the last hit, go back. Oh, so it's side lane Phygital. It's side lane Phygital. I mean, it's basically a Turkish draft, like all damage. Like I like it. But Phygital probably going semi-tank or full tank. But I would like to see the damage Phygital. But how Phygital gonna perform against Uranus though? He's not that a lot of damage.
You know what's interesting though, the Phygital matchup, I saw this out in ISF Asia. It was a great matchup because of the fact of how they played it. Kind of like how you would play the Benedetta matchup, right? You get the advantage on the rotation, you're a little bit faster, a little bit mobile. That's kind of how they took advantage of that. But speaking of here, we're already hitting in. This is going to be game one with Team Max and Fireflux Impunity. Forget the questions that we have, because now we're going to start getting the answers for Bobby. WarBarbie, the teams are already starting to farm, and that's a nice jump out from Seb onto the mid lane. But look at Rosa returning the damage. Needs to be careful. They force an early flicker already from Team Max.
Early aggression, but like, you know, this the thing when Valentina gets like level 2 and immediately goes for harass, that's so good, so right.
It is so right, and that's kind of what we were talking about, right? Having that early game aggression, they weren't going to be able to match that if they would have taken a little scaling in the position 5 position. So definitely a good read from you, because that's exactly what Fireflux Impunity is doing. They're bringing the tempo with Rosa. Speaking of tempo, looking at these predictions, man, Team Max 60%. It's honestly not as heavily favored as I was expecting it to be. So a lot of believers in Fireflux Impunity right now, looking to see the potentially matchup with Team Max WarBarbie.
I don't even know. Judging from the draft, like it feels like Fireflux Impunity have upper hand on it. If it's of course yesterday matches shows that math doesn't work like that. You cannot count just by the draft who gonna win. But it feels like if all players gonna play right, it's gonna be pretty hard for Team Max.
It will be. Speaking of pretty hard, Tenzi might be caught. He's going to be able to escape, though. Speaking of Tenzi, I'm really curious on how the Amon profits. I feel like he's going to be the X factor. You're talking about dealing with the Cult Altar, dealing with Superlay, who's going to be extremely mobile on the Claude, and Flick, who isn't going to be too easy to catch out. Lorenzo as well on the Uranus, so sustainable. Where exactly will the burst come into play? Will he be able to profit? I feel like that's the question Fireflux Impunity will have to answer here as the Turtle's being worked on. They're looking to focus onto Renzo, applying the damage. The Uranus, though, able to sustain. Turtle still being worked on by Fireflux Impunity. Apex 47 looking for the knockups here. Off to the side, but here comes the Endless Shards. Tenzi will pick up the Turtle, and the fight will keep going. They forced out the Cult Altar. They will be able to sustain and go away. No members falling, but first objective into the hands of Fireflux.
Yeah, they keep getting focused to this Turtle like too much. In my personal opinion, it's better to like pick up 2 kills, give up the Turtle, and go for the Tower Gold. But like they going for shield for the Turtle. Let's see. And he used Ayman used his ultimate just for like what 300 gold. We'll see
Speaking of 300
how it
gold,
works.
they were looking to get some gold there on Super Lay. They're going to force him back. Actually, no, he's going to stay. Beatrix, with that Nibiru passion, she's so good at clearing out those waves, man. It really forces the responses. And with Super Lay staying, they're having the control, but hang on. A little bit of vision control on the Apex 47. They've revealed him. He pops them in on Fury, finds one of the knockups. Endless Shards goes out, and Sunshine, making it rain, finds the first blood for Fire Flux Impunity, striking hot with the iron.
Yeah, triple ultimate, why not? Because now they're going for gold, and probably is they need not let this cloud to ult. That's the main thing.
Ooh, Super Lixie with the BMI, using the Blazing Duet. He's going to clear out the minion wave, so they won't be able to push him, but the Nibiru's passion will catch him, and there goes the knockup. And Rosa in Apex find the kill. They will deny Super Lay on the retreat. He finds the wave, but he also finds his way back to the base.
Yeah, but he farm all the wave. Like look at this. He farm all the wave. They kill him. Now he respawn. He go back to lane. He lose only one minion because of that death. So, in my personal opinion, Minotaur should use his flicker to conceal Claude's ultimate. Maybe even not kill, but force to the base and push some gold. It would be more beneficial in an economic standpoint.
Absolutely, and it's one of those things that you were talking about there. Able to find the kills, but how are you going to be able to translate that? And
Yes,
Super Lay did a
exactly.
good job of denying that, right? Because you get the kill, but now you can't push the tower. So what really happens? But speaking of what's happening, Endless Shards on Lorenzo, he sustains himself with the greatest. Look at that. He's already back to half HP, but it's enough to keep him away from this neutral objective, and the rest of Fire Flux are looking to zone him out. I don't think they'll be able to contest. Lance wasn't even ready. Flick had no intention to go for the turtle, so second objective for Fire Flux Impunity.
Yeah, 2,000 gold lead already. Maybe we're gonna see they. I mean, Fire Flux Impunity taking more slower approach. I guess they're waiting for minute 5 to gold shield to disappear and then going for turrets, because the map control. I mean, they have kind of like, I feel like they have higher tempo and they should already go for it. Like, they have ultimate, go make them fight, go take some objectives.
Absolutely. Speaking of taking the fight, speaking of taking objectives, the Phantom Execution goes out with the Endless Shards. Neither jungler will fall. Here comes the Magic Ball, though. He's being stacked on. Bennett's Rage will go out, but won't find the mark. Tenzi doesn't want to let go. Gonna be forced on the recall, though. No one's gonna end up falling. And look at this down at the bot side of the map. Both EXP laners are starting to cut those waves and trying to make the rotations over. You can see Alien making his way a little bit over to the mid lane. Might make a play for a gank, but speaking of ganks, top side, Lixie almost in a bit of trouble, but again, he finds that wave that you're talking about, so no pressure available for Fire Flux.
Yeah, only Minotaur can conceal his ultimate actually. Oh, and Paquito stacked ult, but Paquito is on different lane.
That's right, he is. Speaking of Paquito, Alien making a bit of plays. On top of that, you can see CO tried to find the engagement in the mid lane, misses the mark, so no play for Team Max to be able to capitalize on there.
Yeah, Hufra had cooldown on his ultimate and he couldn't just ult it Valentina because it would be a 100% kill.
Would be 100% kill. Speaking of 100% kill, right now, Fire Flux Impunity wants this tower. Use the Nibiru's passion. I feel like maybe Sunshine could have just kept auto-attacking their WarBarbie. Was that not an option to pick up that tower?
Look, he was so aware of something happening here. Hufra just first skill in and the Sunshine just second skill out of it.
Did, but oh, Apex 47. Here he is trying to zone out. They don't have a mini wave to work with. They're not going to be able to find a tower, but they're keeping them back away from this turtle, which is a good play for them. Team Max has made no contest since the first turtle, and rightfully so. They're still behind a little bit and don't really have the advantage, so at least they're not biting off more than they can chew and offering up kills with these neutral objectives.
Yeah, they keeping it slow, like Fire Flux keeping it slow. They like, we can push the tower, that's fine, we're gonna push it later, and like going slowly and steady. I feel like they could go like more aggressive, but they don't want to risk it, like you clearly can see.
Speaking of what we can see, CO's gonna miss the mark, but Apex 47 will not. Manoa and Fury will facilitate a kill on the CO. He'll be punished, and Sunshine again, striking where the sun doesn't shine, finds the kill on the BMO. 4-1, up 3k gold. Team Max needs to find an answer. Speaking of an answer, TNZ almost finding the kill on the Super Lay, a super play. Speaking of plays, Flick showing the ability with the puncture, but if they're gonna lose that tower, Fire Flux Impunity is imposing their will right now for WarBarbie.
Yeah, it looks like yesterday's tempo matches because it's like the team not going aggressive but going for like slight advantage, like 1k, 2k, and not forcing things. And when they get this one kill, like Roamer, like this time Hufa jumps in, just focus him down, and then ultimate from Faramis and focus down. 2 extra kills and like mid lane and the top lane fallen already. And Snowball is like was 2k, became 4k.
That's right, and that's those +1s that we were talking about, finding the kills and then able to find some of these objectives as well. They've really been uncontested on most of them. And speaking of objectives, Team Max had just recently found their first tower as Fireflux Impunity's already had 3 and was working on a 4th one, but keep an eye on Alien. He does get revealed by the BMI. Seal's gonna miss the engage again, and he's gonna be punished. The finish rage goes out. Apex 47, huge 3-man knock-up, and the war will rage on down to the bot side. Endless Shards will find the kill. Sunshine picks up a double kill. 1-2 finds the tower as well. Flick, the last man standing from that engage, forced out the Thorn Rose, and they're looking for the tier 2 in the mid lane potentially. They have a full wave to work with, and Flick doesn't have that Phantom Execution to stop them. And they will pick up this tower uncontested. And alongside that, look at Tianzi. He's going for the Lord as we have a 1v1 between Flick and Alien, and he's not winning this. Look at the shield. The sustain is incredible right now.
Yeah, man, Alien just flies away. And this Hooper playstyle, like, it's either pick up or you're gonna lose. Like, you can't go safely. Like, let's say Minotaur can go with ultimate, and if something went wrong, he just goes back. It's not the Hufra case though. He jumps in, flicks in, even with the first kill, didn't get the pickup, Sunshine pickup, and immediately get focused down.
That's right. And speaking of Sunshine, man, already having a great game. He's 4-0-3, and he just picked up that Haas Claw. So the sustainability is across the board right now for Fireflux Impunity. It was already hard to kill him. They haven't picked up a single one on him. They actually only have 1 kill in this game, and it was only put on to Alien there. But since then, it's been a very quiet game for them in these engagements. Very hard to fight when you're down about that 8k gold. But look down here in the bot side. Fireflux Impunity has played the wave so well, able to put pressure on every single high ground tower, but they haven't been able to find one yet. Except inside the mid lane, maybe, potentially, as the Lord gets cleared out. They're not going to be able to pick it up. TNZ committing in for the fight, not able to find the mark just yet. Renders will go out. Sunshine finds the kill on the CO here, and they're looking for the final push potentially. They don't have a roam. Team Max is in trouble. The crystal base is being worked on. Fireflux Impunity, just a couple more, but no! The re-engage! They may have overstayed their welcome. Apex is about to fall to the Thorn Rose. A triple kill for Flick! Oh my goodness! Somebody stop that, man. Superlay will find the kill as well. Endless Shards from Tianzi goes out, but it's nothing more than a fizz from the firework display because it's not going to pick up the kill. He's the last man standing. Flick has his eyes on him. Really go for the 1v1. Gonna be wise and back off, but what a great defense from Team Max, minimizing the casualties.
True, speaking of like biting more than you can chew, it's exactly what happened here. Like, you shouldn't go for the crystal like that. I mean, you can easily go for inhibitors and then safely use extra minions and push with them. Why would you force that? Like, it happens all the time, everywhere.
There's definitely a question to be had. You know what? Another question I have. Look at CO. We saw the items for a little bit. He went for an immortality. Now he's going for the engage, though. Nice Tyrant's Revenge, but no one's going to be able to follow that up. But no one's Fury comes out. Huge 3-man knockup. Fireflux Impunity wants blood. Apex 47, the Apex Predator, picks up the kill. But here comes Team Max. The re-engage that we saw on the base defense. Will it work out in their favor this time? There's a bit of a 4v1. Flick is in trouble, but the mobility able to help him escape. Thorn Rose, but there goes the passion from Rosa. He'll be able to pick up the kill. B-Mo will follow him. 3 members down, but he's going to be able to respond quickly with the Faramis. Can they hold? Can they sustain? Can they clear the wave yet again? Crystal base being focused. Here comes Lixie. He's very low. Gets taken out by Tianzi. Wind of Nature doesn't stop magic damage, kids. Put that down in your notebook. Fireflux standing at the gates of heaven looking to find the game. CO, the last man standing. But at this point, honestly, what can a Kufra do? It's nothing more than a bit of a last effort attempt. Look at that. They burst them out, and they're going to take the game. Fireflux Impunity, man, shutting down Team Max.
Oh, Yeah, that's predictable. I don't know about this 65 to 35% ratio audience, but I will completely not agree with that. Because like aggressive playstyle, you can kind of read this. If we take yesterday's Team Max's game, they was all playing on the Cloud, like that first game, and Cloud eventually snowball and win. But what if you not babysit Cloud? Like how? What is he gonna do? He cannot do anything to Beatrix. He just right clicks him and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what was happening there, and especially because they were able to find the first tower, right, in the gold lane. So that reduced the farming area for Super Lei and increased it for Sunshine, who had a great game. And, you know, we were talking about this before the match went underway. This whole brawl fest that these teams like to go for, it really leans in favor for Fire, Flux, Impunity. So the team that was put on the back end, right, that 40% from the audience, the underdogs, apparently up against the Asia team, showing you why, at this point, when you put two even teams that play the same, the execution is going to come out. And honestly, from Team Max, they weren't able to really fight back. All their picks were really looking to scale WarBarbie. There was no one there to bridge the gap like we've been talking about.
Yeah, and the mid lane, of course, is the mid lane. It's all about tempo on the mid lane. Fire, Flux, Impunity, clear first. Every time, clear first, go do something. Clear first, bush camping, like harassing, something. And like Team Max, clear second. They just wait. Even level 4, even when Hufra was getting level 4 and the Minotaur was getting level 4, even at that situation, Minotaur still get the wave first and go to the turtle. And like, Fire Flux is already killing the turtle while Hufra only getting level 4 under turret. You really need to force that thing. You really need to fight for this clear. And no priorities in that department for Team Max. And we can see how it goes if you play like this.
Yeah, I mean, with them having no priority, that's what we were talking about earlier too, that tempo, right? A lot of that comes with the jungle clearing, that mid lane priority, and we saw in that game, Fireflux Impunity was able to win out in both cases, and that created those type of scenarios. I mean, every turtle went uncontested except the very first one. Every objective after that, including the Lords, were uncontested. It seemed like Team Max had no answers. They weren't even able to set up. Being able to clear first and strike second from Fireflux Impunity, they had so much control over the rivers. If we look back at some of them, I mean, they had it from the mid bush to even the tri-bush areas, long bush, down near those gold lanes or in the EXP lane. There was no room to breathe for Team Max. They were completely smothered out, and it was the same case for gold lane. Honestly, like you said, the focus to Claude wasn't really there. Losing all those neutral objectives, why not just try to get the Claude online? Focus the gold lane a little bit more. He did a good job at holding by himself, but he needs a little more help than that.
True, but like how are they gonna do it? Look at the team composition. Like, let's say Uranus. What damage he does? He just first skill stack, and then he starts dealing damage. It's like slow damage. Then we take like Faramis. He need to make good second skill and get all his ricochets and their damage, or like first skill under the turret, okay? But we cannot see this coming. Like he's trying to do this. He's not trying to do this, and Hufra is just jumping in, a little bit harass. On the other hand, like Minotaur first skill, Valentina first skill, second first, and a lot of damage already. Like Amon goes in, like ult, a lot of damage. We cannot see the combo from the Team Max, but from the Team Fire Flux we can see the damage. They like Minotaur first skill and Valentina does damage. If you reverse this situation, if Hufra first skill, Faramis what does nothing, clears minion under the turret at this point. So it's more like synergy thing for me at least.
That's right. And speaking about synergy from Fireflux Impunity, there was one player that stood out amongst them, and that's going to be Tianzi here on the Amon, the MVP with the flawless KDA 5-0 and 8, 30% of the team damage. I know I was questioning, wondering, where does the damage come in from him up against a composition like this? Well, there it is. You got the Genius Wand, the Glowing Wand, and that Divine Glaive, all penetration, and with the Arcane Boots. Man's wanted all the damage there and was able to put up 30%.
Like he gets so much penetration when the enemy team is not even get the magic defense yet. so much snowball, like he get all the penetration, but I feel like the only item on the enemy team was like Athena shield, like first item.
And so interesting you said that as well. Again, back to those items, I feel like itemization was a bit of a blunder too from the side of Team Max. Again, Kufra locking in, CO went for the immortality first item, and it didn't even help him. I think he had the most deaths on the team, so even having that extra life didn't really contribute to them much. He missed a lot of engages. I think he missed the mark on the builds, and overall it created a bit of this slippery slope where they weren't able to withstand the damage. Even with that beefy composition, if you don't itemize properly, it doesn't really matter because there's an Amon over there with 4 penetration items waiting for you.
He's just gonna kill you 2 times, like whatever. Like, it's so weird to go like immortality first item. I mean, if you think about it, the respawn timer is so low, like early game, like it's what, like 15 seconds, 10 seconds. And what you get from the immortality? Minus 12 seconds of respawning. Like, it's so much better to get immortality when your respawn timer is like 35-45 seconds and you cut that off potentially if you not get pick up the second time. But first item, and if you look at this item from the defensive standpoint, it's like get low HP growth, low physical defense growth. So why? I don't get it. I cannot understand it.
Yeah, sometimes you just can't explain bad itemization. I mean, that's an illegal play, right? That's an illegal play right there. You just don't do it, okay? For all the roamers out there aspiring to reach this level of the competitive scene, I may not be a competitive player, but I can tell you building immortality first item will not get you where you want to be. As you can see from game 1, pretty much a lopsided affair in the terms of Team Max, who were actually the favorites here ever so slightly, 60-40 there split. But obviously the 40 stands up, the minority beats the majority here today.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, if they can they come back? That's the question. Can they come back? They need to, like, I don't know, just pick this like early aggression and go all out. Just try it, because it's like they pick this like late game picks and they just hoping enemy to not gank them, not initiate the fights, or what? Like, what is the idea? I mean, if you play defensively, go like play defensively, but you cannot play passively. Like, defensively is not passively, like, is not like not trying absolutely nothing. It's just Hufra jump in, miss, like same scenario all the game. Hufra jump in, miss, get focused. Hufra jump in, miss, get focused. Like, how you're supposed to play. And they got Valentina to like to steal ult from Faramis, and if something goes sideways, just ult from Faramis and help them out.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really hard, even if things do go wrong, to capitalize on that. With Valentina having the Cult Altar plus the Minoan Fury with that good disengage, it's very hard to punish them for mistakes. But again, like we were talking about, hopefully Team Max can fix things up from the draft, because this is exactly what we were talking about from the start. You mentioned to me that these teams were kind of struggling in that early game when they went for these late game compositions. We talked about at this level, when the opposing team wants to bring that early game aggression, when you have nothing to bridge the gap, it's not often going to go in your favor because the level of execution is there. If you're taking all scaling and you have nothing to bridge the gap, obviously they're going to capitalize and look to shut you out early, and that's exactly what we saw. None of those picks got online. The Claude, the Uranus, the Faramis, nothing was there. And right now we have to see if they are going to go for that late game composition, at least take a pick that can help you navigate that early to mid game, because Team Flux Impunity is looking to bring the pain otherwise.
Yeah, so true. They need to, like, I feel like they need to make like slower draft, like ban like last second, pick like last second, breathe a little bit, think a little bit, calm down and calculate, like more like calculated approach. Because I cannot understand the idea behind the Team Max's drafts, and it's not working for them for sure. They need to, at least it's like basically a match point for them, and they need to try something extra if they want to be in this tournament, because it's potentially last game.
Yeah, and I mean, this is exactly the situation that I pointed out before these matches went underway. These are all best of threes, folks. So getting that first victory is extremely strong. It's a huge bump in your momentum here, because now you're already at match point. If they win this one, Team Max will be done. Flux Impunity will have beaten the odds at that point and will win in a staggering fashion as well, might I add, if they sweep here as the underdogs. So Team Max definitely, like you said, take your time here at the draft. Really think about what you're drafting, because it does matter right now. At this point, we're on the last day of group stages. The winners here today advance to the quarterfinals, so a victory is essential to extend your run here in the Phygital Games tournaments. So a lot of things need to be calculated for, like you said. Calculated is the key word here today. Calculated draft, calculated risk, and let's try to minimize those errors as well. Team Fire, Flux, Impunity, though, on the winning edge. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Do you think they'll go for another early game composition? And do you think Team Max will try to match them, fight fire with fire here?
I don't know. I hope they're not picking Cloud first pick at least. Or if they do, they should like go for super aggressive mid lane to compensate and babysit this Cloud. But because you cannot go like for for all slow picks. And imagine like Fireflags ban Eve. Imagine them going Eve on top of that. There's a slow hero with no damage like early. It would be a disaster. Fanny is not banned though.
It's not banned. Fanny is not banned, and Fireflux Impunity has the first pick here. Now, some teams, depending on their comfort with the Fanny, will first pick it here. We saw a Claw get first pick. That was already strange enough, so we could see a Fanny get locked in here, and we saw how the early game aggression went for them. Team Max might struggle if they're able to get their hands on this.
Yeah, the first pick should be picked. No, okay, it's my opinion, like who cares, but you need to pick hero who gonna carry the game from level 1, who gonna do the most job. Like you cannot pick the first pick hero who not gonna carry the game or easily gets shut down.
Right. And speaking of easily shut down, they got the Valentina here in the mid lane that's going to go onto Rosa's hand eventually here when they switch those picks up. So a nice pick here. It's a great first pick just because you're able to deny some picks potentially, right? Or at least force the adjustment from the opposing side. Navaria was one of the picks that were on the board. Haven't seen much of her, but it's going to get locked in. So they're going to lock in one of those premier mid laners. But again, they're already locking in those scaling picks, and they locked it in with the Claude WarBarbie.
So want to prove the point. They want to prove the point. I mean, once they get it, like first game against Devil, Cloud gets snowballed because mid lane was because basically Brody couldn't somehow win the lane against Claude, maybe because the Claude good skills or the Brody bad skills. Kaja won roam level 4, I mean Roamer roam level 3 and help him out. So it's basically babysit, but like we'll see. They need to, but to be able to roam for the gold lane, you need to clear first mid lane at least, because you cannot like clear second and roam gold lane, because it's gonna be all over the place and it's going to be in the bushes waiting for you, and if you not come, they go for your gold lane.
That's right. I mean, I feel like if you take the Claude, you automatically have to try to draft the... Oh, there goes the Fanny that we're talking about. And there's no picks right now from the side of Team Max to deal with it, to answer. And they've already got rid of the Kaja at this point. So already one of the threats for the Fanny have been eliminated. The only other pick that would be left open at this point is the Franco. It does pair well with the Navaria. But again, if you take the Franco, and they go for the R-Lot here, so... A nice bit of an adjustment there, a decent pick, I would say, but looking at that position 5. Oh, go ahead, WarBarbie.
Well, I just wanted to say, yesterday we saw like pick Hufra, and then and from another side was picked Fanny. So it doesn't mean if you go for Hufra like now, if Fanny know how to play against Hufra, against those picks, against like Franco, let's say, it doesn't mean she got countered. It's all depend on the skill. Like yesterday we was talking about like if you get Faramis for the glue, does it counter him actually? Because on a high level, glue know how to play against this combo. Like if you Faramis, you think, oh, glue gonna ult, I'm gonna second skill, ricochet, boom, dead. It's not gonna work like that, trust me. He gonna either wait your second skill or stack with his just first and second skill and then ult and immediately jump in, and you're not gonna be able to do so. So it's not easy.
A good note there on that point too is that just because if it seems easy on paper, it's probably not going to be as easy in game, because if you figure it so simple, the enemies probably figure it simple as well and probably have the countermeasures to avoid it. Speaking of avoid though, some interesting bans that were locked in here. I like they banned the Bane, because like we said yesterday when they had this Arlott, had this Claude, they picked up that Bane to go with it. Bane and Arlott do pretty well together. And Kaja, well, actually no, Kaja's gone, so maybe they wouldn't have went for that composition again, because they wouldn't have the ability to go for it, especially if they didn't have the Faramis either for this this time around.
I don't know, just maybe go for Balmont jungle and try to like shut down Funny early and get this momentum, get this tempo, invade every single blue buff and go like that, because it's slower. Oh, that's pretty good as well.
I like this.
That's pretty good as well.
You know, and I was going to bring this point up. I felt like Martis would be good here, but also from late game, right? Last game, we saw the Claude be the only real primary damage dealer, right? And the big downfall from Claude in compositions is when they draft without having an executioner, if you will, a finisher. Claude brings in great entry damage, right, with the BMI and Blazing the Wet, but he's not that good at finishing the kills, at executing. So pairing him up with someone like Martis, whose whole kit is about getting to that decimation point to finalize those kills, it's a great pairing with Claude, because now you have that entry damage, plus you have that reap. So it's like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It just goes great together. It tastes good, it looked good, and it's always going to do the job. So I'm liking that they went for this. Good answer up to the Fanny, but something else we have to talk about, that matchup in the gold lane, the Leslie and Claude. You said you saw a lot of this yesterday, and it wasn't going so well, so they have the answer right now from Fireflux.
Yeah, but at least this time there is an idea. Like you mentioned, it's like perfectly. Claude goes in like half HP, all Navaria, either Navaria or Marty is gonna finish them off. Looking good. You need not like, I don't know, either you're gonna pick like Grok would have been good here, but Fireflux take it out, and now you need something with the damage and the control.
Interesting. They're looking for the Cho, the way of the dragon.
Yeah, not bad, but not super good either, because it's pretty hard to land.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to land against the Grok as well, because that wild charge can stop the whole combo coming out from this Cho here. I will say though, while I like that they were able to finally blend that jungle into a nice position, it'll have some good clear matches up with the Fanny pretty nice. The Navaria in the mid lane still worries me, just because they're gonna lose that clear battle, right? Valentina and Grok, I mean, one swipe in a single
Grok,
attack from the Valentina is gonna clear, especially if he's taking the concussive blast, which I imagine he will. So it's gonna be hard to match it.
Yeah, it's hard. It's impossible to clear fast against Grok. Only thing you can do, okay, if you go for the strats, we're gonna see the execution now of these strategies. I was saying that if Grok comes with like first skill and blasts the minion, what you should do at least is, actually he's doing it pretty good, he practiced it, yeah. I like to see that. You need to harass him very much, like you need to harass him. Like he goes in, first skill, and you need to immediately harass him a lot. And you with Novaria and Chu, you don't have this potential really.
You really don't. Otta, not really much in the room for punishment. But speaking of room, before things get too crazy, ladies and gentlemen, that is correct. On your screen, you're seeing Game 2 in between Team Max, Fire, Flux, Impunity. The team with the advantage. A win here means they win it all. But a win from Team Max means we get to stay here a little longer in Series 1 for Game 2 of the Phygital Games tournament, brought to you in Russia by Siberian Studios. WarBarbie, we got one on our hands. A lot of that early game pressure from Fireflux Impunity has been restored in this match, and even the late game answer with the Leslie. Looking at the prediction on the board, it seems the votes have closed a little bit, still in favor of Team Max, but you can see Fireflux Impunity has gained a few more fans. They went up from 40% to 44% here.
Yeah, maybe Marty is gonna do the stuff, do the job. I don't know, we'll see. It's really hard to tell, because it's all about like his second skill and how many enemies he gonna pick up with it. Oh, like second time he got it. Like one time Grok wanted to steal red buff with the wall, but he didn't get it. Even though Martis had retribution, but he didn't press it either. and now he got the coin.
Man, I mean, that's always been the great part about Grok. He's so good at tracking enemy junglers and being a nuisance and delaying them. So I'm loving how Apex is playing. Speaking of playing in the top side, a little bit of a scuffle in between Team Max and Fireflux Impunity ahead of this turtle. Right now, again, you're already seeing it. The control from Fireflux. The Astral Echo goes out, but it only reveals TNZ here. Every other member from Fireflux is still concealed. If you're looking at that mid bush, there could be a trouble. BMO needs to be careful. The Navaria, they're looking to strike first. Not gonna be able to pick up the kill. Wild charge from Siba on this Grok. Not able to find a kill though. No follow-up. Meanwhile, Flick still working on the turtle. No jungler to contest at the current moment. Slowly being chunked down. Still in their favor for Team Max. For once, they're actually holding the neutral objective, and I think Fireflux is going to give this up for free. There isn't going to be a contest. I don't know why Apex is still there. We were talking about them being able to punish.
Try to steal with his first kill and then just wasted wild charge and go out. I don't get it. Why Chu didn't kick? Why Chu didn't use the Dragon Punch?
I was wondering the same thing. You were talking about that, right? When he's using that power of nature, that S1, as soon as it goes out, that's the time to punish. And he was all by himself, overextended in the middle of 4 players. I definitely thought we were going to see a foot connect to the back of Apex 47, but I guess a little more peaceful than the rest of us are. They're not looking for war just yet.
Yeah. They didn't look for war any of the games. Like, I don't know, you got the ultimate, just go kill enemy, make some tempo. Why are you getting it so slow? Just risk it.
That's the place we were talking about, the calculated. But speaking of calculated, Fireflux will lose a member. Alien will be struck down for first blood in the EXP lane, and a fight potentially on the way in the jungle. Scuffle over the purple buffs. CO finally uses the kick to save his own life, but it won't be to set up a kill. He's going to get punished here. Potentially 1 HP, and TNZ will find it. So they're going to trade on the bot side of the map 1-for-1. Gold lead is minimal in between these two teams. This is a very even and stable game right now, WarBarbie.
Yeah, but because of that top lane, Paquito kill, Martis and Arlott got into tower and shaved off like 300 gold, which is a lot, and that's why we're seeing now gold equal. Despite though Fireflux Impunity did some kills, and but the gold shaved equalizes it.
Is equalized, and a Berserker's Fury already being picked up by Sunshine. He forego the boots. He went for the steel leg plates right into that first core item. Just now picked up the tier 1 boots for a little bit more mobility, but already locking in Berserker's Fury. Those crits are going to be hurting, but look at this. And engage onto the purple buff. We saw a flick from Sibo. He went for the kick. It's not going to amount to much. No one there to follow up. Not a well-placed one. They weren't able to deny the purple buff, but they might be able to pick up a kill. BMO from mid lane connects with the Astral Recall. TNZ will be able to trade. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Looks like the fight should be over as Rosa picks up the Way of the Dragon with the IMU.
Yeah, but Cloud is farming though. Cloud is farming. But what can Cloud do? One hit from the Leslie with the first kill, and Fanny can finish him off easily. Like one shot, potentially. But
absolutely could finish him. Oh, hang on though. Astral Echo goes out. They got a lot of members revealed, but not fast enough to be able to contest. Gets picked up. Rosa wants a kick, but he's going to get kicked himself. And he's going to be taken out by Renzio. So there goes a kill for a turtle here. Not a bad trade, if you will, but Fireflux Impunity in the meantime have taken the gold lead ever so slightly now up against Team Max, even though they're down 1 kill.
Yeah, good execution of the kick, finally. This
took a little while.
Valentina didn't make it. Like, they go in like resemblance of the previous game, like going slowly, 6 minutes in, gold shield already down. And Sunshine used his ultimate to just pinpoint enemy. They basically wanted to go for the tower this time.
They are. Speaking of the towers, somehow, some way, Superlay is actually winning in the lane up against the Leslie, shredding apart this tower. It's nearly gone, as Rosa is going to dash a little bit to create some space, but another invade onto the purple buff. It didn't work out last time for them. TNZ was still able to pick it up, and he'll pick it up again. And now looking for the fight. He's a little low on energy. Got to back up away, get stunned a little bit. And that's going to be the end of that skirmish. But over here, down on the bot side. They want to secure this turret here potentially. Apex 47, will he be able to zone out the rest of the members? Will Sunshine be able to find the turret in time? Look at CO on the choke, but look at the rest of the members from Fireflux Impunity as well. I think we're going to have a brawl on our hands. Away the dragon from CO again. It reminds me of his Kufra. It misses the mark 90% of the time.
Like he kicks enemy just out, just don't engage guys and like kick him out. Like I feel like Grok soon gonna have like big ultimate and it's gonna be the game changer.
He does have Flicker and he does have Wild Charge. They could be in trouble. CO goes for the G-Kundu, but again, Power of Nature has that CC immunity, so not gonna be able to punish Apex 47. You can see both teams want to try to choke this out. That tower on the side of Team Max is dangerously low. Honestly, I feel like Leslie could be able to take that if someone loses vision for a minute and auto-attack that even without minions. Speaking, though, of minions, Team Max grouping up in a bit of a minion wave in formation. 3 members taking control of this turtle pit. Apex 47, the only member around. TNZ's not even going to contest. They're going to look for the tier 2 tower and trade potentially for a response. Actually, he's going to work on the orange buff. So he's trying to trade this out efficiently for the team. I love that they're doing this. They're not going to waste time or resources. Apex 47! What a steal! WarBarbie!
Retribution King, I don't know, but he's just so lucky for the Fireflux Impunity. Finally went for the red buff and Turtle gets unfinished by the Team Max and Grok. Grok was there for a reason.
That is just not what you want to see. It didn't pay off for them the first time. Apex 47 couldn't pick it up, but this time somehow the power of nature is a little stronger than the retribution. I guess it's right. You don't want to mess with Mother Nature. She's always going to win in the long run. But now Team Max in a bit of a pickle here, down 2k gold. They lost the orange buff, lost the turtle, almost lost the tower on the top side as well. They did end up losing the one on the bot side, so Sunshine eventually able to win the lane, as he should. On paper, it translates into the land of Dawn, but now Team Max is going to have to try to respond here. And look at this, a little bit of engage up in the top side of the jungle. Nice way to dragon this time from CO, but he actually kicked him away from the team and helped him escape. Why does he kick towards their side of the map? Kick them towards your towers, kick them into your jungle, kick them anywhere but from safety.
I mean, if I saw it correct, he wanted to kick and flick to change the trajectory of the kick, but he couldn't do that.
He's just not that guy, pal. He's just not that guy. 9 minutes. What is up with this? What is up with CO? We're 10 minutes into the game and he doesn't have a single item locked in. Is he buying items and selling them? Is that what was happening last game as well? Because why does he not have an item already?
It's a pieces build. I mean, you only buy pieces of the items.
But almost 10 minutes in, he hasn't completed a single one?
He probably got some kind of a challenge.
Oh man, I mean, there's not going to be any durability here from him in this if he's getting engaged and being punished. Luckily, this game he hasn't taken a lot of deaths. Apex 47 though taking a lot of damage, gets punished by the G-Kundu with the wild charge. It's a good way to break that engagement there. CO won't be able to capitalize as he picks up the dominance ice. I'm a little bit happier now that we have an item locked in for him. Team Max locking in for the Lord. Sunshine, he's revealing all the enemies. I love what he's doing. They don't know that there is vision being provided, but somehow, someway, BMO still connects. But here comes a retribution battle potentially, and Flick will win it. TNZ will be punished as well. The decimation will take him down. Here comes the conceal. They want a little bit of a speed boost because they want to keep engaging. Final slash forces the flicker from Rosa and the barrier wall to disengage them. That's going to be obviously a win into the favor of Team Max, but hold up, fight maybe not over. Alien wanted a little bit of a contest, but he's going to go ahead and disengage there.
Actually, this game is much more passive for Fireflux Impunity. Wild Charge is used to just run away every time.
It has been used for that, and that might be a good read there from the side of Team Max. Maybe keep applying pressure to Fireflux. It seems like Apex may be a little uncomfortable, maybe not knowing exactly what to do on this Grok. He hasn't set up a lot of plays, like you said. It's been a lot of running away, a lot of disengage, but not too many initiations from him. Speaking of initiation, you see Renzio, final slash out of the bush, reveals Alien. He's lucky no one was really looking at him as the Astral Recall went out and takes his HP bar a little bit low. But speaking of someone looking at him, Flick finds him. Not going to be able to pick up a kill, though. Lord's being bursted down by Fireflux. They're going to go ahead and shut it down. So no push there, but there's not going to be any resistance in the mid lane, potentially. They could look for the tower. It's only Rosa there. He's going to final slash that cannon minion, but that's not going to be enough to stop it as the Astral Recall drops him a 3rd HP. They find the tower. Now all that's left for Fire Flux Impunity are those high ground towers. They've been forced to play Bloom's tower defense here.
Yeah, man, we potentially might see the peanut butter sandwich you mentioned. Like, because Cloud is getting farmed and he can jump in with the stacks, like use his ultimate, and then Navaria maybe kill someone with her 2nd skill, or even Martis get like this Dream Savage.
Yeah, I mean, everyone loves a good peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I feel like that's also a majority vote when you're talking about these things. Team Max is the majority, by the way, on the vote, so it makes sense, right? You get the majority votes for the win, you get the majority win on the combo. So I think it's definitely a hand-in-hand situation. Superlay hasn't really been doing too much, though, but like you said, he's been farming. He's got those 3 core items. Interestingly enough, he's also went for the Twilight Armor. He wants to counter his direct counter. You take the Leslie, but here, I'm going to show you how I'm going to itemize on the Claude.
Yeah, and Leslie almost got the Blade of Despair as well, and the damage is going to be there. I feel like Fire Flux is playing for the late game from the start.
Apex 47, you saw the comms there. They wanted to go for the pickoff on Bima, but a little too fast for them with the flicker, and now they have to respond to that top wave currently crashing into their high ground tower. They're looking to punish if they contest for this purple buff. Apex 47 needs to be careful. Final slash on TNZ. Renzio picks up the kill in the jungle. That's a huge play from him. Blazing Duet from Super Lay. Astral Recall from Beam takes them down. The combinations, the executioners from Team Max are pinpoint accurate. And now, hold up, a fight still going on. Renzio in a scuffle wins it on Rosa. Sunshine will shut him down. That's a good bit of gold from him in the economy. But at what cost, as multiple members of Fire Flux Impunity died to be able to secure that kill on Renzio?
Yeah, finally we got the sandwich.
We got the sandwich.
I mean, Cloud just jumped in on 2 people and Navaria finished one of them. The dream combo. The combo is actually working. I can see the idea this time. Worked for sure. Now we're gonna see how they use this level 2 Lord. It's gonna be marching towards bot lane, I guess.
You know, speaking of, I mean, we have the items back up here, and I really have to harp on it again. I love what Superlay is doing. If you notice, he didn't go for the Wind of Nature, which is a common mistake for players itemizing. They just go for the default path, right? But Wind of Nature would not work against Sunshine since he's primarily true damage. It would negate the effect from Wind of Nature. So instead, he just went for the Twilight Armor, right, to negate the initial damage after a big shot, will reduce the following shot, but then he has the Rose Gold meter. So even if he gets dropped low, he gets that magic shield to pop up that is good for any bit of damage. So I love what he did here. It plays so well into the Leslie here, WarBarbie. I'm sure you can appreciate good itemization.
Yeah, nice itemization, of course, but I'm thinking about maybe Fire Flux Impunity needs to prioritize Conceal and Claude Ultimate because they have multiple options for that.
Geo went for the TikTok play, not able to find a kill though. Got a nice knockup. They find the high ground tower. Look at the crystal base. No one's clearing out the Lord, and Flick is trying to take it down. But Team Max, they're gonna back up. They don't want to be greedy. We saw what happened last time. So I'm like, that happened! TNZ from the base into the face of Bimo will take him down. He is no more of this world. Fire Flux Impunity still showing they have biting power, even though they're down 7k gold. And they're looking to even things up. Sunshine reveals a bit of vision. I don't think there's going to be any more chance for engagement here. They're going to have to play things slow, play it controlled, maybe fix these side lanes potentially.
Yeah, if you're gonna keep biting like that, and they have pretty good chances, Fire Flux, I mean. But I was talking about Claude Ultimate, and we have multiple ways to counter him, like Grog. But Grog, you need to knock with the first part of the ultimate, which is pretty hard. Paquito, of course, need to use stacked ultimate to airborne effect and maybe conceal this way, or of course Leslie, the second skill, which is all three are pretty hard. And Valentina, if she got still something like Dragon Kick, can conceal as well. But it's all four options are pretty hard. And at this point, Claude Ultimate is gonna deal a lot of damage, and he can jump in just safely.
Actually, you know what? I'm actually glad you brought up Rosa, but hang on. While this is happening, TNZ picks up a kill off screen, and in the mid lane, they're looking to trade it back out. The wall charge goes out to stop the engagement. It's going to be enough for TNZ to be able to retreat. Rosa stacking on the damage onto Renzio. There goes the final slash. There goes the return. Final slash. Anything you can do, I can do better. The copycat will not beat the original. 0-3 is Rosa struggling in this game on the Valentina. And you know what? Apex Alien needs to be careful. They're at a disadvantage. It's currently a 3v2, whether they know it or not. They need to play this safe, especially with Turtle being up. Look at right now, they're going to hover around that purple buff. Will they be able to capitalize and take out TNZ again? Last time they punished them, but there goes the knockout strikes and the steel cables come out. Sunshine wins the 1v1, takes down Super Lay. That's a great play from them. They have now turned the aggression from Team Max into punishment. Here comes some more of the knockout strikes from Flux Impunity. They now have a little bit of control, but they got to catch those waves, and TNZ will be the one to catch it up. He has the most mobility, so it makes the most sense, WarBarbie.
Oh, if only Twilight Armor didn't had cooldown, it would counter Leslie so hard, but the one hit is just not enough.
Not enough at all. One hit, but speaking of hits, they're looking to make a couple plays down over here in the top side of the jungle. They want to zone out here. Will they be able to win it out? Actually, right now, Sunshine could be looking for the mid tower, and actually they are going to go for it. They're going to make the play, but speaking of, at the same time, Renzio's going to trade out. They're going to find Alien, so a kill for a tower. I think I would still take that if I'm Flux Impunity right now, but look at this. They need to have someone respond, and TNZ will again be the man called up. No, he's not going to respond to the wave. He's going back to the Lord, but there's a big wave in the top side of the map. Hopefully, someone responds, and they do. TNZ will go back. Lord sitting at 30k HP, but it's rapidly falling. And Flux Impunity will have to make the call to give it up and bunker in for another defense at the 18-minute mark. Just not enough resources. They're spread too thin to contest that Luminous Lord.
Yeah, the damage is just not enough to finish the Lord quickly. If only they had like Lunox instead of Valentina, they could just burst down, because like second skill of Lunox get percentage of HP.
If only, but hypotheticals and if, should've, would've, could've scenarios don't win games here at Phygital Game tournaments. This is esports, baby. You gotta come into the match with the right game plan. Otherwise, you end up in situations like this. And honestly, this game, while it's had so many fights, is very low on the kill board. It's only 6 to 9 here in an almost 20-minute game that feels like it's been non-stop action here, WarBarbie. But speaking of action, the Luminous Lord pushing down in the mid lane, no high ground towers to defend. It's all on them to make the plays count. Walls going out, they're trying to burst out the Lord. It's less than half HP. They haven't found the crystal base just yet, but it is falling right now. All they have to do is lock in and target. The fight's going on crazily. Immortality gets popped, but nobody will fall. That's going to be a clean take from Team Max, and here we are evened up 1-1, WarBarbie. This is what we wanted, a full series.
Yeah. I was just thinking, but didn't ask you. I was thinking about if you get like the first match win, how you gonna perform in the second one? Better or worse? I was thinking about like two type of players. Like some players getting this like I don't know, taste of blood, let's call it, and start getting better. And some of the players are getting like more relaxed because they like already get one win, and it's only one left, and start playing worse. And here I think it was like the second scenario, this game, because first game, like very aggressive gameplay, trying to make kills, trying to initiate something. Okay, maybe capitalize on enemy mistakes, though, like Hufra jump in and they just focus in, and here is nobody jumps, so they like don't play at all. And they should play like number one, grow cults and maybe try to pick up someone, but they didn't try. Flux Impunity, not much. They like poke each other and go to the base, and the late game didn't quite work, and the Defining as well didn't work that much.
Yeah, I'm honestly wondering, was it a question of comfort, potentially? Because, like I said, Apex 47 never looked like he was fully there, right? Like, he really had control of what was going on. Again, the wild charge used so much for disengage, which, with that being the case, also leads us to having one less counter to the Blazing Duet. Like you mentioned, they only had so many options and none of them were really that great, so losing one only increases the odds of Superlay being able to perform, which he did in those later team fights. Now, something I also felt like maybe was a hint that maybe the comfortability wasn't there, or as you mentioned earlier, the creativity. Rosa could have easily picked up the final slash, and that would have been an automatic answer to the Claude ult. It counts as a knockup for whatever reason. It does stop the Blazing Duet, so that could have been a very easy fix to that entry damage. And not only that, maybe help Apex 47 feel comfortable if Rosa was able to set up a nice group for the wild charge, because again, Apex 47 never really felt like he knew what to do. But speaking of knowing what to do, Flick, the man with the plan and the man of action for Team Mats, the MVP. He's going to go 3-0-3 with the flawless KDA. Only 10% team damage, but don't worry. He was 100% impactful for his team, as he did go ahead and help them secure that win. But WarBarbie, again, like I said, leaving it off about that comfortability, do you feel like maybe that's what we saw there from Flux Impunity? Maybe a little too much to handle for their own composition?
I don't know. I would like to see like 1-digit number of damage, but we got 10. I was thinking about that you said about knockup, and actually on the mid lane, when Claude jumped on Leslie tried to use the second skill to knock up Claude, but he dodged it with Purify. Like she did knock up, but he dodged and still won't enough, because 2 crits is like 60+% HP, just boom dead. And yeah, comfort. Maybe comfort, but maybe they stick up to the first game plan. So the plan is to make Team Max initiate and then counterattack. But it only going to work if Team Max initiate bad, like Hufra jump with no hit. So this game, I mean, Chu initiate pretty bad, but he still like got his ultimate and got the control time, crowd control, and they couldn't like capitalize on that one, I guess.
Well, also the good thing too is with having the Chu as opposed to the Kufra, if you do fail to engage, you do still have your, a bit of the toolkit to escape, right? You have the Shunpu, the Way of the Dragon, if you ended up missing that, and we did see him use the Way of Dragon to kick people away, maybe more times than we wanted to see, but it still helped him in some cases be able to escape, because a lot of those engagements looked eerily similar to his Kufra. But the only Kufra doesn't have immunity, right, or have much mobility to be able to escape.
But also Martis is pretty hard to pick. Like you have a lot of chances you're gonna jump in and he gonna use like second skill and immunity. That's it. And yeah, we shouldn't talk about what could have been done. Yeah, I agree with you. But you said on the draft, like, what about maybe Franco in this play style, like this kind of slow matchup with nobody initiate? Franco is going to be quite good because he's roaming very fast, showing enemies here and there and trying to get these hooks. And if you try to get hook, you miss, it's fine, you just go away, you just wait for next hook and hook again and wait for the hook. Or you initiate with ultimate, and with this kind of slow phase games, Franco is going to be pretty good. Maybe we'll see one.
Absolutely, and I mean, that's really the only issue when you do take Franco. The only thing you're really concerned about is catching a hook and then being re-engaged upon and being punished maybe from a bad spot or bad angle that you landed that hook. But both of these roamers, unfortunately, I gotta be quite frank, they're extremely passive. Neither one really has that much aggression. So, like you said, and how I've been feeling, I feel like the Franco would profit a lot. I mean, isn't that the whole thing about fishing? When you go fishing, you have to be patient, right? Just waiting to be bite. You want things to be slow. And that's exactly how these games are. You have all day to land a hook if you really wanted to. We see that happening in between these matches. Even as fast-paced as this game too was, both roamers still felt like they were a little slow to action, really slow to punish, slow to capitalize, slow to engage, if they even landed to engage. So at some point, I'm hoping someone brings that, especially since they've been taking, or at least Team Fireflux has been taking such a lot of these early game compositions. You would imagine something like Franco would be picked up.
Maybe, but I was also thinking about like topic of the yesterdays and talking about nerves and confidence and stuff like that. I can definitely see today like a lot of pressure, a lot of pressure. I think the only answer to our questions, like why they play, like why they don't risk, why they go here and there, is just the pressure, because they understand that one mistake could lead to the end of the tournament and nobody wants that. and that's why they don't risk it, I think. What do you think about it?
I mean, while that makes sense, that would be more that'd be more appropriate or valid to me if this was a ranked game. But you're at the competitive level. Playing default isn't gonna win these matches. Everyone can play default at this level. Like you said, you have to get creative. You have to take calculated risk if you want to win. Everyone here can play the game right. Who can play the game different? Who can think outside of the box? Who can come at you with a variety of engagements, a different type of initiation, some type of crazy play? You're playing crazy players, you have to get crazy at times. If you're both playing passive, whoever strikes first is going to win. That's just how it goes. You're going to be able to take that victory, and that's all we've been seeing. One team drafts for a little later, play for a little more of the scaling, and then the early in composition strikes first, and they win. This is just simple mathematics here. It doesn't take too much to think about what's going to happen between these two teams. So who's going to break out of that normal mold they have here right now and bring something a little new, bring something a little fresh? Whether it's picks, whether it's rotations, whether it's the trades you're going for in the rotations, even the late game setups. What type of plays are we going for? You know what I mean? So we have to see a little more diversity in the gameplay here.
I think Cloud is the way to go, apparently. Like, the late game is secured. The late game is secured. The sandwiches are there, and the bans are pretty similar, but I bet Team Max not going to ban Fanny this time, though.
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, TNZ didn't really have a crazy game. Not the type of game you would expect from Fanny, or the type of game you want from Fanny. 2 kills in the early, that's all right, but I can do that with Fredrin, right? So it's not like it's something crazy. If you're taking the Fanny, you're looking for like a 4-0, 5-0, and primarily on those gold laners, right? Taking some of those kills like on that Claude, potentially, and be able to apply that type of pressure, shut down these back lines, and be able to create that space for your team to end the games nice and early. We didn't really get that from TNZ. Honestly, the Martis did a much better job, and that was really the matchup that we kind of felt like was going to lean in to the favor of Team Max there, right, into their hands with that jungle matchup. Now we have to see, okay, they stopped us once in the early, especially from Team Max, and we have to give them kudos because they did exactly what we were talking about. The first game, they took so much scaling, nothing to bridge the gap. Game 2, though, they took picks like the Martis there to help them. Even Navaria, even though she's not really early, I think the vision that she was able to provide stopped any type of ambush plays right from the Grok, which is what you kind of want to go for. Able to kind of stray off any of those type of pick-off engagements. That coupled with the fact that Apex 47 played, like you said, or brought up maybe too nervous on this Grok. It really helped them be able to secure that early game.
I think also Martis did change a lot, because it's not a target you can easily melt down, and the Fanny is of course just go in and risk to get like second skill dragged all over the place and just die. And I think the Minotaur ban is actually pretty good, because it's telling me that first game was not I mean, some information was gathered during the first game, and we see the Minotaur ban, because it's like counter initiation was so strong. Like Team Max apparently won't go first, and don't want to get like counter initiated, like Minotaur or maybe potentially Atlas. Maybe we see Atlas this game.
Speaking of what we could see, speaking of counter, a counter pick has been banned out, and it's the Boxia. Do you think we could see something like the Angela finally get locked in? Oh, Angela's actually taken off the board, but maybe something like one of these healers, because the Boxia is a very specific ban, right? It's not really something you just get rid of. It hasn't been showcased at all today through game 1 or game 2, so it's not like it's brought because of a match that they struggled against it. I feel like they're going in a very specific direction here, whether it's going to be something in the healing category. Maybe they're looking for something scaling wise, or maybe like some type of assassin. They don't want Boxy to interrupt that farming path, that farming rhythm. I feel like one of those two options are the case here.
I think it's because of the studies. Like they studied Fire Flux and saw like the gimmick with the Baxia, and they banned him.
That
like it's basically the only way.
Ooh, they banned out the Boxia, and now the sustain is going to go over to the favor of Fireflux Impunity. They lock in the Uranus, and they also lock in the Kaja, who's going to be a really good answer for that high priority pick, the Claw, that's been in every match so far.
Yeah, finally we see the Kaja, because he was banned all over the place, and the Uranus, but on a different side this time. We're gonna see maybe different execution this time. But what is the answer from the Team Max is going to be on the side lane? But maybe Esmeralda, like you mentioned.
They could do the Esmeralda. I mean, you automatically have that stalemate lane. They're gonna take this Martis again, so they're looking to bridge a bit of that gap one more time to help them. The difference though being this time is that there is a divine judgment, so you're talking about the mortal coils aren't really going to be enough to suffice these turtle contests. It's going to take a bit more than that. You're going to have to pressure off this position 5 in the hands of Apex 47 with the Kaja if you want to have a great opportunity to secure that turtle.
Yeah, true, but and he cannot get immune. Oh, then they go in for the front.
That's a great pick. That's a great pick.
Especially against immunity, I mean damage reduction, not immunity, like Martis having his mortal coil. Yeah, they going for the front lane for sure.
It's great for so many reasons. I mean, it's good into the Martis, it's good into the Claude. Again, this is another one of those true damage monsters, so you can't itemize against it with like Wind of Nature. Loses out on paper because now if you go in with the Blazing Duet, again, you don't have Wind of Nature, so those Speedy Light Wolves are going to eat you up the whole time that you engage on this carry, whether you're going for the 1v1 or you're diving in a team fight. And it goes so good with the Kaja. Carry a single target. The Divine Judgment brings you that easy pick off and you burst them down with the Speedy Light Wheels. And especially after a certain point in the game, it doesn't matter who it is. They're gonna fall with that combination. So I love what they're doing here from the side of Fireflux Impunity.
Yeah, it's in finally still get banned. It's going to be all down to what Team Max pick for the roam and what Fireflux Impunity goes for the mage. If they go for some kind of damage variations, it's gonna be all decided by this fact, I think. And I cannot even guess what they're gonna go. Like Hoofra again, like maybe Terizla ban. Potential, nice.
Terizla gets banned. I'm not mad at that. I kind of like that because it's a good combo, like a good opener to get that engage for Claude. Doesn't really have to work too hard. You just let the penalty zone set up that engagement. But they go ahead and ban out the Kadita, which isn't bad because we know Kadita is also one of those picks that play really well with the Kaja. Picks like Franco, picks like Cho. They're obviously going for a lot of the pick-off composition. I'd imagine they're going to play this in a way where they're going to try to, again, go for that early game aggression, get the advantage, and let Uranus be able to do his thing by his own. No one's going to really be able to contest him if they play this early game advantage the right way, going towards this pick-off composition. But WarBarbie, I have a question here, a scenario. How do you feel potentially about, because again, the Divine Judgment's up, but Valentina's on the side of Team Max. Do you feel like this might come back to bite them, especially with the carry here? Because she's very short range, very close range.
I was thinking about this as well, like Valentina it can just be reversed this time. And maybe we can see even higher tempo from the Team Max, higher than Kaja, I mean. And I don't know, that's why I'm thinking about it's going to come down to the roamer. Maybe Grok for the Team Max for faster tempo, but the damage is kinda, I don't know, not low, but like medium. Like you want to deal more damage. I think Navaria though goes in.
Does get locked in, and I have one more question for you then. Since we're moving past that, Navaria's getting locked in. We know Uranus is in the side lane. Do you think a Yu Zhang would be a great fit? It fits with the dive, with the Claude potentially. Good matchup into the Uranus, but they're gonna go for the Dairoth. I was gonna say because, ooh, but they got the Natalia. I was about to say they don't have an answer for the Navaria yet, but the Natalia is gonna be that position 5. There goes that roam that you're talking about.
Nice. I love it. I guess Natalia is like Cambodian pick, because I already saw a lot of times they going for Rome with Natalia. But beside Natalia, I want to mention Darius. He gonna destroy Uranus on lane, like absolute destruction. He cannot sustain at all. He need, like, somebody need to babysit Uranus up to level 4, like to make him stand on the lane, because if Darius gonna do all right, if he stack his passive on buff and then goes lane on the lane with like half passive and second skill, he gonna start winning Uranus straight for from level 1.
He could, but that's also a point of contention, right? Because too much aggression could be bad. If you're overextending in that lane because you have the winning matchup, that's when you're talking about those ganks that go to
on the
mid
lane
side of it. Exactly. It could be a very hard thing to deal with. Even at the start, right, the level 1, Navaria could show up. All it takes is a little bit of damage to swing that matchup. But we see it all the time, whether it's Darth versus Uranus, Darth versus Esmeralda. It only takes one mistake for that matchup to now swing back. Because if you lose the advantage, if you lose your gold lead, you're now behind. You won't have too much of that damage to be able to win that matchup. But speaking of matchup, this is Game 3 WarBarbie. Ladies and gentlemen, sweet lambs and gentle giants, it's Game 3. Match point, Team Max, Flux, Impunity. This is the game. It's only Series 1 and we're already in a nail biter. And look at this, the early game aggression WarBarbie. You're seeing Renzio, but they helped him out be able to cut the wave. This is what we were talking about, the assistance from the mid lane. And ooh, Rosa sniping down on Seal the Natalia. I'm loving this already from Flux.
Yeah, Seal should definitely go with Darius. No, you cannot cut the lane, just kill the Uranus here.
Ooh, Renzio back in, but now he has Natalia, so they're going to take some assistance from their side as well. Not going to be able to do too much, but it does ward off the cut this time.
Yeah, we're gonna see the lineup right now. I'm stoked about Natalia game, because if he goes like super aggressive, super confident gameplay, it's going to be strong Natalia. But it could be also like it's either bronze or MVP gameplay.
You know, I would not be surprised if we end up with a bit of the bronze. And right here, before too much goes in the way, look at the predictions here. They slipped just one more, just a little bit more to Flux. Went from 44 to 45% now. Not too much love from Game 2. Obviously, they ended up losing, so maybe it rocked a bit of the faith here for people still leaning for Team Max. But honestly, I feel like, man, I know we're talking about hypotheticals, don't really matter, the shoulda, woulda, couldas, but already looking at this, the Dairoff needs that early game, and they're not even letting him get the 1v1 with Alien. So automatically, I feel like this pick is going to end up being a flop, right? Because late game, we know what's going to happen. He's a ticking time bomb. He's not going to be able to offer too much. Now, like I was saying in draft, the Yu Zhong would have been such a great fit because it'll go even in the lane, but in the late game, you still have merit. You have value. You can chase down the Navaria with the Natalia. It would have been so strong. But speaking of, there goes that Divine Judgment we were talking about that is able to catch Flick. It's going to force him back, and Rosa looking for the kill up close and personal as he finds the kill. TNZ finds the turtle, and CO was able to find a trade onto Alien. So a 1-for-1, but turtle into the favor of Flux, so they will have the advantage as Renzio was trying to go take the kill. And CO is being chased, drops the shadow, but it's not enough. One pop from the Bane will take him down.
Wow, Flux this game just go with a straight confidence, and the only confidence, because like if they go head to head, actually Darius and Natalia level 1 like can, okay, we get the fight, nothing really happened, it doesn't really matter. If they just fight, they could have more damage, but Natalia seems like to want to farm level 4, I guess, and not going for early level 1 aggression.
Speaking of aggression right now, man, so much coming from Flux Impunity. They are applying so much pressure to them. And look at the itemization right now from Flux. 2 Dreadnought armors here. They're looking to counter out CO and Flick and Renzio right now. It's a good item for all 3 when you're talking about the build they have so far. So already those frontliners are taking the proper things to be able to be strong, to be durable. As the Astral Echo goes out, not really going to provide too much vision, but another Divine Judgment onto Flick, and this is going to be a bad part for him. Gets hit by the Deadly Catch, and they're going to overload him. The Ionic Edge from Alien will edge out the victory there as they pick up a kill, and that is Flick's second death in this game, WarBarbie, and you know how consequential deaths on the jungler, especially multiple deaths in the early game, can be.
Yeah, we have already like 1.3k gold lead, and I feel like Flux playing with like more aggression, higher tempo, with actually less efficient early game pick, and is all only because of the confidence, I think.
confidence definitely does matter, but I have to say, man, Team Max, the favorite in this game, even for Game 3, they've been in the favorite every single match, even after they took that loss in Game 1. Fireflux has not got their respect just yet from the crowd, but they don't care. They want the win as the fight goes on. Renzio takes out TNZ, so that means Flick is going to pick that up. Rosa looking to find the kill on the CEO. He's all out of movement and basically all out of mana. Gets pulled back by the Divine Judgment, but the Executioner and the juries will not make the final decision. He's going to be able to escape courtesy of some assistance from BMO and Flick. You gotta love some teamwork.
Yeah, that's for sure. Finally, Darius uses his ultimate plus flicker to finish off the Bane, and meanwhile Martis get the turtle, and the gold almost equalizes.
It was almost equalized, and speaking of gold, TNZ already locking in that War Axe sub 5 minute mark, so right on time when you're talking about picking up those core items. Very nice for him, and very interesting for the itemization as well. But looking at the top side, Alien almost gets punished, but no, the consecration, he will not be stopped, and he's already back to full HP basically, and this is the problem with the Uranus right now. Even in the matchup that he's supposed to lose on paper, they had already lost the edge, and the sustain is just too much. He's even challenging right now up against Renzio with TNZ on his side, and they can do nothing about it. We have already reached the point where Dyrov has fell behind WarBarbie, and this was my concern. This was my fear for Team Max.
Yeah, we're going into the mid stage of the game when Fire, Flux, Impunity gonna get more and more and keep getting away. But you have Claude, which is actually late game pick as well as carry, so maybe we're gonna see some plays still out of Team Max.
Potentially, but even in the late game, I mean, you have the Claude, but they have the carry. Not only do they have the carry, but they have the Kaja, they have the Bane. There's a lot of answers to the Claude and not many to the carry herself. Who's going to get on top of this carry and actually be able to stop her? They don't have a backline dive, right? They took the Dire off. No YZs, there's nothing to get in there. There's absolutely no one to reach as long as Sunshine plays his positioning right. Speaking of positioning, though, Deadly Catch goes out to put Renzio in a bad spot. CEO wants to find the kill. Will he be able to pick up? Flick will be able to take him down, takes down TNZ. They're looking for the retreat. Apex 47 wants some more. Divine Judgment will be able to pull out the kill. Look at Rosa. Eyeing in, sends out the shot. Gonna miss the mark, but it's okay. They found the top tower and a kill. A trade for a trade, but also getting that +1 that we love and have been talking about so much here, WarBarbie.
And meanwhile, Cloud going on the mid lane and just clears with the ultimate to get some attention on the mid lane potentially, and he just split pushes and farm, but eventually he's going to need to help his team with his biggest ultimate.
Ooh, and there goes that return with the Valentina we were talking about, able to use the Divine Judgment in their favor. Finally, someone able to go ahead and take out Alien ahead of that. Team Max will pick up their first neutral objective here. It's going to be good for them. I wonder, will they pressure this top side, especially since Fireflux has already made their call for the bot tower? But it doesn't really look like they will. They're walking away from it, which I find so strange. Alien still has to respawn. They could easily go for the tower, but I guess maybe Renzio is enough for that. I guess that's okay.
Feels like it's a trade, but it's like one tower for Turtle and tower.
And they do find it, so that's very nice for them. Speaking of finding things, though, we had a couple core items picked up. We saw Sunshine lock in that golden staff, and Rosa has already locked in that Ice Queen wand. So a little more damage and a little more utility from Fireflux. Impunity is on the way. This game is very close here, WarBarbie. It's only a 500 gold lead so far in between these two teams, which is very competitive and exactly what we want. Ooh, talk to me about this island from Apex 47. An early fleeting to Barbie. Do you agree with this?
I don't even know. Let's see the execution finally. It seems like so hard to initiate if you Team Max.
Speaking of initiation, we might see a fight here potentially, but Renzio being very smart, didn't get baited. If he would have used that Spectre step, he would have been pulled over there by Alien with that S2, would have baited him out. Speaking of bait out, Renzio caught in a bad way, needs to be careful. Divine Judgment from Apex 47 right to the hands of Sunshine, and there goes that combination we were talking about. It's another peanut butter and jelly situation, but look at Super Late. Wants to take down TNZ, but does not have enough damage just yet. He needs a little more items, needs a little more scaling. Rosa takes down CEO. I may not be able to see you, but I know how to find you with the Navaria.
Oh, this Cloud is exactly like we spoke last game. He just going for 100 to 20% so fast, but he cannot finish the 20%.
He cannot indeed, and a nice Astral Recall coming out to apply a little bit of damage. Another Divine Judgment will isolate Flick all on his lonesome, and again WarBarbie. Sunshine will pick up another kill. Both of his kills so far in the game, courtesy of Apex 47 on the Kaja, and that's that pick-off synergy that we were talking about at the draft. It just goes so well together.
And we definitely got the answer for your question a minute ago about itemization, fleeing time. Like the second ultimate right away,
yeah.
And both of them resulted a kill, which is a super good itemization turns out, because it leads to Lord.
Yeah, it paid off in a huge way. I guess when you have this type of advantage, right, when you have this kind of lead, the fleeting time isn't a bad item. If everything's going right, why not get the fleeting time to reduce that cooldown and keep on pairing these plays? I mean, he found one kill and less than a minute later able to pick up another for Sunshine. So obviously, like you said, the answer to my question has been unveiled. It's definitely paying off for them in a huge way. And if no one's there to punish them, why not go for it? So definitely something that is banking for Flux Impunity. They are looking to shut out Team Max with this combination, with this unusual combo. Look down to the bot side, a lot of focus for Alien, and they're wasting so much time here. What could potentially be the purpose is Rosa will take out Flick, so one member from Team Max is missing now. They're going to be able to have to try to hold this Lord with just 4 members, and honestly, this could potentially be a closeout here, if I'm being honest. The Lord has a healthy amount of HP. BMO with the flicker, an error from him. It's not going to connect, and now that Divine Judgment won't be as strong on him. Astral Recall drops Renzio low. Deadly Catch to zone out anyone, if there was anyone, but no one's home. They're going to find the second high ground tower. Flux Impunity is choking and smothering the life from Team Max. They are maximizing the damage as they have found all the high ground towers and looking for another, knocking them out one by one. WarBarbie, if I ever saw a domino effect, this is one of them. Divine Judgment comes out, takes Flick low, not able to find the kill. Super lay into the back of things, into the thick of it with the Blazing Duet, drops him low. But again, who is there to pick up these kills? Astral Recall will miss the mark. CO very low. He's in trouble. Apex 47 will take the kill. Another Deadly Catch goes out. Flux Impunity doesn't want to back away. They have another minion wave on the bot side of the map. 1 minion gone, 2 left, including a cannon. But right now, Alien gets bursted out. Bimo will finalize that kill. Look at Tienzi though. No minions and doing an incredible amount of damage. They need to keep this wave out, or this could be it. There goes the Deadly Catch and fire. Flux Impunity takes out Team Max. We don't care about the odds. We don't care about the statistics. It's all about the competitive spirit in the Land of Dawn.
Wow, so nice to see that Team Flux actually calculating on their previous mistakes. Like you remember, they just go in like first game, push mid lane and go straight up for the throne. And like I said, like why would you do that? Just to take all the inhibitor and then push the throne. And now that's what we get. Like say go for the mid lane, go for the throne, but immediately go back, just go for the side lanes and then go for the throne. Like, so I'm so glad to see this.
You know, something else you said came true as well. You said to Natalia, it's either bronze gaming or gold gaming, and right now CO sitting on an ugly bronze. That is not what you want to see. The chocolate medallion to close out this best of 3 series. They tried their hardest, but it just didn't come into fruition. Honestly, I think for a game 3 such as that, banking on picks such as Natalia, picks like Dyroth were just a little too risky. I think you got to go for something a little more stable if you want to be able to close out a series like that, especially up against Flux Impunity. They took something very stable, the Kaja and the carry, another PB&J that kept things very simple for themselves. You get the Divine Judgment, I'll bring out the Speedy Light Wheels, and we're going to be able to take this game. And that's all we saw happen time and time again, WarBarbie.
Yeah, and it worked for the Flux Impunity, and they are stay at the tournament, unlike Team Max. And yeah, also I was thinking about like the execution, like idea for the Team Max was there. This time I understand what they wanted to do, but I actually was thinking about like the thing when I was on M3. we talked about like we should pick like more easier to execute picks. I mean, what I mean, you cannot go with the Lancelot because the stage pressure and you just cannot perform because you need all this like micro games. You keep missing like first skill, keep dying. You need to get something more constantly. Like for example, like Lunox, like Fovius, like you just spam one button, and this one button is the damage, and you just spam the damage. And if you go with harder picks like Natalia, like the other ones, and it's not guaranteed that it's going to work because of the stage. Like you might get these heroes very good at ranked games, but at the stage you play not like that.
I agree with you, but to break that point here on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, you're seeing here the MVP. That's the most valuable player from Fireflux Impunity when it mattered most. You can count on Rosa. 3-0-5 on the Navaria, 24% of the team damage, so definitely leading the way for them. But WarBarbie, I want to circle back to what you said because it's very important. I feel like a lot of teams at this competitive level should really take note of it. You were talking about keeping things simple. I'm one of those believers in keeping the draft simple because, again, like you said, there's too much pressure, too many variables, too many things that can go wrong when you're talking about these drafts as you're getting a glimpse at the bracket for the group stage here with Group A and Group B. Obviously, we just saw Fireflux Impunity take down Team Max, and that's the only one up there so far, 2-1 in their favor. Very big congratulations to Fireflux Impunity taking down Team Max against all the odds. But back to what I was saying, though, about the draft. The side, again, we saw the simplicity, right, from Fireflux Impunity. We're going to go pick off, and that's how we're going to beat you. Vision denial, good engagement, consistent damage. Very easy to go ahead and make happen. And ladies and gentlemen, on the schedule, Okami Esports versus Team Hack will be next from Group B. Should be another banger there. A team that you all should know, Team Hack. And for me personally, a team, Okami Esports, I'm going to be very new to them. Haven't heard about them, but looking forward to see them. It seems like the underdogs have been putting on a show.
Yeah, they was playing like latest MPL Mana and turns out to get second place despite this was like the first MPL for them, and they did pretty good. Seems like they was not feeling pressure at that particular tournament and end up losing, but with 4-3 points. It was a best of 7 and the score was 4-3. And they lost with that, but no pressure. But the latest games they played against fellow team Axe from the same region, and it felt like it won't quite work for them. But it was like different story. Now they need to like reboot themselves and show their best. I think they're gonna make it. They have some interesting picks to show.
Some interesting picks, Nick. I hope the interesting picks still fall on the line of simplicity. We saw some interesting picks too in Game 3 there in between our last matchup, and it didn't bode well for them. They went for that kind of complex draft, I like to call it. Honestly, they went for the 2-for-1 when they could have got what they needed done out of one pick. Again, hypotheticals, not really a fan of them, but I have to bring a little truth to that situation. They took the Dyroth and the Natalia, one for Uranus, one for the Navaria, and they could have got both of those done with one pick. That would have been...
Всем привет из России.
Herkese merhaba arkadaşlar. Ben
Hello guys.
أهلا وسهلا.
I think it's good and fun experience to be here.
ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီပွဲကိုဝင်ရောက်ဆော့ဖို့အတွက်တော့နည်းနည်းစဉ်းစားခဲ့ရတယ်ပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒါနဲ့နည်းနည်းတော့စဉ်းစားခဲ့ရပေါ့နော်
Aslında takımımızın hikayesi çok uzun bir hikaye dayıyor. Hepimiz çok eskiden beri tanışıyoruz. 5-6 sene uzayan bir hikayesi var.
Deus Vult образовалась как команда вообще как команда очень давно.
شكل الفريق على التحديات وعلى التجارب. جمعنا فريقنا كلنا كنا في دولة الإمارات.
I started playing 1.5 years ago. Now we have 3 Cambodian player and 2 Philippine player.
манай баг 2 жилийн өмнө Tour Club Bootcamp хийх гээд явсан байгаа. Тэр үед анх багтаага танилцж байсан. Тэндээс Филиппин, Турк, Малайд гээд багуудад биш улсуудад Bootcamp хийжсэн байгаа.
Yani ayrı şehirlerde yaşıyoruz. O biraz bize sorun yaratıyor. والباقيين يعني تقدرون تقولون جيراننا حتى قريبين من البيت يعني نشوفهم كثير يعني غير اللعبة نشوفهم في الحياة الواقعية فتيمنا صار بالتجارب والتحديات المستمرة ونلعب البطولات ونتعلم.
Physical tournament is good organizer.
Некоторые команды на этом турнире, у них есть международный опыт, прям недавний международный опыт, то есть кто-то был на чемпионате мира, и кто-то был еще на международном турнире, мы же не были, соответственно, у нас чуть поменьше практики в этом плане.
Муу баг хэрэг баг бол байхгүй байгаа. Сайн баг гэвэл хуучин Турки биднэртэй тоглож ирсэн инсэндээ байгаа.
Turnuvadaki takımların hepsi çok güçlü. Bu turnuvadaki planımız kesinlikle birincilik.
Тэгэл ихэнх багууд ер нь бол улс улсын ер нь гайгүй багууд орж ирлээ.
احنا جينا من مصر ان شاء الله البطولة بتاعت روسيا عشان نمثل مصر ان شاء الله في البطولة وان شاء الله نحقق مستوى كويس في البطولة.
كقائد فريق هذا شيء صعب طبعا. Ya takımda kaptan olmanın öyle çok zor bir yanı yok aslında. Buradaki oyuncuların hepsi bana destek olduğu için.
Oh my god.
Багийн ахлагч байх үед нэг тийм дарамт маранд нэг байхгүй.
Sebenarnya agak sukar untuk menjadi kapten.
For me it's fine because I have a lot of experience before. I play a lot of PC game and mobile game.
قدر ما تقدر انك تحاول تكون صبور وتحاول تعطي انطباع حسن حق لاعبينك حق التيم. Hani kendimi kaptandan ziyade hepsini aynı yerde tutuyorum.
Особо такой работы я не провожу, много, по крайней мере, то есть очень редко такие какие-то мотивационные речи, успокаивающие речи, но это все как бы оно должно быть и так фундаментально у самих игроков.
فأنت تحاول توصل لهم قدر الإمكان عشان تفهم هم شو يبوا منك فهاي أسهل طريقة إنك تحاول تفهمهم.
وإن أنا بوبخ فريقي لا أنا ما بوبخش فريقي لأن إحنا كلنا إخوات قبل ما نبقى تيم أو بلايرز إحنا في الأول في الأساس عيلة فاميلي.
Монголд үзэж байгаа манай дэмжиж байгаа хүмүүстээ бүгдэнд нь баярлалаа. Бид дэмжээрэй. Сонирхолтой тоглолтоор гарах байхаа л хичээлээ да.
وتقدروا إن أنتوا تشوفونا على Phygital Games Kazan.
Takım arkadaşlarım hepsini buradan selamlıyorum. Hepsini çok seviyorum. Rakip takıma da başarılar diliyorum.
إن شاء الله نستنى دعمكم.
So kami harap korang dapat support kami dan doakan kami berjaya di sini.
وإن شاء الله إحنا راح نأدي أفضل ما عندنا.
وبالتوفيق للجميع إن شاء الله.
İyi olan kazansın.
Yimbambe Team Ha.
I'm ready to play.
моменты гранд-финала и второй карты Mobile Legends Bang. Там была действительно борьба.
Welcome back, everyone, to Phygital Games Day 2. This is group stages still, and if you weren't with us for the game 1 that we just finished with Flux Impunity up against Team Max, Flux Impunity able to get it done, took the series 2-1 against all the odds. They were favored out in every single match, but still decided to come out on top. But enough from me. Have a talented caster with me, probably a very popular face over here in the region, WarBarbie. How you doing, man?
Oh, thanks. That's too much for me, but thank you. I'm fine, thank you. Yeah, latest matches are shown that the team who is shown their true potential, like around 100% what of their capabilities, is going to win, basically. And so we were talking about like simplicity, right? And talking about like in the second game, Flux picked Fanny. And the funny is, we were talking about hard to perform under the pressure, like these hard heroes who need to spam at these precise moments. And so to prove our point that the funny gameplay was, I mean, from the base to the face was pretty good, like one time. But you actually need to do it like whenever you have the ultimate, like every single time. You cannot do it like only once in the game and that's it, only one big play. You need to. It doesn't need to be a big play for you. It needs to be like a basic play for you, and you need to repeat this kind of plays. And can you do it? Like what are the heroes considered to be hard? What can you think of? Like Linux is pretty easy, you just jump and pump damage. But what mages are hard as well?
Mages that are hard.
Maybe Farsa. Maybe Farsa, like it's not very easy to like land these shots.
I think the hard part from mages don't even necessarily come from the picks themselves. It's more so like the positioning for them that a lot of people struggle. Like if you look at mages, I feel like they can all do the same thing, but the difference lies on how often are they able to survive in these fights to do that certain thing, which is add that additional damage or utility, because a lot of the popular mages are very immobile. Either they're slow or they have to stay still to cast this certain spell, and you have to be in great positioning to be able to do that. And I feel like that's the hard part, because it seems easy on paper until you have to get out here in this competitive realm in the Land of Dawn, where it seems like everyone is a threat to be able to take you out. So that's probably the hard part there. So to call a mage, you know what, actually, I know what a mage that's hard. It's not hard skill-wise, but I think creatively it's hard, and that's Valentina. You have to be a very smart player, very versatile and adaptable to take Valentina, look at an enemy composition, even when there's not too many ults that may be best for you, and to come up with a great situation for yourself. That's hard.
It's like theoretically you need to know how to use every ultimate in the game pretty good.
Right.
Like so theoretically you need to play with every hero in the game good. Like it's a little bit stretch, of course, but yeah. Also I was thinking about Lilia. Lilia is pretty hard in my opinion, like to pinpoint those damage. But we already saw the Eidora, to prove your point, you just said, we already saw the Eidora. A lot of damage, but suffers to positioning. Because every time, if she not initiating first or like follow the initiation, she got caught pretty easily. And she could not even deal the damage to the target she wants to deal damage. She just forced to use all her spells until he die in just roam or like for example, and end up dealing nothing.
Gets put into panic mode, which is definitely not what you want. It goes hand in hand with what you were talking about, the nerves thing, right? Being able to stay consistent in your performance throughout the game, staying level-headed, not really getting thrown off by too much, even if the tempo isn't in your favor, not letting the enemy's tempo throw your tempo off, right? Still being able to stay grounded in what you want to do, the angles you want to take, the plays you want to make. You have to be able to stay in that zone, in this competitive spirit, to be able to outlast, because everyone I feel like at this level is good. If you want to say, it's more the small things, you know, like you said, the confidence, the nerves, the calculated risk. When are you able to go above and beyond what's asked of you? When can you do something? Because some things can't be taught, some things can't be coached. There are certain players that are able to kick into that next gear, and you're like, I don't know how he did it, but I'm glad he did it. Or she. I guess in the competitive spirit, we got to include everyone. He or she. You have to be able to do all these things, all the little things that make these great players on this level.
Yeah, I was just thinking. You reminded me about your words about those plus ones. A little bit like philosophy thing, like the champions percent. Like let's say like 80% of the success is just like the grind. It's just, for example, you just go rank and you play and you keep getting better. But right. Those like latest 20% which separates all the players and the champions are those small things, like small like confidence things and like mental stuff. More like how much effort you want to put into this game to get better.
Right.
And that's what we are. That's what we are now. Like it's the deciding factor, because I believe, like for example, like Fanny from those games, from those second game. If he now just go to the random ranked game, he would be just spectacular. Like 35, like 50% damage. He just blasting everyone. But you cannot just do it like in this kind of situations. And this is the things most people are probably not thinking of in this tournament, not counting.
And there's a really great saying for that as well, to really tie in everything we said, that I really love to reiterate to teams and players that are aspiring to get to this level. And I'm glad you brought up the rank game, because a lot of people think that matters transitioning into the pro scene, and it does not. The things that got you here, right, to Phygital Games, for these teams, the things that got you here won't get you there, right? It got you into the event, but it will not win you the event. You have to take it to the next level. You have to bring a little bit more. Everyone that's in this event did the same thing as you to get here. It depends on what you do from now to get to that final stage, get to the quarterfinals, the semifinals, grand finals. Every level, you have to come with a little bit more, because everyone else did the same thing to get to where you are.
Yeah, and it's basically the time spent. Like the simple stuff, it works. It just works. Like on like you cannot pick Phobius right now, but I think it's not. It's different hero when he got rewarded. But on M3, like you could just pick it, and who picked the Phobius basically wins the game most of the times, because he just keep spamming the damage button, and like all the heroes keep getting damage. Like and who pick like easy pick with a lot of damage wins. But sometimes actually I saw in the tournaments, like and you saw as well, like that Lancelot skin, you remember, from Bran, who was just 15-2, and so he turns out to be a good performer under the immense pressure, like grand finals, like, and he still doesn't feel it at all. So sometimes some people can overcome these things. I guess it's one of those plus ones.
It is one of the plus ones, having a player like that, but it's again one of those, like you said, it's a sometimes, someone type thing, not an everyone thing. If everyone can do it, players like you said, Carl Teasy, players like Kyrie, players of those calibers wouldn't really stand out if everyone could do it. But again, it's a special, unique asset to certain players that are able to ascend to that I'm here moment. This is my moment. I'm going to take this game by the reins. And that, again, like you said, that is definitely a plus one, because everyone can't be that guy. A lot of them fall into the we're all good, we're going to equally put forth this effort and try to win this game together. Hopefully, though, I'm really interested to see in this match, because last game, like you said, you didn't think there was any really star players. And after seeing the series, I agree. I feel like it was a very even rosters from both sides. It wasn't too much of anyone doing a little more than the other. The draft really won. Whoever was having that early game composition was absolutely winning out, or were at least able to bridge the gap from early to late game. Here, though, between Team Hack and I believe Okami Esports, I'm hoping maybe we can see one of those star players, because although they make a lot of selfish plays, you have to admit it's very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, but sometimes you can ruin with it if it not
Yeah.
works. You get into too many responsibility and you need to perform. If you not perform, you can like ruin a lot. But I hope it's not going to be the case for our next competitors. Okami Esports going to the stage, like doing a little train, I guess.
They look excited to be here as they're all waving out here, very enthusiastic and ready to be a part of Phygital Games, a lovely tournament out here in Russia. And coming up next, we got Team Hack, a familiar face to many. If you keep your eyes on the professional scene, they're definitely a team to be concerned about. And honestly, for Okami Esports, I know they're glad to be here, but they got a job to do. And it's not going to be an easy job, especially from Team Hack. I know we're talking about star players. Well, they got two of them. How about I give you the twin Min and Man, the M&M combination, a candy name, but nothing sweet about them.
Yeah, we saw they performed yesterday, but it was not about their bad or great performance. It was just overall tempo of the enemy team was just too high for them.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this composition here, the lineup, the roster in between these teams. Again, very familiar with Team Hack myself personally. Lola, Min, Man, Hito, and Nine. Up against, though, Okami Esports, a team I'm not familiar with. I don't know if you have any insight on them. We'll get to that in a minute. But looking at their roster, you got Rise, Criminal, Kenji, Senzi, Okinawa, and Snap with the fancy 4 instead of the Nay. Don't forget that. Are these players or is this team familiar to you? Have you ever seen them in competition?
Yeah, sure. I saw them. I saw them in the latest MPL MENA. They placed second and almost snatched the victory out of another team. And yeah, they are pretty, like, have a lot of team play, a lot of different, like, let's say, weapons to use. And it's the question, does Team Hack let them use these weapons, this best of 3?
They got weapons here. Okay, so speaking of, you said they got weapons. Do you have a player maybe in mind from here that stands out for them? Is there an ultimate weapon here, or are they all just a bunch of loose cannons?
Yeah, they all just a bunch of loose cannons.
They all can get the job done, right? Given the right circumstance. Well, all right, there you have it. We got Team Okami Esports, a team of loose cannons. Everyone able to get the job done up against Team Hack, another very well-established team. So both MPL teams, both very strong in their MPL performances. Apparently Okinawa, like WarBarbie said, was able to come up in second place. Definitely no joke when you're talking about the major professional leagues. No matter what the region is, the competition is always tough to get through. So second place is nothing to scuff at. But this is the Phygital Games, and things can change very quickly here. We saw with the underdogs able to take Series 1 in between Flux, Impunity, and Team Max. Will we see that happen again? I'm not sure. Our answers will be answered soon, WarBarbie, because we're at the draft already for Series 2.
Will we see Eidora again? Like yesterday when Team Hack was playing against Falcon, they picked Eidora. As far as I remember, they wanted to try like counter pick Fanny, and it didn't quite work as well. And we were talking about actually like weird, let's call them weird combos. And I remember like some team picked like Jawhead, Rome, and Eidora, and was actually blasting. Like everyone they catch, they just kill like instantly.
Automatic.
Yeah, automatically. Maybe we can see something like this. Maybe the classic one, like Lolita Kadita, like this kind of stuff, or even like a long time ago we could see like Lolita and Selena, but now Selena can't be picked as a major role, but still maybe some fancy combos from Min and Ban. I mean.
When you talk about Team Hack, I feel like you will see that. Even if it's not the Eudora, you're going to see something weird, something unorthodox, that creative stuff that we're talking about. And they love kind of being outside the box. When I look at Team Hack, I think of teams like Todak, or even a team just from Myanmar, because that region is completely unorthodox. Teams like that, but I love watching them because, again, they don't play default. It's hard to adjust to them because they don't play I guess what you would consider normal in pro play, right, in the competitive scene. Eudora and Jawhead, no one's thinking about that, right? You're not going to the game figuring they're going to go Eudora and Jawhead. That's just not a regular occurrence. So that's like one of those or it can be a stream. Sometimes it can be a weakness.
Yeah, you just mentioned the Todak, and it's like first thing which came to the mind. It's like Lunox jungle, of course, which is like wow.
Iracle mid from Chief guys, right?
Yeah,
stuff like that.
I mean, I'm fascinated to watch when it's actually working. It's not like like a troll pick. It's actually high level. It's like pretty fast. It has an idea to it. It's not just for the hype pick. Of course, you can go like Mia jungle, but will it work? Like if you make it work, yeah, that's pretty good.
It's only good when it works. I agree. Other than that, it looks like a troll. But speaking of things that work, speaking of things that are default, Valentina first pick from the side of Okami Esports. They're going to enter in this draft in a very reliable fashion. We saw this as well in the last series. Valentina first pick. Again, a good draft deterrent. Ooh, wow. Right away.
Straight away, yeah.
Fanny and Angela. Wow.
Angela every time gets banned, but when she's not, she's just go into the game. And last time we saw Angela like yesterday from the actually team Lilgun. It was like weird pick again, like the mage Angela actually. I mean, in the role of the mage, Grok was on roam mid lane, so he was farming mid, and Angela was with Uranus like side lane, was completely dominating the lane. So are we going to see something, some execution like this, or are we gonna see like basic execution like roam, mid, and just mid things?
I think, especially because it's Team Hack, they have locked in a Fredrin and a Fanny. Now, obviously, the Fanny, it should go into the jungle. I can't say it will. I've seen Fanny go in roams in some games. I've seen Fanny go in XP. You really never know. But if we're going to just apply the default here, Fanny goes jungle. I think we could see an Angela in the position 5, and you could even see Fredrin in the position 4. That is also something that has happened abroad in other scenes, in ISF Asia, MPL Indonesia, that's got their, obviously they're the first MPL that ended up starting. The Angela in the roam, and something like a Fredrin, something like a Grok, even maybe potentially something like an Arlai, right, in the mid lane as well, has been something that's been feasible, been usable. And I feel like from a team like Team Hack, you could absolutely see that kind of composition, that kind of lineup be ran.
Yeah, I agree. I'm actually feeling like it could be like mid lane Fredrin and like side and Angela again. Like, I never know. But Kadita and Uranus got banned, actually.
Yeah. So they don't want the pickoffs. And I'm not mad at that. You definitely don't want to see that happen. I imagine if they ban the Uranus, maybe then they want to go for the Esmeralda potentially, unless they just banned out the Uranus, just because they don't want to deal with the sustain, because they do have a Fanny, right? So they're obviously looking for a burst of damage. Isn't going to be too good up against Uranus, because Fanny's obviously not going to one-shot him. So that could also be a reason.
Yeah, they look for the poke, and then Fanny comes in and just make a kill. Or Link, but Link get banned. It's like two heroes who good with, if your side lanes just keep trading HP, and you like, oh, that's for me, and you just fly in and kill. And by the way, Brody and Leslie got banned, so don't want to deal with like high damage in one-shot heroes.
Yeah, and I mean, they banned out the Brody and the Leslie, so okay, so now I'm wondering, are we getting a Claude from Team Hack potentially? Because I was wondering,
we might
I was
see,
like, go ahead.
It seems like Team Hack want them to pick like this slow damage, like accumulative damage hero, because they banned like high DPS heroes, but in the like we left with the heroes with the long run DPS.
Okay, yeah, I definitely can see that reasoning point then. And they locked in that Beatrix, which is, I feel like, a nice pick. Obviously, it's always going to do okay. Beatrix is she's always going to be in that top, I won't say top, but in the top realm of marksman, just because of how flexible she is, right? You can put her in a team fight composition. You can put her in the pickoff. She can split if you need be, as long as you have some decent vision provided. So I feel like it's a great pick there, especially they've already banned out Brody, who's a lane harasser. They banned out Leslie, who's another lane harasser. The only one that's really left is something like the Melissa, but they're going to go for the Herod here.
It's probably, I would say like it's the only pick, but it's not actually the only pick, because it's you don't want to get too much attention draft-wise for the Fanny. Like Yeah, we'll see that. We're gonna see that. It's Fredrin mid or Kaja mid. You never know. I mean,
it's Kaja mid now at this point. They're gonna shift the. That is so flexible. That's hard. This is why I said like you can't read this. Like this is such a concealed and flexible draft. We were already pretty much. I feel like deadlocked that we thought we were gonna see a Fred and Angela.
It's a gimmick for something early game, that's for sure. They're gonna do something, like either go to X plane or either go straight up to the enemy buff and do something, and because of, like, draft-wise, you cannot read this. They might go for the gold lane, like duo gold, or like... but other teams who used such strategy always going for like mage and explainer double X for the level, so maybe it's not that concealed actually.
Speaking of things concealed, right here on the screen, brought to you live and in the flesh by Siberia Studios, we got game 1 of series 2 in between Okami Esports up against Team Hack. Who will come out on top? We have a clear underdog up against a clear front runner, but we saw how that went in Series 1 of WarBarbie, so things could get interesting fast.
Yeah, and by the way, Harry, so I wanted to finish my point about the Fanny. If she picked, you cannot just go like all the heroes like against Fanny. Like you already see Hufra, you already see Martis, and if you see like Melissa on top of it, is it like too much maybe for one hero?
Potentially too much, but speaking of too much, a fight's already breaking out. And right now, man with the Angela is going to go ahead and immobilize Criminal for name. He's going to find the first blood already right over the 1 minute mark, and that's the type of start you want to see with the Fanny WarBarbie.
Wow, Fredrin was actually so good with denying that ball of Hufra with the airborne effect. And the Fanny goes just straight in because of that.
Ooh, that's actually a great point, actually. Being able to cancel that magic ball is absolutely detrimental, because what other answer do they have to stop the steel cables besides maybe a lucky Mortal Coils catching the Fanny? But that's not going to happen as often as the magic ball stopping the Fanny. So that's a great point that you made, and honestly, whether it was intentional or not should be something that should be looked to be replicated. But speaking of replicated, obviously again another clear fan favorite here is Team Hack. Sub 60%, but look at that, the magic ball on Tanan, stopping Fanny just a little bit. Was going to be able to escape. The first turtle spawning in.
I feel like Rice Criminal is kinda like slow with the prediction of direction cable gonna go, but I think this time he just didn't go because Harriet was not level 4.
Could have been the case here, but look at this. Turtle is being contested. Mortal Coil has already been used. There goes the Divine Judgment, but the Heart Guard's going to help him sustain. Fanny needs to get out of the way, but he's not going to be able to. Senzi will take him down. Jungler already missing. Hito will trade out, though, takes out Okinawa. Harith goes down in that 1v1. Turtle, though, still up for grabs for Okami Esports. Fanny just spawned back in, doesn't have the purple buff. Gonna have to make a quick decision. Will they go for the purple, or will they contest with no purple and look to go for the 50-50 on the red trade? It looks like he's actually going to go for the trade. As Okami will go ahead and pick up this turtle, you can see over there on the other side, purple buff by name being worked on for the +1 for the trade. It should be able to go pick up his own purple buff as well, because no one is threatening his purple buff.
Yeah, you can see this strategy from the Asian teams actually a lot. They trade off the turtle for the purple buff, yeah, and sometimes for the gold laner kill probably, but this time for the purple buff. And Okami Esports didn't read that quite well, and now they left up without purple buff for the jungler.
Absolutely. So I love that they went for that, man, going for that trade, and it went unanswered, and it keeps them in the lead, not by a lot, but a lead is a lead, and you can see that the trade they went for obviously worked out, and they still have the purple buff for themselves to work with, and I'm loving that they spaced it out. Not going to rush both purple buffs, so still have something to fall back on. Let's say if Nane ended up falling for whatever reason in between that time, had a purple buff to fall on, but now he's going to go ahead and look to secure it. But Okami Esports starting to move in, but the purple buff's already been secured, so no pressure will be there, but look at them stacking up in the river.
Yeah, something going to happen. It's about to rain probably. But the Harriet actually died like solo to the Beatrix, and I wanted to say like some miscommunication, slight miscommunication. Oh, hold on.
Speaking of communication, they're trying to go make the play, have the hard guard, but gets pulled by the Divine Judgment. That's going to drop to less than half HP, even with the Angela. Zaman force drops down, but no one going to be left out to dry in that fight. Everyone will still be standing, as a lot was utilized there, but nothing comes from it.
Khufra was a little bit greedy with his flicker. I think he should just use second skill and go in under the Divine Judgment, I think, stealing Divine Judgment of Valentina. But the slight communication I was talking about again. Okay, next time. We got a fight here. Khufra initiating the fight. Mortal Coin follows up and flicker again out.
Does flicker out, so again, no one going to fall. Turtle up for grabs here at WarBarbie, and right now you can see a bit of the control is in the favor of Okami. They have all their members currently present, but Team Hack quick to respond, and they do have the turret aggro, but look at this. They're going to shove in that mid wave, so now they're going to force a response. This is a good play from them. This is the type of macro that you want to see. But the Fanny, the Angela, the Heart Guard combination with the Steel Cables, you're watching Attack on Titan come at you live. Name picks up the turtle and Steel Cables his way out. Lola in a bit of a 1v2, wants to keep going, goes in for the energy eruption, finds the taunt, but now Mortal Coils comes out. He's dropped low HP, still alive, still standing, somehow, some way. Look at the flicker from Hito, very aggressive on the Beatrix, and will again win the 1v1 up against Okinawa on the side. He's now 0-2 for Okami Esports, and that's not the start you want to see.
Wow, actually Fredrin was healed by his shield in the very last second before the Martis ultimate. Wow, that was so good for him. Or maybe not even shield, maybe no roam equipment heal, so it was the shield probably. So I was talking about miscommunication a little bit, like second time here. Khufra, like on the bottom lane, they did good fight, but then Khufra pick up level 4, used his ultimate and nobody followed him. Like the couple of like half of the fight was good, but the other fight was not.
Was not. Speaking of fights, another one underway. Magic Ball doing a good job of holding him in place. Will they be able to pick up the kill? Blocks the cable. Beautiful execution by Rose Criminal there. The Heart Guard will not save Name here on the Fanny. So that's something about communication going on. Another nice knockover with the Tyrant's Rage. More Coils is on top of Lola. He may not be able to sustain it this time here. WarBarbie barely escapes, walks away. But about a quarter of HP may help them sustain there. But I have to say, I have to ask you a question as well. We're talking about Rose Criminal, talking about communication. Talk to me. What do you feel about this quantum charge on the Kufra?
I mean, we saw it already. It's pretty fun. Like, I think you can trigger it from the far range because of the passive, and run a little bit faster and to initiate maybe.
You know what? Honestly, that's actually a pretty good. I don't know. I feel like that's actually a really good call because the passive right from Kufra, like you said, does have the long range, but it also has the healing capability, right? When you land that auto attack, it heals you for a bit, and if you stack that with the quantum charge, a little bit more sustain.
Double kill, yeah, double sustain. Double. So it's more like a positioning initiation thing instead of just blast.
Oh, speaking of positioning and initiation, a nice jump into the bush there, gonna facilitate a kill into Kenji's hand. They're not gonna stop there. Another decimation from Kenji. He's on a tear. Someone's gonna stop that runaway train. Puts another decimation on the name, but not low enough to find the kill. Rise jumps in with the Tyrant's Rage, won't connect on the mark there. Turtle aggro has been pulled by Team Hack. It's gonna go ahead and be reset. Good play from them, but look at that. Senji has joined into the fight. The XP laner from Okami Esports is now here, but he's going to go back to top lane. And meanwhile, Nane was actually potentially going to clear up that wave as well, but a response in timely manner. His Lord spawns it.
I was just thinking, like, does Turtle get evolved into the Lord?
It did get evolved.
So it's like kind of evolution thing. Yeah.
Pokemon.
Just kidding. I was thinking about Okami Esports should keep this phase up, keep initiating these fights, making these kills to actually snag the game.
They are. Speaking of things here, they're going for an early Lord without securing too much. Will they be able to pick it up? Kenji does find it, but the Lord will knock up all. No one has fallen just yet, but changed my mind. Lola takes out Rose Criminal, and a cutthroat over the wall from Nane will take down S, and he's looking for a little bit more underneath the tower. Lola will pick up the double kill. Fredrin, the walking petrified, 3-1-3, leading the Stampede for Team Hack.
this Lord is not going to do anything. I guess he wanna buy some time. They don't clean it, and next wave of super minions gonna spawn as well, and the Okami Esports can go for push now because Team Hack decided to go for bottom tower instead of fast cleaning Lord, and now we're going to have 2 mega waves, and this means Okami Esports is going to push mid lane if they decided to.
Okami Esports is doing more than just pushing the lanes. They're actually pushing a bit of the tempo up against Team Hack. Like you said, that Lord was pretty aggressive, very early, very fast, and without securing even a pick off, without taking anyone or zoning off to any members, rushing that down and securing it right in the face of the Team Hack. So Okami Esports, maybe one of the teams that, like you were talking about, loves the calculated risk, as Rise Criminal almost knocked Bane on his path, but now he's being punished. Divine Judgment will go ahead, but the conceal, it might help him. But no, the Nibiru's passion reveals him. Tried to catch him was Lola, but Min will go ahead and take him down. That was almost a sneaky escape there as Okami Esports was looking for the mid tower, but Fanny comes down with the Heart Guard as man will take a kill courtesy of the piggyback ride onto the Fanny.
Wow, talking about calculated risk, it was definitely not one of the cases, because it's like something similar when you hook on Franco on the cable Fanny, but Rice Criminal trying to first kill Fanny out of the cable, but he didn't notice like the whole train of enemy team approaching from the mid lane.
And right now, speaking of the mid lane, a little bit of pressure from Team Hack. Nibiru's passion is going to drop him low. Hito will find the kill as Abrasion Raffles coming down. Senzi has been erased from the map. But look at Nane flying high. I thought he was going to come down mid, but he had to pick up that purple buff first. I was like, well, we're going to see another base to the face there, live and in action. Look at Team Hack, though, looking to apply pressure into the jungle. Lola in a bit of a 1v3. Gets to Heart Guard, though, with the Zaman Force dropping on top of him. But here comes the Fanny. The Heart Guard is helping him sustain so much. His name will find Okinawa. So there goes the back liner. Double kill for the jungler from Team Hack. Showing you the power on the Fanny. WarBarbie, I know we were questioning about the simplicity and the complexity of these drafts, and we put Fanny in the box that not many should check off. But Team Hack doing a good job so far with it.
Yeah, true, but I'm thinking as well about Beatrix and Harriet comparison. In comparison, Beatrix just go for the initiation and follow up with damage, but now initiation was quite good. I mean, Fred Green just went into the bush and he didn't know there are 3 people, yet they couldn't kill him, couldn't blast him pretty much. Zaman Force was dropped down, but damage was kinda low.
I mean, it's really hard to do too much. I mean, he already has the Heart Guard, and then you have to think. The Zaman Force dropped right on top of him, right in the path of the Energy Eruption. So while Harith is trying to put out what little damage that he does have, being taunted, being knocked up is a good way to stop a Harith from applying as much damage as they would like to. It's only 4 seconds really on that ultimate that you really have, or about, what is it, 4 or 5 seconds that you have on the ult, and if you get CC'd for about half of it, well, there goes your answer. Not a lot to do there.
Yeah, true. Seems like Okami Esports cannot keep up with the pace. We was talking about execution of the ultimates. Like Hufra need to keep making good ultimates, keep making good pickups, and then maybe Valentina some divine judgments stolen from the Kaja, and they could keep up with the tempo this way, but it's not the case apparently.
Not the case at all. Nibiru Passion, though, from Hito is going to force in that cannon minion. S will be quick to respond. There's a Lord, though, knocking on their doorstep down on the bot side. Look at the conceal from On. He wants to play. Finds the flicker, but he gets knocked up as he jumps in. Now, here comes the knockout strike. The CC train of pain has been unleashed, but Hito will strike first. Will take down Senzi, even though they had such a great opener. But look at Nine trying to find the damage onto the crystal base. Lord has been cleared out. They got 3 waves moving in and 1 member missing from Okami Esports. That's a recipe for disaster, potentially. HP bars are dropping, but so is the crystal base. No one can stop Team Hack, and they're looking to send them back to the loading screen, and they will. WarBarbie strike first, 1-0.
Nice, last fight, wow. It was so unlucky for the Hufra. Did you saw like it was concealed? First kill was charged by Hufra, and Kaja just flicked into the Hufra, and Hufra released first kill and immediately stunned him, and he also stunned with ultimate 2 people, and Okami Esports should just blast down these 2 targets, but they went survive like with low HP, and this was so unfortunate. I already knew they're gonna probably go down after this kind of fight.
This was very rough from Okami here, man. It really seemed like from the jump, and you kind of pointed it out, that it felt like Team Hack might pull something a little cheesy here in the early game to kind of throw them off, and they did, right? They found the first blood onto Rise Criminal with Kufra, and I think I even mentioned this earlier, right? When you're going in with the Kufra, you don't really have that escape. I think we were comparing it to the Cho, and honestly, Angela at level 1 was enough to take down Rise Criminal for the first blood. So we clearly saw the advantage, right, that they had from Team Hack to find the immobilization, the slow effect to offer up the first blood to the Fanny, and from there, things just kept going in their favor. Okami was never really able to shift the focus from them and onto themselves.
Yeah, Team Hack looks like consistently going like for their objectives. They like a little bit adding more tempo, and then like all over the place. And I feel like the turning point for the Okami Esports team was this jump on Kufra on top lane on Fanny without follow-up. Even if he could land it, nobody followed it. Like it was too much, too rush for him.
What you call it, the miscommunication. It was a miscommunication there. Not enough talky to be able to follow up those plays. And that's always the thing about those big initiators. You can make as many great sets as you want to, but if the follow-up and focus is not there, the two Fs, the FF isn't there, you might end up needing to just FF in general, right? Because no follow-up means no damage, means no win, it means you lose. That's just quick math, all right? Fun, hey, just good math right there.
if you not get the two Fs, you got the third one.
It's a really rough one to call. Honestly,
and then so I was talking about the tempo. Just Okami Esports just couldn't make it because of higher tempo, and this Kufra is, I mean, he's good, but he's like so hard to land it. Sometimes like he's getting his like first skill ultimate, but he really needs this 10 out of 10 to make it happen. Actually, you cannot just land 1, land 2, land 3 ultimates and then not land 1, not land like 4s, 5s, and we see where it goes.
And you know, looking at it too, it's very hard. Like Kufra is one of those roams where it's not a very click and profit type of roam, right? Like if you play an Atlas, you click Flicker, you click ult, good things are probably going to happen. Kufra, you have to be pretty accurate. Like if you can't land that S1, the ultimate doesn't even matter, because you have to be able to close the gap. You have to be able to find the engagement, the extended range with the Flicker even. But speaking of extension, looking at the screen here, MVP from Hito from Team Hack to break a little pace of that. What did you take note of that? 41% team damage. That is absolutely
that's insane. Wow.
That is ridiculous.
This is like, we were talking the other day about that, like protect the king strategy. Yeah, certainly it's something around that. Like full damage build, and I mean you could get pick up with Kufra, I guess. This would be a turning point probably. They should, I mean Team Okami Esports should go like for some risky conceal play, like maybe Camp Bush and lucky pickup of Beatrix to make this defense happen. They just couldn't defend this on the base, like straight up, because Beatrix just go for the front lane and just demolish everyone. Like you cannot tank her with this kind of farm.
Yeah, I mean this is really one of the moments where you can say a carry was really there. I mean 41% team damage is absolutely something to recognize as being I mean that's 40% is almost 50. You know, if we really want to talk about it, almost half of the team's damage coming from one character. That is absolutely insane, especially at this scene where you would feel like there's a better job at containing picks, but honestly, who was there to really shut down this Beatrix? There was no pressure to really contain him. We saw even in the 1v1, they had the Beatrix on the weak side of the map and able to take advantage. Okinawa honestly making some mistakes on the Herald. You know you got to scale for the late game. Can't really take these 1v1s early and somehow misplayed it. Got taken out, and that was a very big fumble because at that point, you let the Beatrix get to that important item like BOD and Spike a lot earlier.
Like you basically pick Harriet for the counter to Beatrix. Like Harris should win the lane. Like otherwise, why would you pick the mage on the gold lane? If only this mage like wins the lane, because the mage is not going to carry the game like the physical damage hero, like constantly dealing a lot of damage. Harith just get his ultimate and like sustainable big fight, and on the other hand, physical damage is just pumping in. But potentially Beatrix could go down through the Valentina Divine Judgment and double second skill to the team. Maybe something like huge plays like this. On top of Hufra, maybe. Hufra jumps on one target and Valentina picks another, but it's like too hard to execute.
And that's one of those things as well. You know, we were talking about the complexity of the drafts, but also the creativity. And that's why I said Valentina's like probably the hardest mage to pull off, because that was an option. You could have done something like that, but you have to be able to get there mentally before you can make it translate in the game. If you don't even think about it, because it has to be a thought, right? You have to be like, okay, I could take the Kaja ultimate, I could stack this up with the Kufra, we can make these individual pickoffs, or we can stack on top of each other to transition, but it has to be a thought first, and that really depends on your player, how creative they are naturally, and not everyone has it. And you can see the Valentina isn't always going to profit, even if it is a strong pick. But speaking of strong picks and things that will profit, we're in second draft here. Team Hack, Okami Esports. Hack has the upper hand. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Could look to replicate the same things, but obviously from Okami, we might need to change a few things here at the draft, WarBarbie.
Yeah, and one of these few things is probably Angela again, or Fanny. I mean, they might go for one of those, but if they ban like Fanny, does they ban Link on top of it? Because Team Hack probably gonna go for Link instead of Fanny, because it's like kind of similar play style, kind of similar idea. I just was thinking about one moment on top, last moment about previous game when Valentina ulted Fanny, drag her under the turret, and Hufra goes in. And there was funny moment. I mean, it's not funny for the Okami Esports. Fanny was flying, and Hufra did ult, but you actually cannot catch with your ult while something is like moving. So you actually can dodge Hufra ult with just a jump. Imagine carry and her like second skill. If you're standing around Hufra and Hufra ults, you actually can second skill through it, and you're not gonna get ulted. And it's just what happened. Fanny was flying around, flying with her cable, and he actually landed the ult, but you cannot do it like this. It was unfortunate.
It's a great explanation from you, WarBarbie there. And honestly, unfortunate for them, that is a game mechanic that is implemented, and they've met it in, like you said, a non-humorous way for them, but a little humorous for us up here on the desk, and maybe for some of the viewers. But speaking of things that we're seeing up here on the desk, the Fanny did get banned out, and you were talking about, will they have to focus in the link? I would agree that might have to be an option, because they do function, I would say, the same. They have the same amount of backline pressure. I think the only difference, and it's always how I felt, is that for the Fanny, you're looking for that early game, and then in the late game, you're looking more for the split push. You're not really as lethal. But for the Ling, you really scale as the assassin on Ling. You look for the items, and you kind of play it a little more slow. Maybe go for pressure more of the towers. Maybe go for some gold lane focus if you can, if they're low enough, before you reach that kind of dangerous point later on in the game. But they do function the same. The cross map potential is the biggest thing that they both have. But they're going to ban out the Angela, and I'm not mad at that, because that helps lower the threat of the Ling if they do decide to take it.
They still might go for the Link, I think, because it's have like similar play style, but it's just open question. Does Team Hack rely on Angela that much on these kind of strategies? Because the answer is no. They're not relying on that, and they go for Link straight away.
Well, you know, they say behind every strong man is an even stronger woman, so hopefully with them taking the E-girl away from Ling, it might help them reduce the composition a bit of the threat. But like you said, obviously not going to deter them from the Ling. They're still going to have that functionality that you would get from a Fanny with the cross-map potential, the backline pressure, and of course, obviously the ability to assassinate those very key targets in the back line. And honestly, man, Ling at this level is very hard to deal with. It's a very scary situation to be in. With the Tempest of Blade and the mobility that he has, Team Hack definitely has a very strong pick. But from the side of Okami Esports, they looked for something a little simple. They went for the Fredrin, and now they've paired it up with this Leslie.
Not bad. That's a pretty good idea, Leslie, because they got focused. Oh, okay. Instead, Beatrice instead, they went for the earlier ADC because probably because the fourth and fifth band was actually ADC, so they decided to go earlier with it.
Honestly, I was
or they want to use pick as ban in this situation because last game Beatrix was and Fredrin as well, so they might using picks as bans, and it's only good strategy if you playing good with the heroes. Actually, you cannot use pick as bans and not perform.
We talk a lot about the +1s, but you can also draft yourself a -1, right? When you're trying to go for those denial picks. But if a Lear gets locked in, and that is a outstanding answer to the Fredrin. He's a walking petrified, but it feels like he's petrified when you're facing Valir because those searing torrents, the immobilization effect, the stun, the knockback from the Valir, it's very hard to deal with these melee fighters.
But this is actually going to be probably Valir Roamer, because Valentina is being picked, and also it's kind of denying not only Fredrin, which exists now, but future picks of something like Bane. You can't pick against Valir because he just counters these frontlaners.
And right now we're seeing the Farsa being paired up. That's not bad with the Fredrin. If he's able to eventually end up being able to close the gap, a nice pop-up knock-up from him with that second skill or the Energy Eruption, the taunt is a great tool to utilize for Farsa to combo in with that Feather Airstrike. So I do like that, but what do you pair up for? Because they're gonna need something to overcome.
Is it a good idea?
Is it a good idea?
Against Link, I mean stationary target. You ult a Link flies onto you.
Right on top.
Maybe you need something like Lolita, maybe. I mean for the extra shield, extra HP, at least something, or like they're gonna try go for Kaja, probably.
I was wondering about something because like this Valir pick still has to be dealt with because for that to even work, like even aside from the Ling, that's only going to open up if Fredrin's able to close that gap. But there's a Valir here in the way, so this is one of those situations where I feel like you have to get creative. You can't attack one directional, right? Because if you're coming at a straight linear path, Valir's going to stop. Right, that's just how that works. You have to bring multiple angles against the Valir. If you can attack from the sides, attack from the flank, and from the front, then Valir can't handle everything. But they only have limited spaces now to make that happen. You only got 2 slots left, potentially an EXP. Fredrin doesn't get flexed, or in your jungle here to make that kind of work, or roam, whichever one ends up, I guess, being stayed. Because right now we still don't really know where Fredrin's gonna go.
Yeah, most likely gonna go jungle, I think. But like last games shows it not necessary going jungle. Maybe it's like conceal strategy you mentioned earlier. Who knows? But we see this strategy more of different regions, from different regions. But it's like MENA region, it more all play. Let's say like this.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, that's a good solution. Good solution. Heal, shield, and plus mobility. Super good.
Man, I didn't want to sound like a doofus saying it. I was gonna say Mathilda would be a great option, but I know a lot of people don't play Mathilda anymore. She's not really in the meta. But when you're facing something out of the box, you kind of got to match it out of the box. You have something very good at stopping engages, you got to take something that's good at creating engages. And Mathilda is by far one of the best creative ways to initiate a team fight in that category for the position 5. So I'm really loving it. But Team Hack is bringing all the aggression right now.
Oh man, maybe Yuzhong is gonna fit here. I think it would be pretty good to go straight up for Clint and denying Clint out of the fight. And hoping your team gonna deal with this squishy front lane, with this like Matilda Fredrin is pretty fat and they can fly if they know how to do the combo. Oh, it's Fredrin as we mentioned earlier. Yeah.
The Fredrin flex. I'm not mad at that, because imagine trying to leave that Fredrin in the jungle, having to deal with Valier. You're at a losing uphill battle at that point. So I think moving Fredrin to the side lanes far away from Valier was probably their best course of action, and they slotted something in the jungle that's high mobility that Valier's not going to be able to deal with, and not only not be able to deal with, but is also a target for this jungle. Hayabusa is obviously the winning matchup up against the Valier, so I love what the Okami Esports did. It's a complex draft. It's not simple to pull off, so we'll have to see if they'll be able to capitalize on it. But as far as on paper here, WarBarbie, I think they did the best they could on responding to Team Hack.
Yeah, I actually think in its draft is equal. Maybe 51% to Okami and like 49 to Hack, because it's like the only downside of Okami, I mean not Okami, Team Hack draft is like squishiness, and that's it.
And that's actually something to worry about for Team Hack, right? Obviously, they have the damage, but where's the sustain? They're very glass cannon. Their engages, honestly, they don't really have many engages. They were actually banking on counter engages.
True, and Clint want to stay on the back line and just pumping damage, and that's might be not the case in this game, but we'll see. Execution is the key.
I feel like they have so many answers for the Clint to kind of make him uncomfortable, because Clint only has that satchel, right, for the step back. It's not a very high mobility skill. Obviously, you can lower the cooldown if you land it, but even then, he's still a very immobile marksman for the most part. And when you have a Farsa, when you have a Hayabusa, and now a Mathilda with the airlines to kind of create that new way to engage, I feel like Hito can really struggle in this matchup if Okami plays it right. Like you said, you're giving them the 51% advantage on paper, but the next part of the competitive matchmaking is execution, because we all can do pretty good at draft. We can all take pretty nice picks, but what can you do with them is what's really going to matter. So hopefully Okami Esports can match the draft up with the gameplay even somewhat. If they can bring halfway the amount of tension and detail that they did in draft into the gameplay, I feel like you said they have a pretty good chance of winning this. But again, it all comes down to the execution.
Yeah, true. That's one of the reasons why I don't believe in tier lists, because you don't play equally with all the heroes.
That's right. And speaking of equally, a big dump of resources there for the cut. They want to get the advantage. They have level 4 already on Lola, and now Senzi is going to be very slow to be able to rotate. He's only level 3. They have pulled the turtle aggro completely to their side for the side of Team Hack here. Okami Esports with prime positioning. You can see Kenji is very late to the party, and he has no purple buff yet still. It still hasn't even spawned in, so him challenging this will be very odd. Senzi, for whatever reason, still going, and he's going to win that! Are you kidding me? The Appraiser's Wrath brings in the value for Okami Esports, and they're looking for the fight. Flicker comes in, but the Mon will find the first blood with that final auto attack on the Valentina, so a bit of a trade there. Turtle for first blood, but wow, we got to talk about that still.
Wow, I really think Link was trying to like grid his retribution to not get his buff invaded, actually. That's my guess. And last second, when Fredrin casted his ultimate, he like panically used retribution, tried to seal the deal, but it was too late.
And honestly, I'm not even sure if I don't know. Like, you could say maybe it's for the greeting, but also we have to take note that it's not like Kenji was missing, right? Lola gave vision on him, and we knew he didn't have the purple buff. So speaking of vision, Mon may not see another day, hit by the feather airstrike, and now here comes the Ling, drops the Tempest of Blaze, but there goes the Wings by Wings to be able to escape, and a little bit of extra mobility, a little razzle-dazzle there. A little furthermore, that this engage Okami Esports will be able to break away without losing a member, but now Mon applying pressure with the Valier onto this Mathilda, able to sidestep a couple of those torrents. He's going to run out of those fireballs.
Such a nice try from Farsa. Did you saw like last hit? It was like out of reach, but she flicked in to move her ultimate closer to get this, but was kinda doing it late. If she used just this fast enough, she would make the kill probably.
And right now, speaking about feather airstrike, comes down to clear out the waves. As you can see, Rise is taking a little bit of damage. Look at Kenji. Potentially can find a target, but they're going to reveal him ahead of this. Able to use a very nice shadow to get back over that gold crab wall and not get caught inside the turret or by any CC from the members of Team Hack. And you know what? Something that should be discussed, something I feel like we didn't even go over, right? We were talking about them having glass cannon, but also where is the CC, or should I say the single target lockdown for Kenji?
Oh, I don't know. It's going to be rough for him, but it's more going to be the consequence of the positioning, I think.
Speaking of positioning, Lola caught out in a bad spot. Rise will pick up that kill, going 1-for-1 on the scoreboard now between Okami Esports and Team Hack. I think Okami Esports doing a pretty good job. I know we got things in their favor from draft. It could be a little better, but for what it's worth, they're doing all right. Now, can they finally contest? Kenji with the shadow will not be able to pick it up, and now Ling going in. He picked up the turtle, now going for the finalize for Kenji. Drop the Timbers Ablaze. They're in a bit of a 1v1, but here comes S on the far side. Gonna help them as Hito will find the kill on him. S and the rest of the members, 1-for-1 trade here between Okami and Team Hack. Lose the turtle, but still keeping a little even in the team fights.
He just went too deep. Link just went too deep, and the lucky, I mean, if you can say this, lucky jungle minion and Hayabusa just used his ultimate. Link was countered Hayabusa's ultimate with his own ultimate, which resulted him to jump on the jungle minion and kinda get away this way, but Link decided to go on, and he actually couldn't because got stunned, but eventually they killed Hayabusa.
It's definitely an interesting point that you bring up there for sure. The Tempest of Blade and the Ouija Shadow kill interaction. Both junglers could immune the other, but you can't immune this CC and this damage. But the airlines tried to go out, but then will finalize that kill. Criminal. That's the only scary part about having that soft support in the position 5. You can be creative with some of these engages, but you aren't that great at doing the simple things like a face check in the mid-river bush.
Okami Esports getting this like defensive approach to the game again, and they really need to start fighting for those bushes, for those positioning, for those river, and because you really want this squishy enemy pick to be under the turrets and not roaming around the map and actually dealing damage to everyone.
You know, honestly, I'm glad you said something about the bushes because it really will be a deciding factor for both of these teams. Neither one having anyone that can actually face check these bushes reliably. Although I would say I think Okami still would have the edge with the Mathilda if they play it right, maybe with the skill 1. Again, walking into a bush without using the Mathilda properly, almost getting bursted out, but now Final Slash is gone. They could look to re-engage and capitalize. A lot of ultimates used, but no kill picked up. And they're going to go ahead and start on the turtle. But look at the top side of the map. Team Hack applying pressure up to Cincy, but Cincy's going to win! Inside of the 1v2, he's still going to fall, but if you take a kill down in that scenario, that's not bad, but Turtle gets picked up by Team Hack again, so they're looking for the +1 somehow, some way. Kenji stuck in a bad way, able to disengage with the Ouija Shadows, but Lola still has his eyes on him. He knows he doesn't have the ultimate and knows that Shadow's still on cooldown for a little bit. Can he connect? Finds the sun, uses the vengeance. Shadow goes out, but it's not enough. Man will take him down to capitalize on the cooldowns and cool him down.
Wow, every time Fredrin uses his ultimate, I always not expecting this much of damage. Like, I don't know about you, maybe you feel the same, but when he uses, it's like blasts. It slaps.
It always is a shocker, but it's always so entertaining as well. Nothing's better than watching Fredrin drop the hammer and able to make the impossible possible. You love to see it, but look at this. Pressure from Team Hack. Valir is in aggressive position right now, trying to zone out members from the purple boat, but here comes the creative engagement. Mathilda Airlines and the Ouija Shadow kill. The Renner's Empathy is going to miss the mark, and they can't close the gap. Man's going to be able to escape. Feather Airstrike missing by a mile. No one in the range for that damage. So a lot of ultimates used from Okami Esports, and for little to no values, they weren't able to find anyone. Lola trying to find some plays here. Final Slash removes S from the tower, and now here comes the Ling, dropping the Temples of Blaze underneath the tower. Finds one, can they find two? Trying to make it happen, but the true damage from the turrets is just a little too much. They're gonna have to back away, but not before they find the outer turret down the bot side. So a kill and a little bit of the objective. Sprinkle, sprinkle, +1 WarBarbie.
Yeah, and Link actually did some adjustments. This time he didn't go far. I really thought he gonna go for the Beatrix and like trade, but this time he made the adjustments. He understands that he is like top farmer of the map, probably level 13 already, and he don't need to trade like this.
Definitely don't need to trade like this at all, but look at Team Hack. They have some positioning inside the jungle. Mon maybe be a bit of the bait. Lola diving into 3 members. They dropped them low. The feather airstrikes are doing damage. He does drag out the Mathilda Airlines. I think that was the bait they wanted, forcing out the flicker. And while that's happening, a lot of pressure onto the tower. Hito takes it down as he picks up the Berserker Fury. So now WarBarbie, some crit damage finally online for the marksman.
It's already 5k gold advantage and damage is not there. The moments are okay.
How did this happen? Senzi over the wall and gets dropped immediately. While that's happening, though, Okami Esports for a moment were looking for the advantage in the re-engage, but none available. And now Turtle up for grabs for Team Hack. Look at Lola. He's been so aggressive in positioning, so good at baiting, so good at displacing people from the side of Okami Esports with the final slash. Right now, they're too scared to advance forward. They're going to step on the Cyclone, try to get a little more mobility. But again, the damage unloading is going to force back Rise. Nane will pick up the Lord. Purple buff, Okami Esports. Will they be able to get it? He misses the Retribution. And now Lola commits. Dives into the thick of it. Not able to find the kill just yet. Kenji still alive. Man, looking to stun out the Fredrin. He's got his own Petrify skills available. You got a taunt. Well, I got a stun. Right now, minions pushing into the tier 2. Will they look to force this? They will not. Don't want to be too greedy. But now making their way up to the top side, looking to take control of the orange buff. Name trying to pull it. Now Lola diving into things again. Man over the wall with the Valentina. Dashes back. He has the Mathilda ultimate in his back pocket as the Tempest of Blade drops down. Keep your eyes on this. Senzi dropped low, and now pressure onto the tier 2 and the top side will be theirs. They find the tower, WarBarbie.
Yeah, Link is just too much. He Link didn't jump to the fight, but all Okami Esports team was like backing up because of it. Because of they waiting for this Link to jump.
Their airstrike comes out for the clear. They're trying to keep Team Hack back, but how long will that work? They're down 9k gold. That's an extreme deficit to overcome at this level. It's going to take a miracle and a couple prayers to get back in this game from Okami Esports, who's been forced on tower defense. The Lord marching down in the bot lane. A good Ouija Shadow Kill from Kenji will get rid of the mid wave, so they're not going to let them bring too much to crash them so everyone else can focus. But look at Senji forced on the flicker by the Valir. Those Searing Torrents doing a lot of damage there, and this tower will fall. They crack open the base of Okami Esports, and that's exactly what they wanted to do. Now looking at the top side, you can see Ling challenging, able to find the kill on Kenji. He didn't have the ultimate. He used it to clear the wave in a forced calculated error there as Team Hack will look to punish. Timothy Blaze into the tower. They're going to punish out Rise Criminal. He's isolated all by himself. Not able to finalize that kill, but enough to make him go back to the base. And now they're going to look to keep opening up the base. Man over the wall, forcing 2 flickers there. Huge play from him, and now a final slash will isolate Sensei, and they will take him down. Looking for another high ground tower, and once again, WarBarbie, we're seeing that domino effect unleash.
Yeah, Okami Esports just stopped defending. Like at the one point, I mean, like with First Lord they get inhibitor, but they keep falling like a dominoes. Yeah, this Link just when he got ultimate, he just goes in and teams follow him. This Valir damage is so annoying. It's not the damage, but more likely the slow effect and just go straight on the base.
And they're able to end that, and that is unfortunate there that we're not able to hold them back. It seemed like once the momentum was lost, it was never to be regained, and we see another fiery hot start to a second series here in Phygital Games, and you gotta love those exhilarating openers. Both of those drafts were so unorthodox, WarBarbie. It's so unconventional. It could have really went either way, and even though we gave the edge on paper, execution again cannot be underestimated here. It has to meet halfway with the draft, and that just was not the case here for Okami Esports.
Yeah, the tempo, the momentum was just too much for the Okami Esports, I guess, because Team Hack, like, they just all over the place. They just poke you here, poke you there, don't let you go here, don't let you go there, and try to kill you here, try to kill you there. And the Okami Esports is more like thinking how to not fall into the trap of Hack instead of thinking how they kill them.
How can they kill them indeed? And the glass cannon composition will work out there from Team Hack. Man dropped 31% on this Valentina. Even in a composition meant for damage, man still shines head and shoulders above the rest there, leading the way for Team Hack up against Okami Esports. And I think here I don't know if it's the experience or maybe the veteranship here is just too much for Okami Esports to overcome. They had the advantage in our books with the draft, but just could not make it translate where it matters most, and that's in the actual game itself, beyond those 10 pick and bans.
Yeah, the game was kind of, I mean, it was not like predictable, but it was like different speed level of the game. Like, you know, all the bushes was camped by Team Hack, and the Okami Esports couldn't do anything. They was just running on their side of map, not controlling the river, and Team Hack was controlling the river, controlling the bushes, and kind of like what we talked about. If you not force Valir to go under the turret, he gonna be a problem. He gonna be running around with the mage and just poking here, slowing there, and like pressure. But if you actually go like aggressive on him, he pretty squishy. Yeah, he got some skills to zone you out, but if you manage to catch him and force him to be under the turret, control him, in the other words, it's gonna be much easier to play against.
Yeah, it could have been easier, but again, they didn't make that happen. And Valir bringing out that PTSD, poking, then slowing down on the enemy composition, and that's exactly what they laid out for them, and that's exactly what they wanted to do with the Valir. Again, it felt like Okami brought some picks to be able to try to deal with it, and speaking of dealing with it, they couldn't get rid of him. And not only that, they're going to rub the salt in the wound just a little bit more. Not only does the Valir prevail, but it also gets the MVP. 2-0-7, 18% damage, but 100% copium, and a lot of pain inflicted over to the side of Okami Esports.
Yeah, it turns out Valir was a great idea. On the paper, he was not that great, and Matilda sounds so good against all of it, but nah.
It's really unfortunate too, man. And all it took was an Ice Queen wand, the rest of it straight to defensive items, and that's enough to turn a pick that most would decide to turn a cold shoulder to into a bit of a star here for Team Hack in the Phygital Games here, day 2 in the qualifiers for Series 2 for Game 1. And what a way to open it up from both teams, at least from the picks and the variety that we saw. This is definitely the creativity that we were waiting for. And again, Team Hack, leave it up to them in the battle of creativity to win out up against Okami Esports. This is just what they do.
Yeah, true. They just showed a higher level, I guess, in this kind of competition. But now we are moving to the upper bracket, actually, and the most tempo games, we're gonna see the fireworks, I guess, in the next games. What do you think about it?
Oh man, I think this is definitely going to be a battle of the creative minds here. Definitely an outlet to really let things a little more loose. Obviously, like you said, we like to see simplistic drafts, but again, those complex ones can be entertaining if they work. And maybe the one we thought would work didn't, but the other one did. So I can't really be mad. I'm in between a rock and a hard place. I wanted one to win and the other did, but they're both creative, so who cares, right? It doesn't even matter at that point. It's all fun to watch.
Yeah, that's so true. But like these creative picks, like I don't know, maybe someday we're gonna see like a double jungle meta, like I don't know. But we're going to the pause and see you soon.
В феврале 2023 года проходили Phygital игры в дисциплине MLBB, и мы решили созвониться с капитаном команды, которая победила, и поговорить с ним и вспомнить, как это было. Давайте вместе это посмотрим.
Всем привет, с вами Купи, победитель первых Phygital игр в дисциплине Mobile Legends от команды Rose Noir, он же капитан команды Rose Noir. Но не скрою, изначально, конечно же, когда мы только регистрировались, я не сильно верил в то, что мы можем выиграть. В целом у нас как бы такого тимплея в команде не было. Но, видимо, знаешь, как бы надо оказаться в нужном месте в нужное время, и мы оказались, поэтому получилось все как получилось. Мне больше всего на самом деле запомнилось момент, наверное, это из организации, когда мы выиграли и было столько интервью. Для меня вот это был самый запоминающийся момент, потому что на сегодняшний день, когда я вожу свои инициалы, в Гугле, там открывается сразу мои интервью, целая страница, мои фотки, то есть такой, знаешь, момент, который останется реально на долгое время, запомнится, потому что он уже остался в истории. Знаешь, настолько, что даже моему дяде звонили и просили у него мой контакт, чтобы я дал интервью. То есть, ну, это приятно на самом деле.
Купи, давай первый вопрос, наверное, к тебе все-таки. Ты, как на правах капитана, привел эту команду к победе. Слушай, смотрелось максимально уверенно.
Да, всем привет. И смотрелось очень уверенно, потому что мы уже привыкли к сцене. Как я и говорил вчера, мы начинаем привыкать. Сегодня была наша игра, поэтому смотрелось уверенно. На самом деле оно так и должно было быть, потому что мы, я думаю, изначально были фаворитами. И получилось все как получилось.
Что-то новое всегда радует. То есть, когда что-то, знаешь, повторяется, это становится уже как-то, знаешь, так не настолько как бы интересно, что ли. Вот. А когда что-то новое, тем более, ну, такой турнир, как бы, все, когда смотрели, можно просто посмотреть реакцию чата, когда мы там выезжали и так далее, вот такие ролики. Ну, все реально на таком профессиональном уровне было. И все офигенно оценили.
Что касается вторых игр, какие твои ожидания? Будешь ли ты следить за играми? И, может быть, у тебя есть какие-то прогнозы уже сейчас?
100% я буду следить. Это 100%. Все команды будем следить. Такое событие пропустить вообще невозможно в нашей дисциплине. Ожидания только одни. Я всегда болею там, где есть представители СНГ, да, в данном случае представители России, да, в нашем случае там команда Deus. Вот. Я всегда болею за наших, поэтому не важно для меня, в каких я с ними отношениях, хороших, плохих, и абсолютно не имеет значения. На международной арене я буду поддерживать и болеть за нашу команду. Я могу только пожелать удачи. Такой шанс выпадает не каждый день, да, это достаточно крупный турнир. Не в плане даже денег и не в плане чего-то там другого, а в плане того, чтобы показать себя. Это большой медийный рост и оставить себя в эйфории, да, такой маленькой. Капитан, да, либо игрок, который морально устойчив, должен постоянно задавать, знаешь, такую энергетику в будке, в которой ты сидишь, что пацаны, давай. Вот в нашем случае я задавал эту энергетику, но я сам внутри горел. Но поэтому, но это не важно, главное, что ты даешь другим, да, уверенность. Ты говоришь, давай, пацаны, давай, надо настроить команду. Там, как бы, если посмотрите, есть, мы перед каждой игрой я собирал ребят в круг и говорил, там, знаешь, находил какие-то слова, пытался найти, чтобы убрать в них эту, знаешь, эту волнительность. В остальном все будет отлично, я уверен, в плане организации и так далее.
Старт-дан!
February 2024. Russia presents, for the first time in history, an innovative international sporting event, Games of the Future. A cross-border tournament that combines physical and digital dimensions, bringing together sports, esports, and advanced technologies. Teams from every corner of the world will gather to compete across physical and digital challenges, each seeking glory and the chance to take home a portion of the impressive prize pool. Established by presidential decree and supported by top government officials the world over, this is the birth of the sporting future. For the first time, the physical and digital worlds will be woven together to create a new era of Phygital sports with one core mission: the promotion and development of a well-balanced individual. Digital gameplay enhanced by the energy of the crowd. You no longer need to choose between a ball or a gamepad. Here, the winners are crowned by achieving the best overall score across both traditional sports and digital gameplay. Games of the Future consists of 5 tournament clusters called Challenges. Sports Challenge, combining a selection of traditional sports disciplines with their video game counterparts, featuring Phygital knockout competitions where athletes must show their hybrid skills across both the digital and physical fields to play. Tactical Challenge, a contest in which athletes must demonstrate their team gameplay in tactical combat esports and show off their physical skills in a modern laser tag competition. Battle Challenge, an array of esports teams compete in popular strategy games, all hoping for a place in the giant live stadium final. Speedrun Challenge, pitting competitors against one another in a classic speedrun video game, as well as a real-world obstacle course. Technical Challenge, athletes compete across an array of high-tech device-led sports, including robot battles, drone racing, cyber-athletics, and virtual reality games. This groundbreaking first-of-its-kind sports event will unite competitors and fans, offer up a new generation of sporting heroes, and provide an entirely new, emotionally driven audience experience. Millions of people around the world will become a part of Games of the Future movement by following live streams across digital and streaming platforms and attending live events. The inaugural Games of the Future will be held in February 2024. The host of the first games, Kazan, will greet thousands of athletes and teams from more than 100 countries. The taste of victory. New sporting heroes. Boundless emotion. And open to every country of the world. By uniting sports and technology, we unite the world. Games of the Future. Made in Russia for generations to come.
Пока моменты гранд-финала и второй карты Mobile Legends там была действительно борьба.
What's up, guys? We're back. We just finished off from that game 1 there, right? Oh, actually, hang on.
The second pair, lower bracket. Second
okay.
pair, lower bracket, and so couple of teams win, couple of teams lost, but we have some games now in the upper bracket. Deus Vult versus Team Lilgun.
This is one of your favorites here, isn't it? One of the home favorites.
Yeah, actually Deus Vult, of course, but I'm stoked with Lilgun team. I mean, these strategies, this tempo is so wow. The execution is like top notch.
The Mongolian Warriors is what we're gonna have to call them, man. They live up to the hype, the name throughout history. These guys are conquerors, and like you said, they definitely showed you what they're all about last time. They showed the rest of the world what they were kind of about during ISF Asia with their deep run, then impressive gameplay, and hopefully they're able to showcase that now. I'm not sure how happy everyone will be if they take down Deus Vult here, but it would be amazing to see nonetheless in between both of these teams. And right now you're looking at the bracket here from the group stage. Up there at Group A, we got Team Max that unfortunately took that loss to Flux Impunity. Right now we're about to get into Deus Vult up against Team Lilgun here, the Mongolian team. And down below in Group B, Team Hack was able to sweep off Okami Esports. No chance for them. Right here, we're looking at the rosters. Some of these names you're probably very familiar with if you are a fan or around here locally for Deus Vult. For myself personally, I'm a little familiar with them. So we got Sawu here, Magistar, Q1, Sunset Lover, and Wizard. And then on the other side from Mongolian Warriors from Team Lilgun, we got Forbid, Ethan, Bebex, Zora, and Aizen here.
Yeah, you said like Mongolians are the conquerors. I was just briefly thinking about like sumo wrestling. Actually, a lot of champions from Mongolia. I don't know why I thought about it, but will it help them to win now? Probably the spirit is there actually.
And we're gonna have to see, but hey, we're heading into the draft, so we're getting that much closer to finding out those answers to those important questions, like who's really the top dog here? Is it Deus Vult, the home team, the crowd favorite? Maybe a little bit of biased here for our boy WarBarbie on the desk here, or will it go to the Mongolian Warriors, the team that is here to undermine Deus Vult? Can they get it done here? Starting with the draft, and we're just waiting to see some of these bands, some of these picks. But you're very familiar with this team from Deus Vult, right? You're very familiar with them. I believe you actually, didn't you work with them or play for them a little bit?
Yeah, work. Play like long time ago, but it doesn't matter now, I guess. But you told about your point you told about like biased opinion, and I was actually saying like, of course I'm rooted for Deus Vult, but if we are talking about like yesterday's day group stage, if both teams gonna show the same performance, I bet Lilgun gonna win. If we're talking about same performance, I think Lilgun is like wow. Need to bring like big guns to win these games.
Ooh, big guns to face off against Lilgun. I hear you. So is it basically, are you trying to say maybe at their best, Lilgun really edges out, or do you think Deus Vult just needs to step it up from yesterday? It just won't cut it up against a team like Lilgun.
Yeah, it won't be enough. It won't be enough. You need to bring up some crazy strategies like super high tempo intensity gameplay to match the Lilgun, because they are showing like no weak points.
And they wasted no time on bans here from the side of Deus Vult there. Is that Angela and Paramus and Fredrin there?
Yeah, that's true. 'Cause, you know, on the other side is Kaja, Navaria, and Selena, because like Savo playing like 3,000 games with Selena, and you, of course, everybody remember the performance on M3. Selena Rome was pretty much soloing the whole team of RSG.
Yeah, Selena's one of those picks that are, it's not even meta anymore, not even remotely, but people still fear right? The players that used to capitalize with Selena, whether it was in the mid or whether it was in the roam. And, you know, even at one point in MLBB history, it used to be in the jungle sometimes. So the Selena is definitely a feared pick. And from a player that has 3,000 matches, you absolutely might want to take that off the board, especially if you're talking about that early tempo. If you want to deny that, it's best to get that out the way. But Ling being picked up on the side of Deus Vult, and I actually like this Uranus pick. It keeps it away from being paired with him and maybe potentially a healer, and they're going to lock in the Eve to go with it.
Yeah, but it looks like already like the positioning draft already, judging by these two picks, it's already like not the instant clash of the heads, it's more like the positioning slow down and pick your time for the big fight, the type moment. And on the other hand, Deus Vult are heading straight up for the fast fight kills scenario, judging only from the two picks.
You know, I'm not sure if I'm really a fan. So, like, here's my thing, right? With the EXP, I'm very strict on what I like to see from them. And from the EXP, from the position 3, I love to see it either be able to be an answer to the gold lane, right? Or be an answer to the jungle. And right now, you don't have either one of those picks showing from the side of Team Lilgun. So the Terizla feels a little oddly placed. Obviously, it's going to do well into Uranus, but it has to do more than be able to go 50-50 in a matchup or to win. I don't feel like the Terizla is going to help. Honestly, I would have felt if they wanted to rush an EXP pick, I think a Benedetta would have been better, because you can win out in rotation, but you also can drop that Electro Flash on top of the E, so it at least counters something that you do see, even if it's not going to be the marksman or the jungle. You can at least counter the mid lane and still be able to come out on top in the EXP matchup. But that's just my personal nitpicking. I like to see a little different things from EXP.
Yeah, but it's gonna be forcing the team to play more like an assassin approach. Like you need to go in, like with Link and Benedetta go in and just make kills, and then start the fight basically. And what if they can't? You basically lose. You basically lose. So it's come down to execution. And Terizla is more like reliable pick, more like he's tanky, he can trade some damage and then trying to initiate with his ultimate. But we can see Fanny yet again.
Do you think maybe, I'm not really sure about Deus's pool, but I know normally when Terizla gets locked in, a lot of teams are kind of looking for a support in their position 5, so you lock in that penalty zone. Do you think maybe we could see something like a Diggy, maybe to counter out against this real-world manipulation from the Eve? Is that like maybe a potential here you feel for Deus Vult?
You know, that's a good point. I think it could be the case before Fanny was picked. Like if there was no Fanny, like you need to counter somehow her. Somehow you need to lock down. It's either pumping up a lot of damage into her or like control. So Diggy is not fit this kind of idea, in my opinion.
I wondered though, because I mean, we do see teams like Blacklist will do it. They actually use the time journey on the members to counter the burst, right? Because of the shield to stop the one-shot potential from the Fanny. So while, yeah, I do agree with you, for the most part, you probably would want that single target, especially if you're not that adept at playing the Diggy into this Fanny. So that is a good point. But I feel like I think it could go either way. I think it depends maybe on the comfortability. Are they able to perform with that? I feel like, what else could you do here? I mean, Kaja's gone. Franco's also banned. Ugh, maybe a Grok? Think maybe a Grok would be okay here?
Maybe. No, it gets taken. Oh, good guess. Maybe a Grok, but like Lilgun, read this kind of stuff and just pick the Grok straight away. Yeah, but maybe you can go with Diggy actually, but not a Grok again. He just goes in, the tanks his bombs, no vision, no nothing, and I don't know.
I don't like Diggy into Grok, and especially not Diggy into Grok and Eve plus the Fanny. So now I feel like it's too much, right? It's almost like overwhelming for the Diggy. It's too much to be able to prioritize and sift through. And like, okay, when do I use the time journey? Because at that point, you're only banking on the time journey. So if you don't have it, your composition completely falls apart. So they might have to reroute, have to go a different path. But I'm wondering, what can you drop now in the position 4 that would do okay? I mean, could they still go for something like, I'm not even sure, maybe like an Estes with the Pure, a Lolita?
Yeah, I was just thinking about it because you said like Diggy used the time journey and to cover up with the shields, and I thought about Lolita actually because she can do it with her passive, especially with Oracle like plus shield, and the whole team will not immune but kinda like a little bit protected from that one shot potential.
Definitely mitigate the damage a little bit. Now I have to say I'm not a fan of the Clint pick. I'm not sure exactly where this whole rise in the Clint here in Phygital Games is coming from exactly. I don't think he fares very well up against the Fanny, especially since they don't have something to lock it down at bare minimum for him to kind of burst out. You really just got the Lolita. You got one stun. Maybe if they catch with that Million Blast you're talking about, and with the shield passive to kind of work around, but it's a little hard to pull off. Maybe the plan is to pressure the Fanny enough to where it won't matter, right, in the early game. But they do have a Ling in the jungle, so I'm not sure how that's gonna work exactly. But Valentina and the Lolita are pretty good at it. Blacklist has also ran this into Fanny. They run the Lolita, they run the Valentina, they pressure it, and it works. So maybe we'll see that from Deus Vult.
Valentina is pretty good with like Grok on the opposite side because you can take this wild charge and make like double big ultimate with Numinous Blast, but it seems like it's going to come down to execution. And as you was questioning Clint, I think Clint is good. He's like consistent, like, you know, he just goes and deals damage like every time from the long range, a lot of damage, a lot of crit, and that's pretty much all you need. But the only thing is if he get one shot, if he get like focused down, which is a lot of possibility with like Flicker Grok, Cloud and Fanny, and the real world manipulation, like a long reach.
That's what I'm really concerned about. It's not that I don't think Clint. I mean, I think any ADC can do the job of doing damage, right? That's the whole point of the pick. But how effectively can you get that done? And I feel like you're expecting Clint to go above and beyond to make that happen when you're going against these picks that you said. I mean, look, they're already focusing him in the top side. They're not going to find the kill, but the pressure is there. And I feel like we're going to see that more and more as the game progresses. And that's where the concern comes for me.
Oh, judging from the damage taken on the Clint, he probably went for earlier stacking like physical defense because the damage was quite low.
Yeah, some leg plates. Speaking of damage, Ling almost dropping these people extremely low, almost able to finalize potentially a kill, but not going to be able to get it done just yet. But they do force out a flicker, which is going to be pretty nice for them. Not going to have that available for the side of Lilgun, so even if he does pick up this level 4 here, it's not going to be as innovative as you would want it to be. It's not going to be as shell-shocking with the wall charge. It's going to be easy to read. It's going to be easy to play around. Speaking of playing around, though, the Fanny taking a bit of damage from this Terizla from Q1. He's not playing around.
Nice play. Nice play by Terizla. It's actually pretty big, like harassing main damage dealer.
Oh, this could be huge. The Numian Blast finds one, but the penalty zone finds two, and that's enough potentially to be able to swing this fight. Maybe first blood in the hands of Sunset Lover. Mages strike first. A kill for a kill here as Turtle is still up for grabs. But I think Deus Vult, my opinion, gets a little bit more in the favor, but down in the bot side, they're looking for the trade. This is that pressure we were talking about onto the Clint. Able to narrowly escape just a little bit, but won't be enough. B-Bex will find him even through the Bulwark Shield.
Imagine Quantum Charge procs here and heals a little bit and you survive. But I actually like these scenes, these like early ultimates, early fights. If only Grok like reacted faster and concealed that Numinous Blast.
Maybe potentially, but they find the Lord, or the Turtle for Deus Vult, looking for the kill with the penalty zone, and that's going to be enough. Picks up a kill for Ling. 2 for 2 now on the board. Both assassins in this match, but only one has struck first in the kill count, and that's going to be nice for Deus Vult. There's Ling is going to try to get online a little earlier. We talked about both of these assassins. Fanny a little earlier, Ling a little later, but if he can get ahead now, it's going to be monumentous for their side.
Wow, I was just we was just talking with you about like if Deus Vult bring yesterday's gameplay, it's not gonna be enough, and they bring much higher tempo this time, much more aggression, and that's very good. I like to see that.
And you know, I think it's also a great play just because when you look over at Team Lilgun, yes, they can be very aggressive, but if you look at the damage dealers, the only one that can really match it is Zura on the Fanny, and if he's not getting online, it's not even gonna matter. Deus Vult has a lot more capability in the early game, especially with Weiser on Clint. Obviously, he scales, but in the early, he's very dangerous with a poke, which is all Ling's need. But speaking of poke, this is full-on war. Assault in the mid lane. They drop down Sunset lower, and Sawwoo's low, and there goes Zero to cut him off. Steel cables and cutthroat is just what the doctor ordered up as he finds the kill and the Heptaseeds.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Deus Vult wanted to poke some damage, but it was bad idea.
Oh man, now they're looking for Weiser underneath the tower. The mastery of the cables there. Able to pick that up, and all Link can do is sit on the wall like a lump on a log, as now they're going to look to take this tower plating. Not going to be able to close it just yet. He went for the full commit with the Tempest Blaze. The flicker, well executed. Good micro there from Forbid to get out the way, but here comes Zora again. He has the cutthroat. And he found the kill potentially. He got stunned underneath the tower. Gonna have to go back, swing away, but look at Sunset Lover. Has the positioning here. Could look to make a play on the Valentina. Use the wild charge for the 3 and set. Sawu will find a kill. They haven't found anything else just yet, but it's just enough to start up this turtle. Deus Vult, like you said, picking up the tempo. Sunset almost finding another kill. And that's that creativity, the tempo setting that you need at this level.
Yeah, that's exactly what you mentioned about the Valentina. It's a pretty hard mage, but Sunset Lover seems like to doing a great job with it.
And that's all you need, your mid laner on the Valentina. If they can be creative, your Valentina can profit. It's all about what can you do, what can you maximize from the enemy composition. And that Grockle, like you pointed out earlier, not only is it going to be a good answer later on for this Fanny, or even now for the Fanny as we just saw, but it's going to be good overall to break out these fights. Good initiation for the Lolita. Now Lolita doesn't have to be the primary engager. Can play a little bit more in the back line. Maybe if B-Bex decides to dive in with the BMI in the Blazing Duet, can kind of just sit back, use that Bulwark Shield, let Sunset Lover and Q1 go for those opening engages, and then follow up, whether it's for more engage or disengage at that point.
Yeah, Grok is kind of firing back now for Team Lilgun because Valentina just steal his ultimate and initiate herself. And Deus would have like 3 big CC ultimates.
And honestly, CC can win the games. It doesn't matter what you have. If you can't move, it's really hard to play. Quite literally don't have any control over what's going on. But speaking of what's going on, Team Lilgun, the Mongolian steppers in the mid lane looking for the tower, but may have overstayed there. Welcome, penalty zone and wild charge combination. We'll find 2 here potentially as a Numian blast from the bushes. That's what we were talking about. Let them open up the fight first, and they can follow up with the Numian blast, and that is a masterclass in execution of CC layering, folks. Write it down in your notes. That's how you 1, 2, 3 combo some CC.
Oh man, can you call it a sandwich again? Like, it was basically 3 big ultimates on 3 people.
Yeah, that was a peanut butter and jelly, a ham and cheese, and a turkey Swiss with provolone right there.
Yeah, full stacked one. But actually, Deus Vult cannot do anything with those triple kills. Triple kill was pretty good, but can they now get these +1s?
And another penalty zone down in the backside from Q1. It's well placed. Numian Blast comes out. The Cyclone is not going to get him close enough, but I don't know if that was intentional or not. But if it was and it would have connected, that would have been the highlight of this tournament so far. Right now, like you said, Deus Vult not playing like they did yesterday. They came back with a chip on their shoulder and a determination to win, and it's paying off in major dividends for them as Team Lilgun is down 3K gold right now.
Yeah, the gold lead is there, 3K, but actually it's not about gold lead at this point, it's about map control now.
And speaking of map control, another penalty zone comes down. It's so good at denying fights, even in that tri-bush. It's such a narrow pathway, hard to adjust. A good barrier wall came out there from Ethan, his final good play on this Grok, able to disturb the Numian Blast. But they're still going to stack on top of Eisen here, finds the stun and a little bit of DPS from Weiser. Not enough to kill him, but enough to let him know you can't just sit in this lane for free. It's going to be some answers here, and that's all that she wrote there.
Just wanted to say that the valid strategy for Grok is to conceal Numian Blast cast with his wall, but what if you cast Numian Blast out of bushes and you don't know, or like last time Valentina initiate with Grok ultimate and Numian Blast on top of it, you can't conceal it.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I'm kind of wondering. And I mean, they did it once, right? Deus Vult is clearly aware of the potential that they have with this combination and how they can layer up that CC chain. And I think that's literally what they need to stay with. You can see Valentina, Sunset Lover has that wild charge right now. We can see that combo happen again. Weiser's patiently waiting in the background, looking for something to happen. Sawu with the Numian Blast is in the bush. At any moment, they could unload. Both of them have the flicker. Sawu will make connection with Ethan. He has been revealed, but it looks like it's going to be a bit of a cold war. No one's going to take that first strike.
Yeah, meanwhile, it's like 4K advantage already for the Deus Vult, but it's still like feel like positioning gameplay and the map control gameplay, it can go sideways every second. I feel like it's 4K, it doesn't matter yet.
Oh, this Clint is such an annoying pick for this. It's like facing a Beatrix. They're just attacking the tower out of range. She does it with the sniper, he does it with his passive. Both are consistent at doing what needs to be done with no minions can get rid of this. Look at it, it's almost gone. There has not been a minion wave and he's about to take it down. And he's risking life and limb for it and he'll pick it up.
Yeah, but he got Lolita with Numinon Blast and Flicker if somebody goes going sideways to counter-attack. Maybe it was a genius bait.
And with the Valentina as well, still holding on to the wild charge. So definitely had some good stuff to stop it, engage, for a re-engage, or just for a pure on disengage for them. Sunset still holding up to this wild charge. They are very patient. They don't want to really take the fights, I imagine, unless they're going to layer. Because if they're able to layer the CC, like we said, if you can't move, it's very hard to play. Deus Vult did it once very well. I expect them to try to execute it again here.
Yeah, and he hold it for a reason, because there's a Lord and he's gonna be trying to find a big ultimate again.
And right now you can see them trying to apply the pressure. Look at Ethan. He's trying to find an angle for the wild charge, but it has to be in sync with Zura, and it's not happening. Sawu from the bush with the Numian Blast found one, but the wild charge re-engage comes out. The deck trying to make a play with the BMI and the Blazing Duet doesn't find anyone low enough for the kill. Sunset Lover will take him down. Meanwhile, Wari will find the Lord, and Forbid will trade out the mid laner from Deus Vult. A flicker out from Forbid as well to sustain a little bit longer. Deus Vult, though, winning out in the trade 1-for-1, but the Lord in their favor.
Wow, the fight seems like separated into 3 parts. One was around red buff, one was around mid lane, and one was 1v1 on the Lord, Fanny versus Ling. Both used their ultimates, but Ling came out like low HP and still getting the Lord.
And this is great stuff for them, man. I mean, hang on, the Lord's actually being pressured over by Zora, but he's being bursted out by the Ling, gets caught by the stun. This could be bad. Numian Blast is going to miss the mark. He narrowly escapes, and if that was any other pick, it would have been a kill. But Fanny abusing the mobility she's had since day 1 of Mobile Legends Bang Bang here in the Phygital tournament, and they will be able to clear out this Lord before too much damage is sustained.
Yeah, but still get power minions and maybe can do something else, because Link was low HP and unable to push with hold the team, going back for the purple buff and orange buff and going maybe top lane, but nah, eventually they didn't get anything from this Lord basically.
And right now the group up from Deus Vult, you can see they want to move as a unit, but they're making sure Wari plays the opposite side of the map, keeping pressure on these waves. They have so much CC, so much sustain, it's hard to get rid of them even as just a 4-man group up against 5. They can easily turn the tide of the battle with the amount of CC that they have, and it creates so much space for them to be able to open up these side lanes, courtesy of the jungle pick on this Ling in the hands of Wari here. So I'm loving what Deus Vult is doing. They're playing this so well, WarBarbie.
Yeah, and in this kind of gameplay, you will see the Clint, because see, it's like all about the front lane, and the Clint is gonna chunk it down.
It absolutely is. Definitely has been providing what they need as far as that additional damage there to go up against the members of Team Lilgun here. Honestly, I feel like it's so well paired with the Valentina too, because Sunset obviously has a lot of poke to offer, and so does the Clint. So it's like they chunk down. But speaking of chunk down, Ethan's being dropped low. We're seeing that poke that I was kind of talking about come into effect. It's not a soft poke, right? You get bursted by the Valentina basically almost with the amount of poke she has. And same thing with Clint, especially when he shoots a bit of the true damage, apparent also with that endless battle. Look, just like that, Sunset Lover finds the kill onto Aizen down to the bot lane. The assassin versus assassin, and Ling will come out on top. Those cables can't help him. The deck very low. I think he's going to fall here. Q1 will take him down, no question about it. Numian Blast comes down, won't find the kill. Terrify finds the mark, won't be able to pick up. Forbid gets the kill courtesy of the turret there. Q1 will fall, but that's a 1 for 3. You'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah, he was talking about like the Valentina chopping down, and there is where gold advantage gonna come in.
It is going to come in. And speaking of coming in, they're finding that tier 2. Meanwhile, Lord Cam up. You can see it. Lean's been working on it patiently and diligently. The rest of the team just stalling and buying time for him, and that's going to be an easy pickup with no contest.
Yeah, and that's level 2 Lord. It means he's going to cast his spell under the turret and potentially going to take in one of the inhibitors.
This is so rough to see, too. I mean, Team Lilgun is down almost 10k gold. That is an almost insurmountable lead inside of Deus Vult. It's definitely not easy to overcome, especially at this level. Teams know how to get that gold lead and continue to increase it, continue to choke you out and pressure you. It's not something you can easily overcome. And right now from Deus Vult, I'm loving the wave push here.
You know what I'm thinking? It's 10k gold advantage, but it doesn't feel like this. Lilgun still in the game, seems like, fighting their opportunities.
Will they be able to find an opportunity here? I think this Lord push will be the deciding factor. Fanny gets burst out by Sunset Lover. They've already lost a member. They lose a high ground tower down on the bot side, and Luminous Lord will use the charge passive to get rid of the other. It's only one more left, and a huge penalty zone. While Charge is going to cancel the follow-up, but looking for Forbid. He's already dangerously low. Sunset will take him down. 2 members missing from the side of Team Lilgun. High ground tower where top side has been brought down. Wiser finds the kill. Tempest of Blades will separate the remaining members. Crystal Base is being worked on, and Deus Vult will strike with an iron fist up against the Mongolian warriors, rewriting history here.
Oh, Iron Fist indeed, but now the great game, actually great game. But it was like not the perfect, but it was near perfect actually.
It was definitely a game, almost an exceptional masterclass in the art of macro. I mean, like I said, once they got the lead, it just seemed like they could never let it go, and it got larger and larger as time went on. And honestly, Team Lilgun patiently waiting to lose at that point. It was a slow death brought to them by Deus Vult.
Yeah, 3 big crowd control ultimate is just too much to handle. Like, Grok essentially cannot initiate good fight, because if he initiate, what he's going to do? He basically need to ult in Valentina, Lolita and Terizla to prevent counter initiation and burst all of 3 down, because if he goes like for Terizla, Numenon Blast being cast for the counter attack. If he goes like for Valentina, Terizla can lock down. If he goes for Terizla, Valentina can lock down with Grok. So it's like a smart play. Like, seems like a chess match. Grok pick it seems like unfavorable for Team Lilgun because of Valentina ultimate.
I just feel like Grok has been a favorable pick in general for a lot of these teams. Even when we saw it in Series 1, right, with Fire Flux and Team Max, it did not perform the way you would normally expect to see a Grok. And I don't know if it's just the way the times have changed recently or the amount of CSS readily available. I feel like it's just too easy to punish him now. Especially if, like with the Grok, if you don't have that layering CC effect, I feel like he's still good. If he had what they had, a Grok, a Terizla, with the Valentina stealing a Numian Blast, I think you would get the same recipe. But when he doesn't have that kind of follow-up, it's not easy to make him work. You only got the wild charge, and more often than not, they're going to force you to use it to disengage after that power of nature gets used up.
Yeah, it seems like Lilgun need to show something more, again, unorthodox strategies, like is they can just pick and play the game like orthodox way, and because Devu is just better with the constantly pressing, adding this gold, and eventually they get an opportunity to just play for the front, just focus first target, because one of the reasons is the Clint and Valentina, they just dealing a lot of damage, and if something happened, Terizla initiate the fight.
And speaking of Terizla, man, initiating the fight, leading the way, leading the charge for Deus Vult, the Knights. He's the MVP, 3-2-10, 23% team damage. And honestly, looking at those items, he didn't build a Bloodlust Axe at all, and I think the changes in the emblems have made Terizla that much better. You can literally skip out on that Bloodlust Axe and get the same amount of spell damage if you're taking that fighter emblem, and especially with this case, since he went full defense, the Brave Smite as well, regenerating that 5% of the max HP. It's very strong here, and all he took for damage was a Fury Hammer. Insane.
Yeah, in the start of the game, probably just for adding this poke potential to the Uranus, and yeah, the execution was there from straight up for level 4, like just what we talked about earlier. No need for this passive gameplay, like waiting for something for the rain, I guess, and you just get level 4, get ultimate, execution, good ultimate, kills, and then tempo, and that's like textbook gameplay.
It was definitely textbook. I mean, I feel like Deus Vult really honed in what they needed to do to win. It wasn't flashy or anything crazy. It was very consistent. I mean, some of those plays looked a little flashy, but it was just the way the comp naturally works, right? When you have that much CC, you're obviously going to layer it in a way there. It looks like a piece of art, if you will, but they played it exactly how they needed to. Got the lead, was played it to where you choke out the opposing team. They took map control. They didn't give an inch at all. They did not allow them to recover any farm, whether it came from split pushing, whether it came from trades with towers, trades with vertical jungling. It just was not allowed. There was just a line clearly across the river that did not let them pass to get back in that game.
Yeah, and the Fanny did not quite perform under that pressure. Like in the middle of the game, purple buff was still because of that triple kill in the mid lane, and seemed like she couldn't recover after that. She really tried to find those solo kills on the Link, but end up chunking like 80% of HP and even dying or flying away with no result.
Yeah, I mean, we saw even at the end there, got bursted out immediately by Sunset Lover. I think the penalty zone might have caught the Fanny in like mid-flight trajectory and kind of hunkered her down. And I think maybe the panic between the cables on top of the Valentina quick to burst them out, the Fanny just did not profit. And it was crazy because there was still really not a lot of single targets, right, for the Fanny, minus having the Grok used with the Valentina. If you're able to land that, there was nothing to really cash the Fanny. But there was so much CC, so much peel, that targeting someone like the Clint, targeting someone like the Valentina just was not possible. It just didn't happen.
Clint just worked so well with the Valentina in terms of chopping that front lane and not letting Team Lilgun like advancing on the map. They just keep like poking them, poking, and if they wanna come and fight with like big CC ultimates. You don't wanna fight, we could just chop you down and still you're going to go back. And Valentina couldn't find that opportunity. Poke damage was on point in Deus Vult.
And I actually think that's exactly what it was. It was a bit of poke and protect. A little bit of a poke protect comp. I mean, they had it, like you said, where if you stay distance, we can still chunk you down, right? And it not even just inviting them into the fight to get embroiled by the CC, but they have to come into the fight at less than full HP, right? They're coming in with like a third, a half of HP. They're losing some type of HP before they initially connect for that 5v5 because of the poke from Clint, because of the poke from the Valentina. So it always felt like they were at a disadvantage. It was just so much of a mismatch once they entered into the Land of Dawn. The picks were just very nice from Deus Vult. Not only the picks, but the execution. It was all just a nice blend of things for them to take that nice win in game 1.
And one of the reasons I think it was the Eve pick, because she's like very weak early game. She's like actually kind of weak mid game. She only good like when she got like 3 or 4 items, and then she started to like chunking a lot of HP. But there's Link. You cannot do real world manipulation because Link just go into you, or like Terizla, or like whole team actually going onto you. And you need to counter Deus Vult in this game. They probably should pick some faster mid laner, like faster pace, like from level 2, level 3 already started to show up. And it's not the Eve.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't. It's hard. I mean, up against the Valentina, there's not too many options, right, to end up winning, especially because you have Lolita that's going to have the concussive blast. It's really hard to match it. I feel like at that point, normally what I would see, if you just want to talk about matching prio, Lilia comes to mind, especially against the composition they were facing. It might have worked might have been a little hard just because Lolita's there, so the Bulwark Shield can maybe block out some of those blooms, but at least you can match Prio a bit, right? But speaking of Prio, second game, draft underway. We're going to see what's going to be prioritized in this game. Like I always say, here is Deus Vult. They just won game one. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. We can definitely like to see them replicate exactly what they did from game one, even if it's from different picks. The CC layering, the protection, and the poke potential is definitely what they want to go for again. Team Lilgun gonna have to bring out bigger guns and see if they can adjust and fix things.
I'm pretty sure Valentina gonna get banned this time because it's like she pretty much counter every big CC you're gonna draft because she just steal it and use it, might use even better.
And in that case, definitely was used better, for sure. The wild charge from the side of Deus Vult was absolutely a lot better. And, you know, it's so interesting because one of the things that I observe a lot from the Valentina players that like to prioritize the set potential from those roams is that they get a little too gung-ho, right? They forget they're actually a mage and not the tank the ultimate they stole from. So they'll overstep their boundaries, overextend a bit to go for that big set with like a 4k, 5k HP pool, as opposed to the tank that's sitting at like, you know, 10k HP, can sustain some hits. But Deus Vult, the Valentina here, the mid laner, played that perfectly. They knew when to go in, when to follow up, when to break out. Actually, Valentina initiated a lot of those fights with the wild charge. So,
with the wild charge and flicker sometimes. I was thinking about if you're Team Lilgun, you cannot just ban Ling, Valentina, and Terizla because it's more of like different approach. You need to have different approach, like maybe pick more early game damage and try to maintain map control and making something out of this map control, something unexpected attacks, because if you just ban like problems from the last game, which is like Link, Valentina, and Terizla, it's not gonna do much because there's a lot of different hero. You need to check your play style. Maybe again this Eve, like it's just not enough damage for this kind of early game tempo gameplay.
You know, I'm wondering, like, if you want to match it up, right? Because I feel like Deus Vult should go for the same stuff. If not the same picks, at least the same play style and picks that can fit in that play style. For Lilgun, I don't think they should try to challenge team fight. I mean, we saw how that went for them, trying to go for the head-on 5v5, 4v5, whatever. It just was not good enough. They didn't draft the picks well enough to be able to match up against the utility that Deus Vult had and stole from them. I think the idea here now is maybe you try to go for more pick-off because we saw they like to run in that 4-man rotate. They left Ling alone a lot. And I feel like whenever you have a team that loves to go that 4-1 formation, it's really nice to go for the pick-off because if you get rid of the split push, that's really the condition for them. They want you to entertain that 4-man death ball and allow that split push to have freedom on the map. But if you eliminate him, it doesn't matter. It's like finding a pick-off before Lord spawns. And if you kill that EXP laner, they can't build a slow push. They can't look for the sneaky back door. You limit any control on the map, and then you can go entertain the team fight because there's no other threats to happen. So I feel like maybe they go for that. But they go for a Terizla, which I think they're leaning towards the team fight. But they also deny pick it from Deus Vult.
Yeah, are we witnessing like no bank strategy? It might be the case. I don't know, but I was thinking about that you said pick-off draft. Like we saw in previous matchup when they pick Darius and Natalia. It was basically assassin draft against like team fight draft. And my point is that this draft, which the pick-off draft, is really like execute dependent. Like you really need to play super good to make it work, which is like really hard, obviously.
Yeah. But I also feel like, so like for me, right, pick-off wise, I think they had the damage for pick-off, but pick-off you also need the CC. You have to have something to lock down the target long enough for you to burst it out. Natalia and Dyrov had the damage, but neither one of them are going to hold a target still, unless you want to count the Petrify and maybe the Smoke Bomb to, you know, reduce the movement or whatever, the wiggle from them. But you need something, like how the Kaja just came out from Deus Vult. That is what you need in your pick-off composition. You need something like the Divine Judgment, the Bloody Hunt, the Way of the Dragon, something along that line to make it happen. This is actually crazy. Deus Vult is shifting towards the pick-off, and now Lilgun is switching to the team fight. I'm not really a fan of Deus Vult switching because, again, I feel like their team fight, especially against Lilgun, I think they're just way more experienced and know how to manage that 5v5. I think they could totally abuse that. But now they're going to have to up the execution. It's not as simple anymore, like we've been talking about, and they really have to avoid team fights now because there's no way they're beating this out with what they have right now.
Yeah, I hope it's not like the overconfidence case, because it's like you win the game, you think you can pick whatever you want. Yeah, we already saw that yesterday. It was super good. Valir Mage was super good, but it was like different pick, different approach, but it worked well. I mean, basically what you need to do, survive and keep hitting your fireballs, and that's it. Like, because you're gonna have infinite amount of damage, like like fireball keep getting cooldown. If you get the hit, you just don't die, but it's pretty hard to not dying against the enemy who have a lot of like jumps on you.
I think it's going to be really hard though, because obviously, like when you look at the two picks that obviously the Valir is here to counter, right? The Terizla and the Minotaur. But they are able to utilize, especially Terizla, he got affected right by that change with the flicker. You're able to use certain skills now with the flicker. The penalty zone is compatible with the flicker now. I feel like, yeah, you can slow him, but now he can just blink past these fireballs and just use the ultimate. And once he catches you, if you didn't already use the ultimate, you're going to use it now as more of the escape tool instead of the more pressure tool. Same thing with the Minotaur. He can flicker right by. I'm really concerned and worried though, because while Valir's very nice, they also paired it up with a Kaja. If you're looking for these team fights, which I imagine why, because if they weren't looking for team fights, there'd be no reason to take the Valir, right? Because you don't have to worry about those picks. You're not looking to fight them. But I think they are going to look for head-on fights, and it's going to be hard to put Kaja through Minnow, through Terizla, for whoever backline they want to focus with the Divine Judgment. It's a lot of CC to get through, and Kaja is not good when he has to go through the CC, because the Divine Judgment is like this. It's like this big. You don't have a lot of room to work with.
And Kaja, by the way, Kaja can conceal Minotaur ult as well.
He can.
Conceal.
That is a good thing that he can do, even like throughout the because the first two
not stun.
Effects, it's not knock, so he can definitely cancel. I don't want to be that guy, but that happened to me in ranked, and I was so upset when it happened, because he does. So that's a good spin.
I think Lilgun needs to add up some damage. Probably Beatrix we're gonna see here, because we need to basically 2 damage dealers. Like I see like Beatrix probably is going to be a thing for Lilgun, and some damage and mobile damage dealer. I mean, who can roam the map pretty good. Like Lancelot would be a thing, but Lancelot is already away, and I don't know, Hayabusa. No, Hayabusa is not enough. Obviously, you cannot pick something like Bane, because it's going to be against Valir. He just slow you down constantly. It's too risky to pick Bane. But maybe Bane Beatrix here.
It could. I mean, Bane and Minnow is really good just because of the fact they have it's an insane amount of disengage. The Minoan Fury paired with the Deadly Catch, if you try to jump on top of them, which they're going to try to do, right, with the Kaja, Lance, and now the glue, they obviously want these pickoffs. It's very clear. They are desperate for the pickoff composition. But if you get caught out by the Deadly Catch Minoan Fury, it's hard to recover if you make that mistake, if you get caught in that box. And then, again, Valentina is here. So the Divine Judgment can get picked up if they'd like to use that as well. They can also play the pickoff game. Ooh, both the picks you called there, WarBarbie, the Beatrix and the Hayabusa. 2 for 2 right there.
Yeah.
I think, they don't call him coach for nothing.
Yeah, and I actually thought about not the Brody, but Leslie, but went for Brody instead. That's pretty good as well. So more like pick-off play style. Again, like Brody, like first skill, basic attack ult, basically can kill people, and team fight / pick-up potential as well. So Team Lilgun, pretty good draft as well. And there is no ultimate to steal for Valentina except of Divine Judgment.
For the Divine Judgment, right. Honestly, now, while the Brody does fit into that, I agree. Maybe the Leslie might have been a better call in my opinion, especially get rid of the Terizla, get rid of the Minotaur. The only reason I really have an issue with the Brody, potentially, just depending on how they utilizes Valir. You said it worked really great yesterday, but Brody's so low mobility that flicker penalty zone is actually a threat to him as a marksman. So that's the only thing I'm actually concerned about for Deus Vult. Other than that, I feel like, especially for the composition they want to play, it's very solid. It's just a question mark for me about this Brody. The positioning has to be pretty much A1, because if he gets caught out, it's curtains for them.
Yeah, let's see the execution though, because Valir is so, like, you don't see Valir too much when you train, and you don't really feel that impact from him, and Sunset Lover is pretty good with it and might surprise with his execution.
Yeah, and the execution definitely is very important for them. Speaking of pickoff and the execution here, they might be able to find a play onto Ethan. They forced the flicker, but it's a Minotaur. He's not that fast, and they're going to use the flicker as well. They want this kill, and they will pick it up. Sunset Lover showing a chance of rain here on the parade of Team Lilgun, already striking first.
Oh, too early, used second skill, Lancelot too early. He wanted to catch probably that shadow from the second skill, but too early usage resulted to trade off with him.
Yeah, and right now, you can see Sunset Lover applying a little bit of pressure here with the Valir. Ooh, on the top side, Brody abusing the lane as he's supposed to be doing here, putting a lot of pressure onto Vivek. If he had that level 4, I'd imagine we'd see Vivek going through a little bit of a problem. But over here in the top side of the jungle, Terrified comes out from the side of Team Lilgun. Haven't found the kill just yet. Q1 with a split will help him sustain. The flicker will break that piggyback ride. He will not be able to find the follow-up. Sunset takes down Zura, though, on the Hayabusa. It's not every day you see Valir kill the assassin, as the Terizla will go ahead and strike out Q1 finally. So 2-2 on the board as far as kills. Team Lilgun and Deus Vult in a bit of a bloodbath.
This early game aggression is just so good. Brody on top of lane plus Beatrix are so low HP, just waiting to get killed by someone.
Killed by someone indeed. They're forcing Vivek here back, so gold lane now in a bit of an issue. They could maybe look for the gold plating. Brody's low, but I think they have enough vision to safely assume they can pick this up, and they will go ahead and strip that gold plating. Team Lilgun will put their focus onto the turtle, knowing this right now. Will it be enough though for them to be able to win? They force out the Phantom Execution onto Q1. Here comes a split from him. Valir applying that damage and a nice one on Fury. Ethan, the two-man knockup, will find the kills for the side of Team Lilgun, and now that turtle is absolutely in their possession, and what a way to turn around. That's that counter engage there.
And can they shave some of this gold on mid lane? They probably should do it now, because it's like around 200 gold possibly could shave off, but instead Team Lilgun goes on top to bother those gold laners who doing pretty well.
That's right. Right now you can see Team Lilgun is grouped up in this gold lane. Hopefully Deus Vult does not overextend. Obviously you see a Beatrix by herself, it might be tempting to go for the Divine Judgment, especially with Flicker coming up, but luckily they won't end up suffering a loss here. But Team Lilgun has Bedex very mobile now. He's already rotating over to the mid lane. You can see they want to make plays, want to take fights early and get him online a little faster.
Valentina goes for Clock of Destiny actually. It's more like of late game approach. It's not going to deal as much damage early. Oh, Minotaur probably gets caught. He's gonna be forced to use his ultimate. No, he doesn't. And oh, Lancelot just get picked off.
And that's where that Valentina can be so strong with the Divine Judgment. Zoro, though, with the Shadow, he misplaced himself into the tower, and now he will be punished for it. He'll pick up that kill onto Zara there. That's unfortunate for the side of Team Lilgun. But up in the top side, again, they are strangling this gold lane. But Bex is nothing more than a hostage in his own home, trying to hold us. But here comes Ethan, looking for the turnaround play. The Nibiru's Passion will connect as Ethan found two with a huge knockup to turn the lane state around.
Yeah, the team fight, Deus will kind of go too far away, not watching the map, because Minotaur was rotating top and cutting them off, and Minion Wave didn't get concealed all the way, like they left with Ballista low HP, but still not gonna lose anything for those double kill probably, and we are almost equal in gold.
Almost equal indeed. You can see though, that right now, Team Lilgun has a slight advantage in the goal. Turtle spawns back in. And right now, I have to wonder, will Deus Vult contest again? They do have the pick-off composition. I feel like their mistake last time was they tried to take the head-on challenge, but they need a pick-off first. But speaking of pick-off, Zaru trying to take down the Lance, but not able to find the kill just yet. And now he's in a bad place. Has no shadows to escape. And again, Sunset Lever will take the kill. He will find the Hayabusa here. The fight still rages on. Q1 with the aggressive flicker play, using the split. He wants Forbid. The flicker once again utilized to break the piggyback ride. That's a good micro play from Forbid here on the Valentina. No team, though, going for the turtle just yet. Both junglers are missing in action.
Teams are keep trading their junglers, it seems like. It was so almost, like Lancelot almost saved himself, like Hayabusa ulted and Lancelot used second skill, so Hayabusa jumped on the Valir instead, and Hayabusa survived, but still got pick off.
That's right. And right now, with this pickoff composition, honestly, here's the thing, right? So if Deus Vult can at least open up this map a little bit, maybe if they can find that mid tower, speaking of tower, Sunset forcing the flicker, but the Ouija Shadow kill, flicker follows him. He's going to be taken out. Shadow still alive for this Hayabusa to be able to avoid Q1, but now Q1 stuck in between three players, might be forced to use a split, and he will, but Ethan making another huge play, but not before Weiser will take out the Vex, so it doesn't even matter. Now Ethan will be punished. He will be sent to the Shadow Realm. Gold laner for Deus Vult has picked up a double kill, and that's what you want when you're on the Brody. That early game advantage right there for Deus Vult.
Yeah, this fight was probably the fight Deus Vult needed to increase their tempo, because it was like so equal game. Hayabusa didn't have ultimate, but still go to follow that stolen ultimate from the Kaja and eventually make a kill. But I'm thinking about Glue and Terizla didn't quite shine yet on this Land of Dawn, and every time Glue gets the ultimate, every time Flicker get concealed that right.
That's right. And right now we're seeing a bit of the interaction here between Q1 and Eisen. It's originally a Glue matchup, old but golden. But look at the Divine Judgment from Sawu is going to be enough. Wiser gets the 2 marks, and that's all it's going to take. The torn apart memories will turn the Vex into a memory as Team Lilgun will focus onto the turtle. But I don't know if this is the right call. They've been losing out a lot in the golden lane to pick up these neutral objectives. I just don't know if it's the best idea to not help the Vex get online in this current scenario.
Yeah, now it's probably not a good idea to trade off gold laner on the turtle, because it's gonna result tower fallen as well, and basically tower is as much gold as turtle almost, so it's not worth it.
This is a guaranteed kill here. It should be, but the Ouija Shadow kill at the last second. In the Shadow Place will be able to let him get out. Ethan, though, but no one Fury. Sunset will be taken down. So a play that looked like Deus Vult would have the advantage has been turned around by Team Lilgun, and now they can pressure and trade back out on this top side turret. Meanwhile, the rest of Deus Vult are looking to counter. But look at this, the flicker, the Divine Judgment from the Valentina, trying to pick up a kill, and they will. Forbid looking for a little bit more. Saw Wu all alone, but Vex picks up his second kill of the game, and they can look to do a little bit more. Keep your eye on Wari, keep your eye on Sunset Lover, looking for the sandwich maneuver, but will it be enough? Ethan doesn't have an ultimate, Forbid doesn't have an ultimate, and neither does the Vex. Is this enough? No, it's not. Gets caught by the Terrified. Sunset, a little more poke, but it's going to be forced back. But oh no, Zaru on the Hayabusa. Have to be careful. He just wants to creep, luckily. He doesn't want much more than that.
Yeah, it's just so hard to deal damage if you're playing Lancelot against Valentina. You always like keep missing those second skills because of Valentina's second skills. And yeah, speaking of last fight, team just didn't catch up. Brody was initiating the fight, but Hayabusa was dodging all of his ultimate with his own ultimate.
That's right. Ethan found another human on Fury now. Penalty zone over the wall. They picked up 1 kill on the Saw Wu. It's just a roamer. Q1 looking for the piggyback ride, and that will help them take down Ethan. So roam for roam. And the fight still rages on. Q1 steps up at the next front line, but he gets met by a wall of CC as Forbid hits him with the Terrify and sends him up here to the caster desk with the rest of us. Team Lilgun looking to mobilize. They've shoved in that mid-wave, playing the macro just right now. Turned their attention over to this Lord Bebek lining up the runner shot. will miss the mark, but they are chasing down Warrior here on the lance. They're making him use these important mobility skills to keep him away from the pit. And that's going to be just enough to get it done. Team Lilgun picks up the Lord here.
Yeah, one thing is to pick up the Lord and second to use it. But actually, it's more favorite Lord to the team Lilgun instead of Deus Vult because of the team fight potential we spoke earlier, like pick up playstyle or like the fast kills playstyle.
Speaking of fast kills and pick off, Sawu will lead another kill to them as he will drag Forbid to the clutches of the wolf pack of Deus Vult. And that's going to be enough for them to line that up. Ethan clearing out that mid wave, but he's stepping into the bush, and there's no one there with him. Gets hit by his own Divine Judgment. Menord Fear will miss the mark, narrowly missed out the 3-man set. Here comes the puncture from Wari on this Lancelot. Won't find the kill, but also won't be killed himself. Q1 trying to stun, trying to find something, but speaking of something, Lord pushing uncontested right now down on the bot side. Meets a neutral wave. Deus Vult will choose to respond now.
Yeah, for now, actually, it more looks like in favor of Team Lilgun. I mean, if we think about it late game, Brody just cannot pump in damage like Beatrix. Beatrix can just focus targets. Brody is more like an assassin approach. He wanna like do some shots, ult, and make fast kills instead of doing long run.
Speaking of fast kills, but Vex, as you say that, will find one courtesy of the Divine Judgment from the IMU. And they're going to find another one as well. That's 3 members gone from the side of Deus Vult. This is not what you want to see. Luckily, though, no mini wave there. As they're looking for a 4th one. Sunset's in a bit of trouble as Weiser will connect with the Corrosive Strike. Picks up another kill. Chasing down on the Ethan. Tower falls in the mid lane. Weiser doing what he can to hold them back. He needs to be careful, though. He is just a Brody. He doesn't have that flicker spell. And now here comes Zaru on the Hayabusa. Is he going to be greedy? Does he want to go ahead and challenge this? He will not. Shadows have ran out, so that's over for him, but they will look to pressure Tier 2 tower bot side.
Wow, Deus Vult really need to pick up those kills while not using a lot of skills, not overcommitting on one target, not like using all resources into one target, because there's fight going on. They going into Valentina, kill her, and then still got like no resources to continue the fighting, and that seems like to be a problem now for them.
You know, I really feel like it just comes down to what they have, right? They have a lot of stuff to pick off. They have the Kaja, they have the glue, but I feel like the damage just isn't enough, right? It maybe if there was a different mid laner, obviously they took the Valir to try to counter out the front line, but I don't think Brody necessarily kills fast enough for a pickoff composition, at least not with this one. There's not enough damage to make it work. But speaking of this, look, Sawu stepping into the wrong place, gets bombarded literally by the Venice Rage. Flicker from a Vex for the aggressive play. Nibiru Passion connecting as Ethan found the knockups. They found one, looking for a second. Q1 on the piggyback ride all alone. Drags one to the rest of the team. Torn apart memory goes out. Picks up the kill on Ethan. There we go. 2 members falling down from the side of Deus Vult. Ouija Shadow Kill will find another. He's going to shut down the gold later. He's going to shut down the rest, and Q1 will fall. That's a wipeout from Team Lilgun. They pull out the big gun here up against Deus Vult in Game 2. Looking to take this one away, and they will. Here comes the celebrations with a flicker from Eisden. All there's left is Saw Wu. But again, 4 members with the gun to his face. Say hello to my little friend, they say. And they're going to take this and even it up 1-1, WarBarbie.
Yeah, Hayabusa farm was just too much. He basically ulted 2 people and killed both of them. So Hayabusa was so good execution, but it's not only the Hayabusa. We've seen like all playstyle versus playstyle matchup, because it's like a team fight, draft versus pick-off kill. And those early trades of Lancelot versus Hayabusa seems like didn't bother Hayabusa, but it destroyed Lancelot's tempo early game.
And this was so interesting. I mean, like you said, the Lance losing out the early game was definitely a rough one. I mean, 1-6 as a jungle is not that's not really a good recipe for a success there. But Team Lilgun, like we said, able to bounce back here up against Deus Vult, striking hot here to even things up. And this is that underdog type of magic we've been talking about. They come back and they're able to take this victory with this similar team fight fashion that we saw in Game 1 from Deus Vult. And, you know, honestly, WarBarbie, that's what really puzzles me as well. why did Deus Vult stray so far away from what won them game 1 in this series?
Yeah, we was talking about like why would you fix what is not broken. Basically there was like Lolita, there was like different mage, maybe in the mid lane, maybe Leslie for the gold lane, it was all open, but Deus Vult went with the aggressive approach and it just didn't work. We talked about it earlier, you just need keep getting these kills, you just can't like with Hufra we talked about, you cannot land like 1, 2, 3 ultimate and then like miss 4 and 5 ultimate. Like you need to keep doing at least 9 out of 10 you need to land to make this playstyle work. Because you land some of them and you might feel like overconfidence, like oh it's working, and you like a little bit of chill, started to chill and started to play like we got this. No, you don't, because you need to keep going to make it work. Actually, you need to gain this gold advantage to make it work and essentially go like for the first game scenario when you have so much gold that you can just go straight up for first target and don't pick up the targets.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, we're definitely on agreement there. I mean, game 1, right? You go up 10k gold on the team. Not just any team, right? This is the runner-up team from MPL Mina that you absolutely decimated with that teamfight composition, with that CC layering effect that they executed so flawlessly. And to go from that, right, over to that singular pick-off target was just so far off the money for them. But speaking of off the money, who was on the money was Forbid, the mid laner for Team Lilgun, the biggest gun of them all, the MVP, 4-2 and 13, leading the way with that 27% team damage on the Valentina, the most IMU of them all, the chameleon, the jack of all trades, Forbid.
Yeah, it seems like the build was copied from Xavier. I guess it's such a late game build, but you can do this build if you are actually late game and team fight oriented. You have this time. Not enough pressure from Deus Vult to kind of punish this kind of this kind of build. But I feel like this build comes to play either you have snowball or with only like 3 items it's starting to work. But it worked flawlessly for the Team Lilgun. 27% damage it's a lot.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it's so strange to see too, because I agree with you, it's so late game. I mean, the main damage item doesn't even come into the 4th item slot if you count in the boots. You know, you got the book, you got the clock, the magic boots, and then you get to the lightning trunch. And even by then, I mean, that's the 4th item in. So at this point, people probably have some amount of magic defense. So you're probably slightly behind the curve for penetration, which is why the Divine Glaive's coming in at 5th item. So it's very surprising to see that it was able to pull off the 27% damage. It's not uncanny to see Valentina provide impact earlier on just because of the nature of the kit. You're able to steal ultimates and provide external value, but the damage to be that high in that setting is definitely something to take note of. Very crazy to see from them. But now, WarBarbie, we're even up 1-1. Everything's on the line here for Deus Vult and Team Lilgun. We saw what happened when they broke from the usual in terms of Deus Vult's draft. Will they go back to game 1 methods to close out this series? Because you want to go for what's going to work, what's going to win when the series is on the line. I feel like they should go back that direction, but do you feel they will? Do you think they will force another pick-off composition?
Now I cannot guess like that much, because it seems like who first picks have the upper hand, because like it's all like draft wise at this point. Valentina is such a huge factor. It seems like no mage can compare to Valentina. Who gets Valentina gets this like mid lane insane tempo and mobility and versatile mage.
I definitely do agree. And you know, also something to note that I thought was very strange. The denial pick on Terizla. It was the first pick from Team Lilgun. They took the Terizla first pick on blue side, which I thought was very crazy, but it seemed to work for them. They took the Terizla. Is that maybe the glue piece for Deus Vult to go for that wombo combo composition that we saw? Because once Terizla was taken, they completely veered away. they didn't even try to go for any of the picks that they went for previously. They went for the Kaja and the Lance for the swing back picks. Totally not on par with what they went for in game 1. So I'm wondering if maybe that's the difference. If they get the Terizla, they're confident in that CC Laren composition, but if they don't, they get forced off of it, maybe adjust to a different composition that they're not as strong with.
Yeah, I cannot guess at this point. It seems like Valentina and Terizla is such a big factor who gets them just win the game. And we'll see in the draft. I don't know, maybe we already saw like Valir, it's not quite working. As you mentioned, Terizla is such a big factor. By the way, you reminded me about the pick, using pick as a ban, and I was talking about it's a bad idea if you cannot execute with this hero. But it's not the case if you're talking about Team Lilgun. Turns out they can use your picks and perform just as good as you.
Yeah, and they did that in more ways than one. With the denial pick with the Terizla, able to emulate success. But then you have the literal copycat mage Valentina on your team, which is also very good at copying. Using that Kaja ultimate, the Divine Judgment, to full maximum potential. And both of these picks worked out for them. So I would be very wary if I'm Deus Vult about maybe you can offer up the Terizla. Obviously, Terizla I don't think should be something that's high priority in between two teams, but it seems to be the case at least so far today. But the Valentina, Valentina might need to be banned out the way here and getting off the board, because like you said, it seems like who's ever getting this Valentina is having a field day right now. The teams are loading in utility, and Valentina's just having her choose into what she wants to utilize.
I still think like, yeah, it's more like not explainer, but more like of roamer plus mage combination, because we have like different approach from the teams. One of them wants to make like a big fight, other wants to more like a little poke and pick off, like kinda a little bit not synergized with each other, poke and fast kills, like. And so I think we need to see from Deus Vult some changes, roamer and mage, and maybe gold laner, because it just didn't work. Idea was there, just execution is so hard to play like this.
Yeah, I mean, like, if they, I don't know, maybe if they just wanted the early tempo, you can still play this early tempo and have like a poke pick and that protect stuff that we saw from them in game 1. Again, some of the picks that come to mind, if you do want to get that early, Valentina's there if they can pick it up, and they are first pick this time, so granted it doesn't get banned out, they can go for that. If not, you can go for options like the Lilia, again, a very strong option for the poke. What else could you go ahead and take for if you want to go for poke? Maybe even a Kagura to an extent. Oh, the Mario just got banned out. One of those. Who else? I feel like there's plenty of options here with poke. Maybe even like a Lux. Obviously, they're in the laning. You harass with the S1 because she can keep healing back the trades.
Pretty good mage.
So there's options here. You don't have to go straight hard on pick off and forego everything else you're good at just to have early momentum.
And maybe the idea behind giving Valentina was to not give her any ultimate to work, but she got like one ultimate only, and she make use of it super good. Like, we kill Brody on top, she just basically jump in with the second skill, ult him, and just jump back with the second skill to bring him back, which is like, wow, it absolutely synergized perfectly with her.
You know, honestly, now that you say it like that way, we spin the narrative around to maybe they wanted to bait out the Valentina pick. It almost makes sense up until the Kaja, because it's like, out of all the ultimates you could have left on the table, you left probably one of the strongest ones. There's only 2 suppressions in this game. Maybe like a soft 3 if you want to count Baratz's ultimate. It's like a Suedo suppress, but other than that, there's only 2, and you offered them up for the Valentina. So like you said, maybe a baited response, but could have been done a little bit better. But here we are, though. Valentina's on board. Terizla got banned, so they actually did ban out the glue. That must be the answer to Deus Vult's composition, is the Terizla. But Valentina's here, though. They could go for him.
Yeah, I guess they should. They will. Yeah, Valentina. And on the other hand, like I don't know, Kaja again.
They could actually, yeah. Kaja wouldn't be bad.
Because now Lilgun knows they need to deal with the factors that Valentina gonna steal your crowd control, like AoE crowd control ultimate, and execute it very good. And now they need to think of this factor.
They're gonna lock in the Uranus here from Team Lilgun. I'm wondering what else could you go for here to go with it? Do you take your jungle then? Are they gonna look to a Link? They banned out.
Maybe they go like it's a resemblance of the first game, probably.
Looks like we're gonna go secure the Beatrix then for the gold lane. I mean, that's not bad. Beatrix is very consistent.
Maybe early Clint. Are they going for early Clint like first game, because Clint get banned last time? No, again Kaja and Lancelot.
They do the Kaja. They do the
but
Kaja,
now it's Valentina.
Yeah, I'm still not a fan of this Lance for them. I think they could do something more with it, but I do like the Kaja. We were talking about that being one of the options here for them to bring that in. Now they still get the pick off potential, but they have that fast clearing mage, and the Valentina actually provides damage, unlike the Valier. You have a lot more. We were talking about how they both have like poke, but it's more burst.
Eve again. The early it opens up vulnerable now. Lilgun vulnerable now for early aggression again. But speaking of Lancelot, you was talking about Lancelot, and I want to share with you that Magister is actually like super good Lancelot. He just didn't like perform. We talked about earlier in the tournament probably because he's like the best Lancelot.
And you know what? From that point, I love that they banned out the Clint. I was thinking they might have taken that because last time they got the Valentina, obviously they took the Clint with it, and it worked well for them. They had that poke and that protect. Now they got more of the poke and the pick off, which isn't bad either, because now when you poke them off, instead of waiting for the engage, you can now poke them, get them low, and then send it in and go for the full dive at that point with their HP being low. So I think it's all right. Since you said they got the Lance, that's okay then. If Magister just had a bad game, there's nothing wrong with doubling down on it and trying again.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure this game Deus Vult gonna go with Leslie, because like the Brody pick, I don't know, it just seems off. Like for me personally, that's my opinion. If you pick Brody, you need like to dominate lane. You don't need just a little win on the lane, like 100 gold. No, you need to kill people on the lane. You need to get level 4 and kill people and make another gold laner suffer. You need to win the lane with Brody. You cannot just farm, like passive farm, and that's it. So that's my opinion. That's why they should switch to Leslie, I think. Or maybe something different gold laner.
No, I like the Leslie for sure. You right the last time I agreed with it. I think it's still the valuable pick here, especially if they're going to play it the way they did, where they let the game kind of tilt over a little bit more to the later side, because Leslie will obviously gain more value, and she will still offer you lane harassment, unlike Brody, who will give you lane harassment, but he kind of fizzles out once you pass mid-game. Mainly because his DPS is so low, and then as a single target, like I said, by himself, Hitch isn't nearly fast enough to take out a target like that if you don't have some supplementary damage. Now, of course, they have the Valentina now, but I would still rather have that Leslie. I think she's gonna deal a lot better with something like the Uranus, because she's pumping out true damage at an incredible rate. So I think it's just a much better fit for what they're going for. But again, maybe it's a comfort thing for the Brody. I'm not really sure, but I do have a point here to ask you here, WarBarbie. Looking at this, they took that Eve, right? Now, I already thought it was a little strange because you have the Valentina, so I think it's a little weird. But they also have the Kaja. They can deny this Eve playability and then pop it on their own side with the Valentina. Do you think maybe Deus Vult has put Lilgun in a bit of a pickle, if you will?
I don't know. I really cannot answering that. I don't get it. Like, I cannot read this off of this draft. I feel like Deus Vult want to prove some point because like literally it worked one play style worked for the first game, and they switched to different play style. Second game it didn't work, and it seems like they want to go for the second play style again, but like with better draft. Like that's what I'm getting.
I thought they had a better draft up until the point that they took the dire off, and we'll get into that point real quick. But first, ladies and gentlemen, this is Game 3. If you didn't know, you know now. In between Deus, Vult, and Team Lilgun, the Mongolian Warriors up against the home team, the crowd favorite. They want to shake the table a bit, want to take this away. It's match point in between both. Anyone can strike the dagger into the hearts of the other. But with that being said, WarBarbie on the table here for me. Again, the dire off into the Uranus matchup. We saw it tried to be utilized by Team Max onto Fire, Flux, Impunity, and we know how that went. Do you think this was an okay pick here?
Yeah, I think it's okay pick. I'm only concerned with Hufra pick for Lilgun, because we saw it like you need to have like perform on this hero pretty good, because if one miss can result bad consequence.
Uh-oh. Orbit might be in trouble here. This was an early kill from Magister on the Lance. Like you said, he happens to be proficient on it in this game. He's trying to open up the match in that fashion. On that note, though, for that Darth, I feel like, again, I brought this up earlier in the matchup, especially now because it's an Eve. Why does it feel like the Esmeralda is being shied away from? Because if you look at Team Lilgun's composition, who exactly would be able to burst out and kill that Esmeralda in this game?
I don't know. It's not about. I think it's about Esmeralda nerf, actually. It's not about like Esmeralda bad or something. It feels like she, even if she got Snowball, even if she got everything she needs, she's still not doing enough after that nerf.
Speaking of nerf, they need to stop the damage from Deus Vult right now. Q1 commits to the tower dive. He's going to pick up the kill onto Haunt and the Ethan there, and they're not going to stop. RWM will drop down on the Sunset Lover, forces out the flicker, but a Divine Judgment will break the RWM. This is kind of what we were talking about. Will it offer the counter play? Sunset Lover is looking to jump back into the fight. Will look to pop the Terrify. That's going to be enough to pick up a double kill for Q1. He will be traded out, though, by Zor. He's going to shut him down, so that's going to be a good amount of gold for the Hayabusa from Team Lilgun.
Oh, there is so good usage of Darius' early game potential. Early game potential is insanely good. So Deus Vult are using it like almost 100%. Look at this team fights, like he's unstoppable, just pumping damage.
And it's honestly so working out so well the way they're playing it on the strong side of the map, as well as Magister will pick up the turtle. Ethan is in bad trouble, and you know what? Or, I mean, this is the same stuff we saw earlier with this Kufra. When it misses the mark, it's so easily punishable. He's already 2 deaths in. He's the only, almost half of the deaths here for Deus Vult, or for Team Lilgun into Deus Vult, and it's already a bad sign for them.
Yeah, you need to really perform with every single skills. And it's like easy to perform on some heroes like Darius. You don't need to really try a lot to get, oh wow, no, next kill coming out, Hayabusa getting punished for farming his own jungle.
He did get punished, and then Ethan will fall as well. So Hayabusa finds his first death, and Ethan will pick up his 3rd death right underneath the 4-minute mark. Things are quickly getting out of hand. Deus Vult is snowballing out of control. It's already a 4K lead at the 4-minute mark. And I don't know, WarBarbie, it feels like things are just running away too fast for Team Lilgun.
Oh, you cannot judge earlier, because you need to remember that Brody and Darius are not late game heroes. So Deus Vult need to really capitalize on this advantage a lot. They need to push, like getting these towers, getting these inhibitors early, get the Lord and finish the game, because it's pretty much early game peak and with almost no late game.
They finally find a kill, though, or a second kill to shut down on Q1 here. He died earlier up to the hands of Zoro, and will die again here in the bot side. And speaking of the bot side, Lilgun, They're trying to go ahead and put a lot of pressure on the EXP lane, but while that's happening, topside gets absolutely ran through by the Brody. Fight unfolding though down here in the bot side. You see Magis is ready to join in. Phantom execution over the turtle wall. Terrify lands onto Ethan, and he might get punished yet again. Thorn Rose connects. RWM falls. The Sunset will pick up the kill. Trying to get out of the big box of death here. Force the flicker. Will they be able to pick up this kill? Sunset's very low. Does get taken out, and the flicker out from 4-bit will keep him alive. Q1 looking to punish Aizen, but he has the regen passive stacked all the way up, using that Ionic Edge to try to clear. Gets pulled by the Divine Judgment, and there goes the burst damage from Q1. 4, 2, and 1 on the die-off. They have won in both lanes and struck the towers first, but it looks like Vibex will finally try to trade out, but I don't think he has enough minions to get it done.
Ah, Lancelot was looking for that Hayabusa kill so bad. Maybe he could switch for Eve instead.
Oh no, the footwork from Magister, there it goes. That's that Lance Mastery you were talking about. But without that Thorn of Rose and Phantom Execution, Zaru will trade him out and shut him down. Meanwhile, Q1 with the aggressive plays. The Spectre step underneath the tier 2 tower in the mid lane, and he makes it out with a flicker. Talk about damage control, risk assessment, calculated plays.
Yeah, that's true. And getting out right before the Uranus got his first skill stacks and the damage on him.
This is honestly probably the best case scenario that Deus Vult wanted so far for themselves. Now, to your point, like you said, they are on a bit of a ticking time bomb. They are playing a pickoff composition. Their damage dealers are early game and fizzle out around that mid game scenario, which we aren't too far away from. So I wonder, can Deus Vult turn up the pressure a little bit and start getting to that point where they can end the game? I'd imagine here in this fight, this might be decisive for them. Able to dodge somehow the Spidey senses away from the Bennett's Rage, or Neighbor's Fashion, I mean, but now Sawu could look to make a play. He does have the flicker, but I don't think they're going to force it. While that happened, Magister picks up the turtle.
No, maybe for Team Lilgun they should maybe get some kills here. But seems like Deus Vult a little bit lost their momentum on their top lane kill.
Speaking of momentum, down in the jungle, a nice Tyrant's Rage from Ethan into the RWM, but they just don't have enough damage to capitalize. Q1 will turn it around. He's on a killing spree for Deus Vult, the die-off, the dynamic stepper, and now the turret dive underneath. This is so much pressure from Deus Vult. They find the stun onto Bebex. He picked up a kill onto Wiser, but none the wiser as he will follow right after him, and the tier 2 will fall. That's that +1, +2, and +3 with the kills.
Oh, this was so good ultimate from Hufra, but no one is following that because everyone is just far away. And Eve did ult, but like 0 damage. We talked about earlier. Need too many items for that to follow up.
Definitely. And speaking of the follow-up, man, I don't know if they'll have enough to make it happen. Now, I will say, Ice Queen 1 just got picked up by 4-bit, so now the RWM becomes more of a box of actual death instead of just a box that just appears on your screen, because now they'll be slowed down a bit, and they don't all have well, actually they have quite a bit of mobility skills, so it still might be hard to catch, but this will be a good catch. But that was such a slow Tyrant's Revenge. Why'd he take so long to set up? Q1 able to sidestep, and Zaru though will be able to find Sunset Lever. Nibiru Passion comes out, and so does the Abysmal Strike, but neither one will pick up a kill for either side there besides Sunset.
They're bringing the latest topic back is the ticking time bomb, because Deus Vult got like 4k advantage, then it reduced to 2k, then it's 3k, now it's again like 4k. But you don't need to relax, because you need to actually push at least one, ideally all 3 inhibitors to wrap this snowball up, because of the drop composition.
Jumped on with the Tyrant's Rage, but no revenge, but still going to be able to pick up the kill. Wiser finds the kill on the Ethan. Weak Shadow kill goes out, but won't be able to find the mark. They are looking to capitalize on the eyes potentially. Good slows, though, from 4-bit to help them escape, but RWM did just get taken away by Sunset Lover. Now, WarBarbie, I have to say, I'm definitely agreeing with you about these towers. They need to start getting them down. Now, with the first ward up, if they could at least get the tier 2 tower in mid and top side, I think they're still on good pacing. At this point,
in an ideal game, when you pick up the first Lord, you really want to try to crack all the tier 2s. You don't have to necessarily find the high ground towers, but at least get rid of all the outer turrets to allow, when you get a next Lord, the Luminous Lord, for that charge passive to help you take down that first high ground. So I think if they can make this work to pick up tier 2 in the mid and top, they're on good pacing.
I really think you are right, but not for the this draft composition, because they don't have like long range damage. See, like all their damage is like what? Melee. Only Brody can do like a first skill and ultimate, and that's it. And Valentina a couple of damage or pick off with Kaja.
Ooh, speaking of pick off, there it goes. So here comes the composition trying to meet the win condition, and they will absolutely bamboozle Aizen and take him down. Now, you were talking about needing range, needing that ability, and I think they'll be all right. They do have Sunset Lover. He did pick up the RWM. It should be enough to help them pick up things. Now, I will say I don't know exactly why there was no focus on that top wave. That top tower should be falling. They're actually going to hunker down to the high ground tower. I think this is a bad call. RWM goes out, but Ethan will shut down Q1, and Forbid will take out Sunset. Too greedy, and now they will be punished, but Bex will find the third kill, almost wiping them out. Weiser cannot escape with the Brody. The Cyclone will not help him get out, but will he be able to take Bex with him? No, he won't. He will fall, but here comes Magister. He knows Bex is low. Use the Phantom Execution to close the gap. Thorn Rose to dodge Ethan, but now here comes the Vortex from the Eve, gets slowed down, and Zaru will punish him. He was also greedy because he came from the other side of the map to try to chase that kill.
Oh man, I really think it was actually a good call. Just Lancelot needed to join in, that's the first thing, and the execution was a little bit off.
Ooh, I don't know, I just feel like it was, I mean, if they would have been able to get the tower, maybe I would have felt like it was great, but everything they lost, and for really no gain, I mean, they got the tier 2 towers, but they could have got that without dying, I feel like, in my opinion. And all that did was give gold. I mean, now Team Lilgun has the lead. Or actually, it's neutral, it's tied up, but they were up ahead by like 4K gold at one point, like you said, and now it's all even on a ticking time bomb composition. That's not too good in my books.
I think with this kind of draft, with this kind of like early game aggression draft, they really needed to go for it, because like Brody was far away. I'm talking about you need to be near the minions to push, and the only one who was near the minions, it was Kaja. Like Brody needed to be near the minions need to be Valentina as well, Lancelot here, and they should go like all 5 on the bottom tower, just because they get this like if you get inhibitor, you don't need to push this lane anymore, and you can focus on the top lane and mid lane, and that's what they need with this kind of draft.
Speaking of with this kind of draft, they were looking for the pickoff with the concealed play from Sawu on the Kaja. Weren't able to find anyone just yet, so now that has been wasted, still stalling out, looking for the potential play. Now I want you to keep an eye on Ethan here. Keep an eye on Ethan and the Bex. Undetected right now, no one has vision on them. But actually, they're going to shift their rotation. I was wondering, because they would have stayed there, they might have been able to make that work. But here comes Ethan with the concealed play. He's going to miss the knockup. Sawu over the wall. They are safe. Response to the wave on the top side by Aizen. Good pressure from Deus Vult. Now, I think they should be capitalizing. It's a 5v4 if they choose to engage. They just have to take the first step. They just have to make the call. But Ethan will strike first with the time for Vince. Here comes the RWM and the Minute's Rage. Suppression finds the mark on Forbid, but the damage will not follow up in time. No one has went down just yet. It's a bit of a cold war. Q1 narrowly escaping, but now it's a full 5v5. Renner Empathy Shot will go out and send Weiser half HP here. Team Lilgun knows they have the HP advantage. They will press the momentum here. Now Deus Vult is on the back end after failing the 5v4. Team Lilgun keeping control of this Ethan, missing the mark on the Tavares Rage. Knock up onto Forbid by the Lord. Deus Vult doesn't want to back away. They want to take this Lord. Like you said, if this game keeps dragging on, things get a little worse for them. They're going to force it. Magister will pick it up. Ethan's too late on the knock-up, pop-up. And Zaru will find Sawu, though. Now the fight really unfolds. Double kill from Zaru. This is what they needed. But Bex finds the third here. Magister will trade out onto Forbid. He's less than half HP. He picks up a kill and is able to go ahead and escape. So he will help mitigate some of the damage there. Oh, wait a minute. Not over, though. Weiser and Magister have made the call. They want a 2v1 Aizen here. They have the damage. Torn apart memory goes out. Not enough just yet. They're still trailing him, but look at the mid side. Look at Bebex. No one's there to contest. They've been chasing Eisen. He's going to find this high ground tower. Moving down with the Bennett's, he has it out. Phantom Execution for the wave. A lot of damage onto the Bebex will force him out as the mini wave spawned in at that 40-second mark. Just the time to help Deus Vult.
Wow, Lilgun seems like to crank up those tempo to 11 because it's like defense attack, and it's like both of team attacking at the same time.
This is absolutely insane. It's a back and forth. It's a seesaw effect here on the playgrounds if you're looking at this. But right now, we're taking a look at some of these items. I don't think there's anything too crazy that stands out in my opinion when I'm looking at them. I don't know about you if you feel like anything's a little ridiculous here, but it all looks near identical to what I would imagine from these teams.
I feel like if gonna be such a problem and Brody needs to go for probably Demon Hunter's Sword to match up this front lane damage, because as you saw, Uranus can tank a lot of damage, and that's not the case. Imagine like Beatrix with full build hitting up Uranus. She gonna kill him in like matter of seconds. And here we see Brody who just chopping like a little small pieces out of him, and he pretty much regen with his passive and running away. And that's not what you want if you play in ADC.
Absolutely not. And it kind of goes into that point I was talking about before where Brody just, the damage from him, the damage output, especially at this stage of the game, it's not always nearly enough. But I do agree, the itemization, if it's fixed, would absolutely help their situation right now. He definitely needs to go for the DHS. Up against Eisen, up against Hand, it would definitely help them out quite a bit. You pair the DHS with the Malefic Roar, and now you have a lot to work with. I think he needs to just go ahead and get rid of the Heptases, actually, in my opinion. The flat penetration isn't going to help too much at this point. There's a lot of defensive items. It's not negating anymore. It's pretty good in the early game, but at this point, you need that HP percent damage. You need that percent pin. You can just get rid of the flat pin at that point and just keep that blade experience.
I completely agree with you, and but he going to be vulnerable for like, it's pretty easy to catch him, like second skill if, and then Hayabusa jump, and then he's pretty much dead if out of position. But you need to remember the second skill of Darius is like 90% minus armor, which is a lot.
It is, but that's also, I mean, it still goes in the point then of why he's really doesn't need it then. You already have a flat pin monster on your team, but hang on. Concealed play comes out. Will they punish Ethan? They will not. They're not going to look to force that. They need to be careful. Deus Vult is separated right now, and Q1 is the main man isolated. Need to regroup. Need to reconvene. But look at Magister. He looked to punish Forbid's less than half HP, but that's a bit of damage from the Venice Rage and Nibiru's Passion. Forbid will find one. Zaru finds the other. 3 members have been taken out by Deus Vult in rapid succession. It's only one more. It's only Wiser. He's being chased by Bebex, and there goes the aggressive flicker. This is the moment that Team Lilgun has been waiting for. Oh my goodness. WarBarbie, you talked about it. You said that Team Lilgun could potentially get this done if they came at full potential and if Deus Vult didn't step it up. And right now, Deus Vult made a lot of errors towards the end of this game. The celebration comes out from them. Magalia shocked the world in IESF Asia, and they're going to keep shocking them here in Phygital Games. This is what we're here for. This is esports.
Yeah, this I can say pretty surely. I think they needed to go on this bot tower, and now you see the reason why. Like, because there was no passive, because Lord came in, passive dropped, and they really needed to go push their tier 3 tower and then switch to other side of the map, because you basically don't need to push that lane. And because this play style, like super early, super aggression, you really want to lock inhibitor with first Lord. Yeah, that sounds ridiculous, but tier 2 towers in this case is not enough. If you draft like more like late game approach, yeah, you can do it. It's like the first game, like you can steadily chunk a little piece of map control up until the base. But with this kind of draft, you really need like go all in, like pretty early. And this is the problem with this draft. Like you dominate enemy and you get this fake feeling of success. You need to actually understand that if got like 4 items, it's gonna be a problem. Beatrix got like items, it's gonna be a problem. and that's what we get this game.
You know, it's so hard, right? Not even just from the ending at High Ground Towers. I feel like it's always a disadvantage for early compositions in general, especially when they don't have any siege potential. Like you were kind of pointing out, there's no long range, no good zoning, if you will, and turret taking ability. But even because of the adjustments that have happened over time in the Mobile Legends, right? The towers, the first 5 minutes, they're harder to take down. The defenders underneath the tower, you get that extra defense, right? The tier 2s, I think to what, the 8 or 9 minute mark, correct me if I'm wrong, has that extra passive as well, that extra defense. It's harder to take. And then even the high ground towers, that defense, you know, when you first bring in the minion waves and it implodes onto the wave, it's so much to cancel out early endings that it almost makes me feel like these early compositions are just never really worth it. Even if you're able to completely snowball in kills, ending the game is such a difficult task. But speaking of difficult, making it look easy is Zaru from Team Lilgun on the Hayabusa. 8-1-7, 27% damage as the Assassin Core. Absolutely played his heart out for Team Lilgun to go ahead and bring Mongolia over the top here against the home team, the crowd favorites, Deus Vult.
Yeah, pretty good gameplay against such an aggression, but I really believe this play style work. It's just a matter of execution. I can see there a lot of things could done different, but of course it doesn't work for this game. It's already happened and it didn't work, but still I more like, you know, I'm an adept of this kind of play style and I know like all of it, because, and this why I'm saying it would work. It just needed to be executed differently. Lancelot shouldn't go for the top tower. Brody should go closer to tier 3 tower. I mean, you can rewatch the moment. It's all like small details positioning. Like only Kaja was on point. Only hero who was where he needed to be, it was Kaja. Brody was off. Valentina was off. Lancelot was completely off. Too greedy because of the defensive new defensive system. Under 12 minutes it's gonna pop out and kill like 90% of HP. It doesn't affect Lord though. You can go with Lord like all 5 instead of using strategy like Lord as a 6th player goes under the turret and you push like different side. It's for later. When we got like under 12 minutes, you should go all with Lord and really try to push this tower and get to the base, make enemy go to the Fountain region, and then maybe try to get another inhibitor. And this is like ideal situation for this kind of play style. You really want to get at least one inhibitor with first Lord, ideally 8-minute Lord, and then maybe even to, it depends how enemies are defending. If they defending not very good, you push another tower and maybe get 2 or 3 or even win if they panic. But then with second Lord you try to get all inhibitors and eventually play out, because like late game, what? It might be a problem though, even if you get all inhibitors, it might be a problem still to finish the game. Like you said, it's easy, it's hard to do.
Speaking of things that are hard to do, it's easy to keep up with everything that's been going on here for the Phygital Games in day 2 of group stage. Here's the brackets for you. If you've been wondering what's been going on today, I just got here. I have no idea what's going on. Well, here it is. Round 2 in Group A, Deus Vult. That's what we just got done broadcasting over, what we just finished watching together. Team Lilgun will take that 2-1 up against Deus Vult. Before that game, or Series 1, we had Team Max up against Flux Impunity. They were able to take that 2-1. And then we also saw the sweep happen in between Team Hack and Okami Esports. And here, you can see the teams that have already made their way through into the playoff for quarterfinals. That's Flux Impunity up there. Those are also going to be best of 3s. Then you also have Deus Vult up against Team Hack. That's going to be there. That's going to be very interesting. And then the semifinals, Team Lilgun is already waiting on kind of that bye week on whoever wins in that first bracket. So a lot of things have been set in stone. We still have one more match to go here on the schedule. You can see it. We went through those teams: Team Max, Flux, Okami, Team Hack, Deus Vult, and Team Lilgun. And now The last one, maybe something you've all been waiting for, is X Team versus Falcon Esports, the team from Myanmar, the team and a lot of our hearts for Group B to finalize today's schedule.
Oh man, the games are going to be fireworks probably, because this Falcon Esports is like insanely good team. Axe need to bring not 100%, it's like 110% to win this game. But speaking about big cannons and a bunch of small cannons, Axe team have this big one, Fanny, we saw earlier, like insanely good plays, and it's pretty much going to be the strategy, protect the king probably. And I don't know, probably we're gonna see bans, even Fanny, or counter picks, but we know this, gonna know this after the pause.
That's right, we'll see you all shortly.
How are you today?
I'm good and doing great.
I'm really good. I just see the draw. I think it's good. We fight with Falcon.
خصمي الأول للأسف طلع واحد من الريجن حقنا، يعني احنا متعودين نلعب ضدهم، فكان مو متوقع نهائيا، بس إن شاء الله good luck حقهم.
صراحة راضي كل الرضا، والخصم إن شاء الله نلعب ضدهم ونفوز عليهم إن شاء الله.
ان شاء الله المباراة تكون كويسة، هم مجهزين واحنا كمان مجهزين يمكن اكتر منهم، وان شاء الله نقدم مستوى كويس ونقدر نكسبهم ان شاء الله.
Meta nota piklet Meta nota piklet тоглолтоор тоглох.
Our team is newly built team, so we need time to build the chemistry. So I think we're not confident, but I think we will be better in the coming tournament.
Yeah, we have time because they prepare us for the training room. It's better than before because before we have a little bit of training time, and now it's good because we have a lot of time to training.
راح نتدرب وراح نلعب ضد أفريقيا اللي في مجموعات أخرى عشان نحسن مستوانا ونقدم أفضل ما عندنا في البطولة.
إن شاء الله نحن يوميا قاعد نتدرب ونجتهد، وإن شاء الله نلعب ضدهم كل يوم إن شاء الله تدريب نشد حيلنا إن شاء الله.
يبقى لعبنا مع اكتر من 5 فرق او 4 فرق تقريبا، والمستويات كانت قوية جدا والحمد لله قدمنا مستوى كويس، فان شاء الله توقعاتنا ان احنا نقدر برضو على الستيج نقدم مستوى كويس ونقدر ان شاء الله نوصل للنهائي.
حابب اقول لهم شدوا حيلكم ولا تستهينون في خصمكم بس.
I think our first opponent is tough because they are the local here in Russia, so we don't have any info for them, so that's gonna be hard game with us.
So we need to train hard for tomorrow.
صراحة بطولة ممتازة وتنظيم حلو جدا جدا، وإن شاء الله الفوز لنا في البطولة.
Тэмцээн бол бодсноос гоё тацтай зэрэг. Гоё зохион байгууламжтай.
جدا التنظيم كان كويس جدا، والمحاضرة كانت كويسة، والبطولة ما شاء الله كويسة، والتيمات كلها محترمة، والفندق كويس، كل حاجة كويسة.
I think we don't need to use practice. We don't need to we don't need to training because we can beat them.
February 2024. Russia presents, for the first time in history, an innovative international sporting event, Games of the Future. A cross-border tournament that combines physical and digital dimensions, bringing together sports, esports, and advanced technologies. Teams from every corner of the world will gather to compete across physical and digital challenges, each seeking glory and the chance to take home a portion of the impressive prize pool. Established by presidential decree and supported by top government officials the world over, this is the birth of the sporting future. For the first time, the physical and digital worlds will be woven together to create a new era of Phygital sports, with one core mission: the promotion and development of a well-balanced individual. Digital gameplay enhanced by the energy of the crowd. You no longer need to choose between a ball or a gamepad. Here, the winners are crowned by achieving the best overall score across both traditional sports and digital gameplay. Games of the Future consists of 5 tournament clusters called Challenges. Sports Challenge, combining a selection of traditional sports disciplines with their video game counterparts, featuring Phygital knockout competitions where athletes must show their hybrid skills across both the digital and physical fields to play. Tactical Challenge, a contest in which athletes must demonstrate their team gameplay in tactical combat esports and show off their physical skills in a modern laser tag competition. Battle Challenge, an array of esports teams compete in popular strategy games, all hoping for a place in the giant live stadium final. Speedrun Challenge, pitting competitors against one another in a classic speedrun video game, as well as a real-world obstacle course. Technical Challenge, athletes compete across an array of high-tech device-led sports, including robot battles, drone racing, cyber athletics, and virtual reality games. This groundbreaking first-of-its-kind sports event will unite competitors and fans, offer up a new generation of sporting heroes, and provide an entirely new, emotionally driven audience experience. Millions of people around the world will become a part of Games of the Future movement by following live streams across digital and streaming platforms and attending live events. The inaugural Games of the Future will be held in February 2024. The host of the first games, Kazan, will greet thousands of athletes and teams from more than 100 countries. The taste of victory. New sporting heroes. Boundless emotion. And open to every country of the world. By uniting sports and technology, we unite the world. Games of the Future. Made in Russia for generations to come.
Салют, например, это Арни Дворам, прямиком из Казани, Экспо Инфалити такая. У нас 9-й Phygital игры по дисциплине моба. Ну, то есть MLBB. Сегодня будем говорить про MLBB. Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Mobile Legends Bang Bang. На днях я кинул вызов магистру Эдуарду из команды Deus Vult. Я играл в MLBB 4 раза примерно, но я уже готов сыграть с тобой раз на миде. Готов? Прямо сейчас? О чем сейчас очень сильно жалею. Потому что он очень сильный игрок, а я очень слабый игрок. И это история про путь новичка к легенде. От воина до грандмастера. Я сделаю это. Я скачаю эту игру, и я добьюсь максимальных высот. Нормально вроде, пацаны? Высот, ну, то, что я высокий. Короче, сейчас скачиваю игру, потом иду к нормальным игрокам и спрашиваю какие-то секретики, лайфхаки и, может быть, тактики. И потом его разнесу 1 на 1. Так, парни, зацените, вот у меня 11-й левел уже. Как там в целом, как бы аналитику аккаунта моего можно провести?
Хорошая статистика, 17 матчей, 65% побед. Да, это не, у меня меньше, например, у меня 60 где-то 2, наверное.
Ну, матчей больше.
Да, ну, тысяч на 30.
Ну, вообще, если ты хочешь магистра обыграть 1 на 1, да, тебе нужно его пересмайтить на черепахе. Он реально этого боится. Он боится этого, да. Он реально боится этого.
А у меня есть какие-то шансы, нет?
Нет. Какой ранг?
Какой ранг? Какой ранг? Я 4 раза запускал. Ну, я знаю то, что есть черепаха и лорд.
Да нет, шансов нет.
Ну, понял. А какой персонаж против него может быть?
Никакого, он вынесет 0.
Вот, это вот возмездие. Тебе просто надо раньше его нажать возмездие.
А, когда он будет, например, колупать черепашку, я подбегаю,
Да,
и типа
кнопку нажал и все.
И все, он вообще не вывезет.
Он
Он очень боится.
сильный
этого, у него
моральный
какой-то
удар
страх.
будет, да, он расстроится, и это победа практически.
Парни, я же похож на этого, на тигрила. В легкую. Ну, типа в белом сете, если.
Неплохо похож на Хилоса, кстати.
Мне операцию делали на Хилос. Ну, когда в футбол играл, да.
Ну, это такая... Смотри, как тебе?
А, нормально. Значит, его пикаю, да?
Да, я думаю, да.
Итак, совет номер 1. Надо пересмайтить его на черепахе. Запомнил. Совет номер 2. Надо пикнуть Хилоса. Запомнил. Погнали дальше. Парни, завтра у меня важный матч, и мне нужны ваши советы как профессионалов.
Okay, since you got only these three.
Layla,
yeah, it's for starter. Yes, you can play Layla. Yeah, first thing that if you are a solo player, you should not be toxic.
Третье. Не быть токсичным и больше тренить. Запомнил. Сбербанк онлайн по номеру телефона.
Yeah.
Да?
In Myanmar, there is a 1v1 tournament, but in this tournament, you can go only go mid lane.
Спасибо.
Jesu Tamare.
Jesu Tamare. Следующий совет. Идти на голд лейн. Запомнил. Ты можешь заходить сразу его? Типа на лоу морали.
Почему бы и нет?
Окей, а может быть что-то еще? Ну.
Смотря какой у тебя персонаж.
Ну, давай что-нибудь для новичков, например.
Зилонг?
Короче, пикаю Зилонга в голд лейн.
Именно, если ты его полностью прокачаешь, то есть быстренько все соберешь, то ты можешь его просто перехилить в уроне.
Спасибо. Потом приду, расскажу результаты.
Обязательно буду ждать.
Следующий совет — пикнуть Зилонга. Не буду брать Лейлу. Ого, вот так вот вылетел. Короче, разобрался, но не во всем, но тем не менее, теперь лучше играю 100%. Ребят, спасибо большое за советы. Магистр, жди, будем с тобой биться 1 на 1. Я уже готов и подкачался. Ну а всех приглашаю присоединиться к нам в Казани Экспо на Phygital игры. Здесь моба, между прочим, для тех, кто умеет это делать круто, ну и не только. Так что до встречи. Увидимся.
Welcome back, guys. You can see here we got Falcon Esports coming in to round up today's event. This is the team from Myanmar competing in the Phygital Games over here for Russia, and there they are entering in the stage. A lot of swag in their bag. They know that they are a great team, very strong. I'm very impressed. I love this roster, honestly. One of my favorite teams from Myanmar. I love the Myanmar region in general. So seeing them here competing in this event, it's such an honor to be able to cast over a game that I love to team that I love to watch, and a game I love to play and watch, probably the same as you all here today. But they won't be here by themselves, right? This is a tournament, so that means there is an opponent to face, and they will be facing none other than Axe Team. That will be their opponent for the last series of today, and it's going to be a lovely one. We got Team Falcon, we got Team Axe. You have me and Quirky on the play-by-play for your wonderful broadcast talent team, alongside WarBarbie here, a phenomenal coach, phenomenal player. Also, if you didn't know, is a former professional, and we're here to give you that amazing commentary over these amazing games. And we're getting very much closer to loading in. It's going to be a fun one.
Oh, I'm stoked about last one. Like, I don't know, it seems like X team is like kind of underdog scenario, but I really want to see these strategies, these sparks, they need to like believe. It's like underdog story, like, you know, like everybody thinks you are underdog, but that eventually you are winning. Like, I definitely want to see this coming, because this jungler from the Axe team is insane. Aizen, like, it's so good. Like, is he going to be that good against Falcon Esports? Or you know that they saying you play as good as enemy let you play. Like, so is it the case?
Well, I mean, we'll find out. I mean, no better team to really test it out in this tournament to see if you're really up to par than Team Falcon. And this is an impressive lineup, like you said. I feel like a lot of people know about what's coming from the Falcon side. You got Simple, PX7, Fayon, Benny, and Royal Milk, whatever that's supposed to mean, up against the opposing lineup with Team Axe. Now, I'm not sure if you're aware. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Team Falcon actually went through a bit of a patch up for the roster, right? I think they had actually the roster had actually disappeared for a bit, and it actually just came back, if I'm not mistaken. Like, this is a new lineup for Falcon, or at least mostly new for Team Falcon.
Oh, I really don't know on this. Can't tell, but yesterday's gameplay showed up. If it was the case, the rest was working for them. Like, they probably rest, come back and showing like insanely good play style. Like, sometimes you need those.
That new growth, or we'll call it a change in the direction here. But speaking of change in direction, this is going to be definitely. I think it's definitely going to be changing the pace of the games. I mean, we saw a little bit of the unorthodox, unconventional drafting, right, in Series 2. I mean, Game 1, we ended up with things like the Valier in the matches, a priority over Tarizla. Just ridiculous. The pick-off compositions were very ample in those games, but I think in this one, it'll be a lot more. So like I said, when I was bringing up the teams that remind me of the games we were watching, Todak, and then teams from Myanmar, I mean, Falcon is one of those teams from Myanmar. Very unorthodox, or they can be unorthodox. I don't know if this roster is, but hopefully they can live up to those expectations. I love seeing these teams dig deep. Those pocket picks are amazing when they work, like you've been saying. When they work, it's a beauty to watch. It's only hard to digest when they kind of troll a little bit.
We get an early ban Claude right on top of the start of this drafting phase. Like, there's a reason behind it. Claude can be a problem if babysitted correctly. If he guided to the late game.
Yeah, and I feel like that's exactly what we might have saw, right? Doing their homework, doing their research, which is what I always say you should do against any of your opponents. Claude is definitely a good ban, especially if you know it's a comfort for them, and if they're on red side, because it's a very nice swing back. It's like picking Beatrix in those two swing back picks. It's versatile enough and reliable enough to where you can pick it that early on the red side. So I think if you know there's a Claude there, definitely get rid of it. And from Team Falcon, I'd imagine they have a Claude player. I think most of these teams now have a pretty adept Claude player, so it's not a bad idea. But following that, we have the Eve getting banned down alongside the Joy here.
Bringing back the topic of like super good execution, what your thoughts on like how you play against like one super good player and other like good players. Are you focusing on him somehow, or is it right to not change your play style at all and trying to like doing your own play, or like maybe like ban something, some counters on him? What do you think?
I think I know what you mean, you know, trying to limit those star players. Honestly, in my opinion, I feel like a lot of people make the mistake of trying to target the star player. And sometimes it can work, but they're not a star player because they're easy to deal with, right? They're probably very hard to read, probably very hard to contain. If you have a head and shoulders great player, and then you have a team of so-so, right? Good supporting characters, I feel like you got to choke those supporting characters out, right? Because if you put all your focus onto one star player, the other 4 members can now start to look like star players because you have left them all alone, you have gave them all their comforts, and you have exerted all your resources into one particular player when you could instead choke out the other 4 and make the star player be a complete one-man army. He's going to have to beat you by himself, and that's probably not going to happen in a 5v5 game. So I feel like that's more the correct call. But speaking of correct calls, Ling gets picked up here by the side of Team X, and they take the Angelo away in the hands of Falcon Esports and paired up with the Uranus. I'm loving that right now.
Yeah, I'm completely agree with your point. I have like 100% same thoughts about that. But look at the draft, like Angela and Uranus going in. Like yesterday we saw the execution. Wow, it was like Duo explain complete dominance game. Is it going to be the case? Most likely it would be, because this play style is going to right onto your jungle, and Ling is the one who really want to sometime farm that jungle safely.
Right. And you know, something else that I'm seeing here from Team Axe, this is honestly feels like I'm watching what I saw from previous tournaments. This Phygital into the Uranus is such a great matchup. Last time I saw it when it got used in ISF Asia, the setup for it was so well. They took the agility talent, right, for more of the movement speed. They also took sprint. They had the Hunter Strike, and I forgot what else they had. Oh, the Festival of Blood, or the fighter talent, and Oracle. So they were able to skip Bloodlust Axe and match the sustain a little bit of Uranus, but they were also so mobile. Oh, Quantum Charge. They had Quantum Charge. So agility, sprint, and Quantum Charge, plus the mobility from Phygital. The Uranus got completely out-rotated in the matchup. They just ignored the Uranus. Phygital was able to rotate way too fast for him and provide those impactful plays. So I'm loving that they did this for their composition.
We already saw kinda saw this idea in the first matches when the Phygital was taken like a jungler, like a distraction, but then he rotated to the X-Plane and was staying against Uranus, and probably they were trying to do what you mentioning right now, but it didn't quite work as spectacular. But it resulted a win though, but it was not like you need to really look precisely to see this kind of impact.
I mean,
talking about draft, it seems like I was just thinking about Falcon. They drafting like hard to pick off heroes, actually high sustain heroes to make the big problem for Link to pick someone off actually.
Do you think maybe we'll see the Alice in the side lane as well and go straight into this 1-3-1 type of composition? Because there's still assassins to work with here.
No, I think she's going for jungle. She's going for jungle probably. Yeah, I think she's going for jungle because side lane Uranus plus Angela is going to be side lane probably. Beatrix going to be gold, and something like I don't know, maybe Chu appearing here, because like these teams I really love this hero for the mid lane as a roamer. So I can think about some kind of this composition. And Beatrix is just insane damage. Like all these games she went straight to the like damage items and just ta-ta-ta, and HP just melted.
Is that what it is? The ta-ta-ta. I'm gonna start saying that now with Beatrix. It's the ta-ta-ta. But yeah, ooh.
a first appearance for Lu Yi, I believe, unless she got pulled out yesterday and I didn't see. This is the first appearance.
Yesterday, she was banned actually, and like Yasu was mentioning, like that other commentator, because he's from MENA region and he know all these players. He was mentioning that there is actually a super good mainer of this hero. Main hero is Lui, and her whole team, from what I saw, pretty good at using her ultimate. So everybody knows she gonna ult, and everyone gather up and make fast rotations. So not only Lui, but the whole team plays very good with her ultimate. But will it be the case for this game and the show?
I mean, that'd be really scary, right? To have a versatile and a very good Lu Yi, because now it makes the Ling not be the only cross-map potential threat. Lu Yi can now make the other 3 members of the team a cross-map potential threat with the diversion.
I really think they should pick Lunox though, because in my opinion it is like the only mage, like okay, there is maybe like 3 mages who can burst down, because you really need a lot of damage, and the Lui is not the case for killing like fat Alice or Uranus. On top of it with Angela ult potentially.
I mean, I definitely can see that. Now, maybe they're banking it all on Buez here, on the Leslie, to really lead the way for them. Now, it's going to be a little hard because the Alice, I feel like, on top of the Uranus, and then even Simple on the Cho, it's a lot to deal with as a Leslie. I think it's going to be very easy to get focused out, but they are confident in that nonetheless, apparently, to be able to deal with everyone. So that's just what we're going to have to bank on, while they banked on it as well here. But speaking of, Royal Milk getting punished a little bit for this cut. He's going to be a little careful, but he's going to be able to disengage safely.
Yeah, these early game stacks are not healing that much. He needs to scale a lot more to sustain this kind of damage, but he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, he's doing all right so far right now. Now, we'll have to see exactly where the pressure will come to first in between these two teams. Right now, you can see Simple providing some vision here up for Benji, some advanced vision, if I would say. New Bush here in front of Turtle Wall, already cutting off the rotation. Now, speaking of cut off, myself here, looking at the audience prediction rate, Falcon Esports in a landslide, it seems a little bit, 66% in favor of them winning this game. So we're going to have to see it. Today so far, WarBarbie, the underdogs have been pulling off all the victories. None of the favorite teams have been winning.
Yeah, that's true, and Beatrix on top lane is already trading with Lunox, 2 up-and-coming gang of Alice, but gets denied by the Hoofra.
Does get denied now. First hurdle is spawning in. There's a lot of pressure, and this lane you were talking about, this XP, this dual XP is exactly what we're watching happen with PX7 and Royal Milk. They're trying to punish, but look at that, PX7 gets forced on the flicker. The Lu Yi, they're showing you the pressure Simple behind the turret, cutting a nice way of the dragon. First blood into the favor of Falcon Esports. They will take an axe to Team Axe there. And now the dive with a heart guard from Royal Milk. There's a clean up in aisle 3 because they're spilling it all over the side of Team Axe.
Wow, Paquito didn't use any skills. He got like 3 stacks and buffed skill, but he didn't use. He could like use first for the shield or the second or even the ult to try to kill Uranus. But no, pretty good stacking with Lui. Look, she's doing like double stack. Like it's when she get like, for example, light stack for the hero, and then she got like, imagine she's having light stack and dark second skill. So she throws light skill on you, then throws another dark skill away. So you have like light mark on you, and she got first skill light as well. She using like second skill, it drags you in, and she'll immediately throw another light which drags you in again. And that's what happened, but damage was off. Like Angela lived like with a sliver of HP, but that's a pretty big combo. Enemy should know this. If she like stuck you with some mark, she can do this wombo combo like double time. But it's really hard to pull off if enemy knows what you are gonna do.
And that's what I was going to say. It's like her own personal wombo combo. She can really CC chain you by herself. Now, with that pause in the action, obviously, we're going to honor those to keep the competitive spirit alive and well for our competitors. Whenever they need those, definitely honor them. But with that lull in the action, we could talk a little bit more about this, right? So I'm looking at these drafts, and
we're talking about the cross-map potential with the Ling and the Lugi. Now, on the other side, they have an Alice and a Uranus. So we can already assume these side lanes are going to be played heavily by their side, right? Now, I'm wondering, are we looking to use the Lugi? And this is what I was talking about earlier about these pickoffs into the split compositions from earlier that we saw, that 4-1 formation. Now it's probably going to be that 1-3-1, literally, as the formation later on in the game. Would you think they look to punish one of these side laners, whether it's the Alice or the Uranus, with the Lugi? Because they can quickly rotate now, with the Lugi being there. It's not just Ling.
I think like Falcon Esports already starting to find some opportunities, while Axe are still kind of like farming something, and they really need to try to break this kind of, you know, like it's about to rain, like the clouds go like under under your face, let's say, and slowly they trying to like pick up kills, and Chut doesn't even greet the flicker. He uses it straight away. It was pretty good ultimate in my opinion, directed like on let's say 4 hours, but he still used flicker.
And honestly, it's going to be so scary too, because the way the dragon comes out from Simple, another one, Royal Milk will find his second kill of the game. And this is very scary right now. A fed Uranus is not good, because again, these are two split pushing picks, the Alice and the Uranus, and if they are fed, if they are snowballing, it makes it increasingly difficult to stop the split push. The more fed they are, the more resources it's going to take to kill them. So they are now becoming a little bit more of an issue to be able to deal with, and that's exactly what you don't want. But it is everything you need if you're Falcon Esports.
Yeah, but if you are Axe team, you absolutely need to use your skills right here and now and kill the enemy, because already farm is like slowly getting snowball effect.
But it's hard for them as well, because I mean, the Lugi, right? The Lugi needs to scale a bit. The Leslie needs to scale a bit, actually a lot, to get to the point to just burst down Uranus and Alice consistently. Ling has to scale, one of the probably the only assassins in the game that really look to scale to become a little more impactful. It's not a lot of options to kill. Only one is really Paquito, which is Jed, but he's 0-2, so he's already behind the mark to be able to burst them out. So it's just not a lot of options right now. Even if they unload the skills, if you will, what will it really amount to? Probably not much. A forced fight and maybe some forced errors that Falcon Esports can capitalize on.
Yeah, but they need to try, because if they not going to try, the snowball effect is just gonna keep increasing up to the point until it's like less likely to kill, more less likely to kill, and then if it's like now it's like 20% chance, so if we're gonna wait, it's going to be like 5%. And what is the point of trying to make 5% if you can try to do 20% at least? So it seems like this.
It's so hard though. The Tavares Rage comes out. You can see they're trying to punish. Nanos will find Benji. And I was gonna say, is maybe the right call. Ooh, P7 aggressive flicker from the support, not looking to heal but looking to kill. Speaking of, I'm wondering, I was really thinking if that was maybe the play, right? Because at this point, Royal Milk and Fayon are probably too hard to kill. Do you punish Benji, the one that's going to look to carry late game? They can have all the sustain they want, but they're going to need that damage later on. If they can slow down Beatrix and let Boo get ahead on the Leslie, I think they could still be in good shape, but it's going to take some really good focus.
Yeah, I don't even know what it's gonna take. Focus is probably not enough at this point, because it's like you basically need to like stun at least like Beatrice, Angela, and ideally Cho with Tyrant's Rage and Loi on top of it, like insane burst. So it's need to be a wombo combo.
Well, there goes one stun, but there goes another way of the dragon. Not going to be able to pick up the kill on Boo, but he's going to pick up his first kill of the game, so that's always going to be very good to help out. But right now, Aizen is in trouble, gets chased out by Fayon on the Alice, and he's not done with him potentially. He is completely obliterating him and this Uranus. It's so much pressure. They're clearing all these waves, so much pressure on the map. I mean, look at this, the mobility. Going from purple buff straight to the tier 2 of mid lane, now all the way to tier 3 outer turret in the top side, and with the hard guard, you can forget about trying to kill them right now. They don't have the damage, they don't have the economy to be able to keep up with them, and now he's into the backside of the turret, and he's picked up a triple kill. No, make that a double. Benji found down that third kill, but the problem with these region heroes and these healers, man, it is a nuisance to deal with.
And by the way, you were wondering how do you push like tier 2 tower that early? It's probably the question in this game. I mean, answer is in this
I
game.
got you.
Yeah,
you should have played it off. You should have played it off. I was gonna pick up. I wasn't gonna let you go down, but now you let them know you messed up. but
true.
It's still hard. I mean, I don't know. Like, see, now with this composition, it makes a little more sense because it's a lot of control you can have with Alice and Uranus. Now, when we looked at this the other time, it was very pick-off oriented, and I don't think you could really zone necessarily as hard with those picks. With these two, I mean, Alice alone with the Angela is enough to make everybody from Team X back away. She's so fed and so hard to kill. There's really no answer. But speaking of answers, Simple trying to find the way of the dragon. The is going to get pulled back with a heart guard, though. Backed away. No one's fallen just yet. Over the wall they go. Look at this Alice and Uranus, man. They're so menacing.
Yeah, they are bosses here. They just running around. I was thinking about even if you get like perfect ultimate, like let's say not under turret, but like on random side of the map, yeah, that's what they should do. That's what I was saying about. Even if you get the initiation, does it? Shall you have like enough damage for these kills?
We can see who didn't have enough damage, and now Fayon into the thick of it. This Alice with the heart guard, he will not be denied. Looking for the kill, PX7 will find one. Fayon looks like he might be able to pick up the other, and he will. Mega kill for him, 4-0-4, completely uncontested. He just took his death somehow, some way over to Nanos to Lugi. He died, was killed from beyond the grave by him. But this is just a runaway train for Falcon Esports. And look at this, now being punished by the Angela. Everyone's taking their turn being the punching bag for the side of Team X.
Yeah, so at this point, even if Hufra ult Alice, like all 5 heroes trying to nuke her, Angela gonna ult it, it's not going to be enough. If they somehow catch Alice without active ult, maybe.
Maybe indeed. Royal Milk, though, just picked up that Twilight, and it's going to be that much harder to stop him. Leslie's not even at the point to provide that much damage, but now even when she does get there, it'll still feel like it does now. It's going to basically be non-existent, but look at Team X. They have to give up that Lord. Obviously, Ling goes for the desperation attempt since he is able to kind of escape, but he's taking a lot of damage from Benji. He needs to get out of here. I think he might actually fall if he doesn't get away fast enough. Simple has his eyes on him, use the concealment over in the bot side. Royal Milk taking the 1v4 with the P7, and he's actually coming out on top. They just can't kill him. The sustain is ridiculous, and here comes backup. Here comes the cavalry. Sound the alarm. Team X is in trouble. Falcon Esports striking from above. Watch out for the Ritter shot. Benji takes him down. Eisen, you gotta keep your head on a swivel. He looked too low to the ground, and someone struck him from above. Falcon Esports can look to end this game potentially. Oh no, they don't have the minion wave. The Lord's gone, but they are completely in control. And it looks like they're going to go for another high ground tower here, WarBarbie. Will it be too much, or is it just enough? The passive goes out, misses the mark. Way of the Dragon will punish the bad engage. He's not going to make it back to base. Benji's going to take him out. Fayon into the midst of things. He's clearing out the minion wave that just spawned in. Everything that comes by those walls is going to be in trouble. Fayon with the heart guard. Simple will find Jed. That's 2 members missing from Team X. They have not stopped them, but look at Eisen. He's trying to go cut that wave in the mid. He's trying to use the bit of macro he has. It's 1 cannon minion. All they have to do is stop it. Someone target it. Will it be enough? They have no minions now. Beatrix is trying to auto attack with nothing there. Eisen is back into the midst of things. He cleared the mid lane, trying to take somebody with them, but he just can't get it done. Fayon back on wave control with the Blood Ode, takes it down and doesn't stop there. Benji will help him pick up this double kill now onto Dan. No one left to defend the base. The Way of the Dragon will get him out of the way. Falcon Esports, the unconventional drafting I was talking about, the pocket picks will prevail.
Wow, the meat grinder. The only thing that comes to mind while you're watching this last fight is the meat grinder. Like, it's insane. This Alice sustain is like the definition of these 2 heroes, Uranus and Alice. And speaking of like thing we were talking earlier. Like, if only X team like start to playing like they started to play, but on level 4, maybe they would have at least something. But they just tried to play this pick-off, I mean, too late. Just too late. It was like what, level 7, level 8? They went for top lane for Beatrix kill, barely kill her, and almost get traded. Leslie, Angela tried to pick her off, forced to use her flicker. If only they started level 4, like maybe they could do something, but they just start too late.
I think it was a bit too passive for an aggressive composition, basically. Maybe need to take the fight a little earlier. I mean, I kind of agree because, like you said, the later the game's on, it's not like it gets any better. It actually gets worse, and we saw that just based off that ending. Most teams at that point would have needed to back up after that first take with the Lord, right? But they never had to leave. Phaeon literally blood owed, clearing up every minion wave that spawned in. All the region and sustain, they just could not get rid of them at that point. So definitely maybe something in the early game had to happen. I don't know what or when they should have done it, but it needed to be done for sure.
Yeah, and speaking about focusing like one good player or focusing whole team, that's so the Falcon Esports basically think just like you, and they just focusing all the team and not no extra pressure for the jungle. If they can pressure jungle, they pressure him, but it's not a number one priority. Number one priority, it seems like to get Ellie's full rotation, then go for the mid lane to get few more stacks, and that's it. And she's ready to run around it and make some kills.
Jeez, 9-1-9, 29% damage on this Alice. It was honestly such a scary sight to see. I wonder, man, like, what realistically, like, even if you caught them off a little bit in the early game, right? You shut down. I don't know if there was any way to shut down early game. Maybe in that first fight we were talking about, right, down on the bot side with Lugi with that wombo combo. Maybe if Jed would have connected. I don't know if maybe that was the butterfly effect. That one kill might have changed the game for them. I'm not sure. It seems so hard to overcome. The Angela, the Uranus, and Alice alone. How do you stop that? Because it's not just all about the fight. I mean, the healing has to be accounted for. The regen, the sustain is just, it's so much. Like, how do you realistically stop that?
Realistically, if I think you need to take like those level 1, level 2 draft. I mean, level 1, level 2 heroes who can play straight up, straight away, and go straight to the jungle, dominate the lane, and you need to pretty much counter pick with everything. Like, let's say against Uranus, like the last game we saw, let's say Darius or something. Okay, let it be Darius. Let's say for the top lane it's going to be like Bruno. Let's say for the roam it's going to be something like Hilda, super aggressive like roamer. Maybe something else. Maybe Selena, like picking up early level 2 and going invade. Some extremely aggressive jungle, like maybe Balmont, which going to invade like level 2. So this is like, if you're asking me, this is like the only thing I can come out, because if they get their level 4s, they are pretty much unstoppable. They're just going to grind up to the Nexus, and this is insane.
Honestly, I think that's an acceptable and really, like you said, the only answer. Thinking of it, yeah, I mean, at level 1, what really, especially because they had the Angela, right? So you take something like the Hilda, something like the Ballman, and you go for these invades. Angela can't really stop you. I mean, Angela has the slow to set up to stop you, right, to kill you, but it's an Alice at level 1. She's throwing one orb every so second and some auto attacks. But if you got the Ballman, you got the Hilda, you're definitely, she stays, you're killing her. Especially if she uses it and doesn't like actually blink with it, it's a free kill. So I think for sure at what you're saying, you have to choke them out in that level 1 through 3 phase. If you can choke them out, no matter how slightly or a bit you do, and maybe stop them to the point where when they get to level 4, it's not automatically a win. Like they have to work a little more, they gotta farm a little more. I think you're right. I think you're right on par with that. Like you have to be cutthroat, and you can't be scared. You have to force the aggression, because if you play passive, and let them reach level 4 and get those ultimate abilities, you have lost the game essentially. So I feel like you're right in that.
Yeah, but it's easier said than done, though.
Absolutely.
it's all
These
like
are pros.
Theoretical, yeah. They for sure they know what's going on, but like you can sneak up those things, and essentially, like X played on the Falcon field, let's say it this way, because they play this like long game. Okay, you don't attack, we don't attack too. Okay. But Falcon was pretty much waiting for just level 4 and like double buff and like go in straight up, like level 4 and go in like under the turrets straight up. A lot of region. You don't even have like anti-heal effect yet. Like it doesn't matter. It's like a physical or defensive item. It doesn't matter. No healing is. You don't go for first item still like with physical. Let's say link. If you link, you don't go for it. So.
And that's the main problem I feel like too is even. I mean, again, the invade is still possible, but that's also the hard part about them is that you don't start the game with anti-healing effects, but they do start the game with regen effects. And it's like you have to take not only something that can cross that river and be a little comfortable, but it has to be enough damage output, right, to be able to actually get that kill. And that's the scary part, because you can start out that way, but even like once they get 4s, right, if they were able to minimize the damage, you still don't have anti-heal when those ultimates kick in. So it's like immediately the tides turn. It's not slowly, it's immediately, because now you have two regen champs and a big healer with shields available, mind you. So it feels like a really endless black pit at that point. It's the meat grinder.
Yeah, this is insane. But it comes like so fast. Like you chill for like 2-3 minutes into the game and you're already like losing it pretty hard. So you need to strike even earlier to make it happen. But I bet Falcon did face this kind of playstyle against their playstyle, and probably they know what to do, but I still would like to see what they're gonna do against this kind of composition.
Team X is gonna immediately respond with the Angela ban. They don't want that Hardened Guard in play, but you brought up that question earlier last time, or one of the times we saw Angela get banned out. Can the same things not just be done by other healers? I feel like yes, to an extent. I feel like it's slightly less if you're talking about Estes and such. The thing about the Angela is that, like we saw it earlier, right? When they took the Angela and they flexed the Frederick, she started out with the S2. Normally they start out with the S1, but starting out with the S2 able to immobilize, or S1, you're either increasing damage or you're immobilizing the threat, which allows your damage dealers to now punish them. And I feel like you just don't get that from the floor. And like you said, she has to scale. She's late game. She doesn't do much. You can easily invade that. Same with Estes. They don't hit the ground running. It feels like Angela hits the ground running for no real reason. She's just nice at level 1 and level 2.
Yeah, she just better. I mean, you can try to go like Bruno Estes maybe, classic combo. at least in my book, it's classic combo. Just on lane and dominate everyone pretty much. But what you build? Anti-heal first item on Bruno. You would like to go for crits, I guess.
Yeah.
Berserk Rage. So it's pretty hard to. We need to see this. Like it's easy to.
Yeah.
It's
easy to speculate, theorize. But I do like that Team X is trying to take some of the critical components for the composition. They ban out the Angela, they ban out the Ling, they ban out the Uranus. I think if you're playing at the competitive level and you're struggling against these healing compositions or sustainable comps, I feel like these are a solid 3 bans. Now, obviously, you're gonna let some things through, but if you're struggling against the healer comps, these are a solid 3 bans right here.
No ban for Alice. Probably won't pick her if no Angela. I guess maybe as you bring good topic, like maybe if you ban Angela, you like deny all this play style, because like probably it won't work with like Rafa or like Estes or maybe Florin. probably won't work that way because Angela is just better. It's just Florine or Estes on steroids. I don't know.
Because Angela, like I said, like the points we broke down, they all heal, right, to some degree. Angela just does a little bit more. She's already in a category of her own with Florin because they both have a global presence with the healing. Angela goes to one target, but it can be anywhere on the map. She can latch onto them, and Florin can heal everyone. It's like a global presence. But then the difference is that Angela can actually answer some aggression in the early game. She actually can beat the aggression in the early game. Florin is literally waiting for max evolved the flower, right, to actually be impactful. So that's what separates Angela from her, puts her like at the top. Everything else is free game for that in-bay potential, really for the stuff that we're theorizing to beat this. So I feel like once you get rid of the Angela, you kind of deter the composition.
So we're basically talking about damage. So Angela just deal more damage.
Damage,
the
mobilization.
Slow is insanely flexible. Like second skill slows you down and then immobilize on top of it, and the first skill constantly slow you down and heal your teammates and dealing damage. This is just too much.
Increases damage too. Every time you hit it, increases.
Yeah, five.
And you also got to think because it increases the damage for your allies as well, doesn't it?
No,
like
only for your first skill.
Okay. Well, if you do it with that for your first skill, but then you have focusing mark, now it's a lot to deal with.
It pops
now
like
we got a
what, every 6 seconds, every 3 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, looking at the draft and how things have changed a little bit since then. Like we were talking about, you ban out those 3 picks, you help get rid of the healer cost, but you open up a lot. The Eve and Arlott have been paired up together, and that's a very strong 2 picks together. And I'm actually surprised, a little worried, I would say, about the Claude, because you're playing it into the Leslie, and you're playing it into the Arlott. The final slash counters you, the Leslie can counter you. I think it's a good response to the Eve, but I feel like you have to look at the whole picture here.
Oh. Yeah, I think the Fanny need to get job done to let Cloud to play this game actually. So it's like could be a domino effect. Like if Fanny gets either shut down or not perform, like from level, maybe even level 2, maybe like for some invades on red buff we're gonna see, or she gonna wait like level 4. She's doing like yesterday's gameplay, waiting for Blade of Heptasis first item to get these one-shots happening and immediately start to pressure enemy team, and then Claude gonna open.
I mean, I agree, and right now, right, the main thing we've had a lot of issues with the Claudes is for the early game, right? Mainly for the mid lane priority. If they can put something in the mid lane that helps them out, you already have the Fanny that's going to provide early pressure. If they can secure mid lane prio up against the Eve, which shouldn't be too hard, shouldn't be too difficult, I'd imagine, especially if they take a run with like, Concussive Blast, you can easily win that out. And then, look at Dita.
Double. we already saw Aizen plays yesterday, actually. The other roamer was picking Hufra, and then Aizen picked Fanny. So he's pretty confident to play against Hufra. So, but there's Martis on top. Like we already see today, it's gonna be a problem for Fanny. That's smart pick. And this is. We were talking about like, should you focus the star player? This draft shows like respect for him, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe too much respect.
You were talking about it though, the Fanny. Like, would they let it through? I feel like this is that moment you're like, is it because they are good, or is it because the enemies allow them to be good? And I feel like now you get to find out the answer here up against Falcon, because now they have given you your comfort, but they're gonna make it hard to play. Now, either you can play around it like some Fannies can, or you get completely countered out. And that's what we're going to see, potentially, which route it goes.
Yeah, and that's not guarantee counter for Fanny, but like Martis is pretty uncomfortable, pretty kind of easy to catch. Like both of them, you can use just second skill and flick on top of it, on top of Fanny, and it's already going to be a problem. But there are the ways to like getting under that ball I mean, over the ball, because you can spam cable and kind of drag you towards the exit and just fly away. So you can do some stuff on Fanny, but it's pretty hard. If you getting damage on top of it, it's not gonna happen.
Absolutely. And speaking of dragging to the exit, into the entrance of the battlefield we go again, as there's a little bit of a scuffle in that XP lane. We got Falcon Esports taking on Team X. This is the last series of today, and potentially even the last game if Falcon Esports plays their card right. But if X has anything to say about it, they're going to be here a little longer. But a lot of damage onto Buzz. He's in trouble. Simple can't win it out. And Benji gave up on the play a little early, but in the top side, Royal Milk gets struck down by Jed. First blood never tasted so sweet by X.
Oh, the textbook usage of Kadita. You get level 2, you use your Petrify, you make kill. And this is like super good kill. Maybe Paquito now should have chunked down some gold instead of regening that 20% of his HP, though.
This is definitely what you're talking about. Those picks, right, that have that potential at the level 1, at level 2 to make these kind of plays into these compositions. And we're seeing it right now from Axe team. Now we just have to see if they can keep that momentum up, if they can keep that pressure. They have a lot of kill potential in between the Navaria, in between the Kadita and the Fanny. Speaking of Fanny, in the mid lane on PX7, underneath the tower, almost finds the kill. It won't work, but they forced out the flicker. So next time Nanos has his eyes set on PX7, it could mean massive trouble.
Yeah, and Marty's getting his level 4, already trying to get an early turtle with the stacks of his passive just chunking down.
That's right, and right now the turtle is being worked on slowly but surely by Falcon Esports. Should be an easy pickup for them, and it will be. Fayon will take that up as Eisen was working on that purple buff in the meantime. Now, down on the bot side, worrying about this gold lane matchup, I'd love to see Eisen focus a little bit on the Leslie, and I think he is. He's waiting patiently. He knows where he's at. Barely misses. Turtle Shield helps, and the knockback isn't too shabby either. Able to negate Eisen's weak turret dive attempt.
Yeah, probably there's a lagging going on Leslie because damage was kinda low.
Was very low.
I mean the physical defense.
That was low, and right now, I mean, grouping up down on the gold lane. Looks like Falcon Esports wants to potentially make a play of their own, but as you can see, Boo isn't going to step out that turret too much to be in risk of dying. Benji, did Benji just pop the ultimate like lightly on accident, or
yeah? He's intentional. He just flashed out the enemies, and that's it. Make them position showed up and just conceal it. But I was also thinking about like. You don't have like fat roamer here or some action we have, and Purify pops out and Martis just wait in the bush for the kill and do it and go straight up for the mid lane. So I was talking like you don't have the fat roamer, and that means you need to have a lot of map control. It seems like not the case at this time, because Navaria and Kadita is just don't have anything to work with, any space.
Definitely no space to work with. They are kind of getting smothered out a bit. Speaking of space, Falcon Esports is starting to crowd around on Team X. Fayon will go ahead and successfully pick up that purple buff. Will deny that from Eisen. That's going to be very crucial to his success. He's already below in levels, right? Speaking of, though, we got a pause request, and of course, as always, we will honor those pause requests to keep the competitive scene even-sided. We want our competitors to have all the utilized advantages to their favor, and the pauses being one of them. But WarBarbie, with the lull in the action, we're seeing a little bit of what's unfolding. The win conditions here, I feel like, are pretty clear for both sides. So far, I think we could say Falcon, I believe, is definitely putting on a bit better of a show here to meet them early on.
Yeah, I agree completely. Kadita needs to work like every single ultimate, every single Petrify cooldown should be used right away to kill enemies if Axe want to stay in this game, like right now, because that's essentially what Falcon are doing. They have ultimates, they get kills. They have ultimates, they get kills, and keep repeating that. That sounds simple.
I mean, I agree. It sounds simple, and it is simple. If you got it, why not use it? But again, it's one of those things as well. And now we can talk about the win conditions, and we know maybe they need to utilize this a little bit more, and maybe they even know as well. But it might just be an issue of, like we talked about earlier, the nerves, the confidence. You know what you should be doing, but it feels hard to go ahead and do it, right? Because it's so much uncertainty. And it's not your usual match. This is a competitive match, and you have things on the line here. It's a little harder to take those risks because, like you said earlier, one wrong move, especially at this level, at the pro scene, one mistake can literally lose out your entire game because that's how good the players are now. It's that easy to capitalize on your errors and completely take the match away.
Yeah, it seems like one mistake, 1k gold, like for now. Because
right.
like one mistake, 1k, one mistake, 1k, already like almost 2k.
That's literally how it goes here on the pro scene. I mean, right now we're staring at a 2k gold lead from Falcon Esports, and not even much has happened in this game, but the little that has happened has impacted the economy in an outstanding amount. And right now, you're seeing Falcon Esports starting to crowd around this gold lane. I wonder, are they looking to try to punish this Navario on the... Yes, they do. They will punish it. Fayon from the backside of the turret will pick it up with the decimation, and Simple will find BU. So both of them have been erased from the map, and that's going to be a free gold tower. And just like that, one mistake led to two mistakes, and the domino effect to the tower falling, and even more gold into their economy is happening here, WarBarbie.
Yeah, Falcon Esports seems like being completely okay with these overkills, because like a second time Hufra uses his ultimate, which is kind of unnecessary, into like Petrify, probably just for damage, just for kill, and overkill with like if real world manipulation just goes on top of it on like 10% HP to just make absolutely sure they're gonna go get it.
They are indeed trying to make sure they go get it. Look at that. Rough waves get used, but not in the way they wanted it to be used. Normally we were trying to go find that kill, but they're getting forced to use it defensively. Here comes a concealed play. Fayon over the wall with the mortal foils. They're trying to take down Zed, and I think they will. Fayon on a killing spree. He has 3 kills to his name, and he wants more. Out for blood. Over the wall, though, goes Navaria, using that skill to be able to traverse the terrain here. They will find the tier 3 though in the mid tower, and they've already been applying so much pressure to the jungle here, WarBarbie, and it's only going to make it that much more increasing.
Yeah, a gold lead keeps getting snowballed. Hufra again finding this Claude every single time. He just uses Flicker, even though he probably would hit with his first skill, but he uses Flicker just to make sure they're gonna get this kill. No need to be greedy at this point. They just kill him, push, kill him, push, and just wait. Gold gets increasingly more, and there's harder and harder to play against.
It is hard to play against. Look at Royal Milk pressuring Eyes in here. He has the R lock. Could look to make a play with the final slash potentially. Gonna use the Vengeance though instead for the dashes. Fayon though will take the turtle in the meanwhile, as pressure is being put all over the map by Falcon Esports. No part, no corner has been left untouched. Oh,
Arlos
no.
was just sitting there and waiting for Cloud to go back without Purify, or probably he didn't catch Arlot's ultimate with the Purify, potentially could to survive, but does it matter like to use Purify just to survive without making any trades?
And Nanos was able to find the kill on Milk, so they finally get a pick off, but honestly at this point in the game it kind of reminds me of last time. They decide to play this right a little too late. Potentially. I mean, anything's still possible. The gold lead isn't at a insurmountable amount, but it is starting to feel like it. The only thing I really will say Axe team has kind of in their favor, not even their favor, but close, is the tower. Even though that's about to change, as Falcon's looking to take the tier 2 on the top side. It might go 4-2 as the advantage. Simple though is going to miss the mark with the Kufra. Bit of a contest. Team Axe still wondering if they want to defend this. Don't want to let it go just yet. Jed's going to look to commit potentially Nanos into the bush. Will they be able to find another pick off? Fayon, so durable, will not be taken as Simple. Landed a 3-man tyrant revenge. Benji in a lot of trouble, gets forced on the flicker. Now back over the wall goes Simple. Will miss the mark again courtesy of the BMI, but the RWM slowing down 2 members. Fayon, if he can just get in reach, he can't. So greedy for the decimation, but instead will be punished and shut down by Jed on the Paquito. Hit him with the 1-2 combination.
Wow, Kadita's second skill was just on point, concealing the ability of Eve with to spam like second skill into the ultimate to kill people, and that's why real world manipulation did almost no damage.
Yeah, it definitely didn't do too much damage there. Honestly, I was assuming it was going to be a bit of a wipeout there in that team fight. But like you said, just not enough to get the job done. But look at Benji applying that damage. That last auto attack connects nearly will kill him. Aizen still wants that purple buff, but they're concealing it in the bush. He's not going to be able to come pick this up. He's going to cable through, but he's going to get caught by the final slash. Magic ball on top of him, but he will narrowly escape with a quarter of HP. But look down at the bot side. They're still trying to play this right. Even though they're losing, they will exert pressure on the map. And what more could you ask for from Axe team?
Yeah, they are trying, but it's going to be trade for the Lord. And is it worth it? I mean, there is not much you can do. At least take a tower for the Lord and extra some gold for the team and for the minion wave and just go back. But they could pop like conceal and go try to kill those two people. Instead, they're going for the red buff. Magic ball popped out right on top of the Fanny, and the ultimate last hit fly around all the map and make the kill on Fanny.
What a play there for Barbie. A sneaky kill over there onto the Fanny, but here comes the knock up from Nanos. Will not be able to find the kill though onto P7. It's just not enough.
Wow, Hufra just saved Eve so good with that, preventing those second skill from Novaria to hit.
That's right, and right now crowding around this tier 2, they're going to be open this up with that first Lord. They already cracked open the top Lord, and now will we see what you've been talking about, WarBarbie? Will they look to try to crash in with this Lord? It doesn't look like they are just yet. They're actually going to go ahead and back away. They're going to let Blue clear this all up, but Simple finds a knock up over the wall. The Tyrant's Rage and Revenge combination, and Jed will fall. But so will the Lord, and Royal Milk. Hang on, forced on the flicker, almost went with them. Benji will BMI back to safety, but PX7 not done just yet. Drops the RWM for the tier, the high ground tower, but there goes Aizen, another from the base to the face moment, as he will slice and dice his way to keep Axe team alive just a little bit longer here.
Yeah, they couldn't go for the top lane because Eve was damaged a lot and forced to go to the base, so she kinda like wasn't there to pop real world manipulation on top of this push.
That's right. Speaking of push right now, Axe team looks like they want to try to push the momentum a little bit, but hang on. A concealed play from Falcon Esports, narrowly missing the mobility there from Aizen, but Simple gonna connect with the knockup. Babu will be able to escape. He had to burn the Purify to do so, but it's just enough to help them sustain a little bit longer here, because that would have been a very crucial pick off there if it would have connected.
Yeah, but Purify gets popped out, and next time he gets caught like that, he probably gonna go down and it will result. But Fanny, result the push of the tower. Fanny gets like this sneaky split push, and Clint as well doing the same thing, trying to drag opponents all over the map. Oh, didn't quite work for her because second skill of Eve caught her. Perfect read from the Eve here with the teleportation.
Absolutely was. Now Royal Milk is in a bit of trouble, but a huge final slash. Can someone come in time to help him? He's trying to run over to Simple. It might be the bait of the century. Lands on top of Jed with the magic ball, and here comes the counter engage. There goes the cavalry BMI, but it doesn't matter. Benji gonna take him down with the Leslie. Royal Milk on the chase, flickering from Benji. Very aggressive place right now. Jed will beat him halfway, but doesn't have any damage. Here comes the deadly sniper. One shot, two shot, and that's all he needs to take him down. Make it a third one for the double kill. The intense auto attack will get it done, and here comes the final march from Falcon Esports. They want to try to end it right here, right now, and I think they will. Benji will take one more body and add it to his collection as Falcon Esports will finalize the group stage day 2 with an unquestionable sweep.
Yeah, the Leslie damage is just too much. You trying to kill her while she trying to kill you, and she turns out she have much more damage than you. Like, she just flick in. Those ultimates, like, very last shots are picking up the kills. Like Novaria on the base, like here we can see the kill again, and it just nobody runs on low HP against Falcon Esports.
Right. I mean, looking at the final statistics here, man, it's really a no-brainer on the matchups that were really winning and being a huge part of this. I mean, Faye on back-to-back games was an impressive piece of the composition, whether it was on the Alice or whether it was on this Martis here. Benji coming alive with the counter pick as well. Royal Milk, PX7, everyone really contributing here in this match to paint this overall picture for Falcon Esports. They came, they saw, and they dominated on Axe 3.
Yeah, but the start was good. Like it was like textbook start, but other things just didn't go quite well. Fanny was tried to kill Eve on the mid lane. It resulted up like living with a sliver of HP. Going for the bot lane to kill Leslie, and it turns out like when she flies in Leslie while Leslie in the first skill, like conceal state, it seems to me like second skill from the cable didn't pop out. I don't really know exact mechanics, but it seems like the first skill didn't trigger when she flied away, and she couldn't focus Leslie that way, and forced to fly back again. And two of these times, like actually, she's backing up with low HP. There's like a green light for Falcon to go do something. So Fanny went in mid lane, didn't kill, go back to base. This very moment, Falcon goes for the gold lane and kill, and Fanny isn't there to help.
Yeah, that's just the good part about the old tempo thing, being able to read that, knowing that there's been some wasted energy, wasted resources here. A member disappears, and now this is our moment to go ahead and strike as well. And unfortunately for Team Axe, they were able to win out on the side of Falcon more often than not there.
Yeah, and this is resulting Falcon Esports to go on the upper bracket, and Axe go into the lower bracket now, because it was an upper bracket match.
That is indeed correct. And speaking of the upper bracket, the upper tier player here from Falcon Esports, the MVP is going to be Benji on the Leslie. 7-1 and 6 KDA, 34% damage, eerily similar to that Beatrix we saw earlier with 39% damage. Both of these marksmen very capable and very dangerous in the hands of their respective users, and leading the way for the team. Falcon Esports, a welcomed addition to the Phygital Games, and definitely showcasing why they are meant to be here.
Yeah, that's true. It seems like she didn't stack up any physical defense, actually. I was expecting to see it like the stacking up like boots and like maybe some extra like panties with 45 defense, but this is not the case. Like she didn't she wasn't scared of Fanny at all.
Yeah, I mean, we saw her actually challenge the Fanny, right? That play when Eve ended up killing her, that was Leslie. Benji going to challenge that split push. I think hit the Fanny for 2 auto attacks, and then Fanny ran over to the side of the jungle, tried to hide in that little pocket of the orange buff bush, but the flicker from Eve, the aggressive play to go ahead and take him out with that skill 2, like you called out, wasn't enough to get it done. But looking at the bracket in the group stage, how everything concluded today. Round 2, Deus Vult up against Team Lilgun. Obviously, Team Lilgun ended up winning that 2-1. Max up against Fire Flux Impunity. Impunity ends up on top 2-1 as well. And then down in our Group B bracket their group, we have Team Max up against Falcon Esports, who you just witnessed. That was a sweep in the favor of Falcon Esports, and Team Hack bringing the broom out as well up against Okami Esports. So a bit of an even. We had 2 full game series and we had 2 sweeps, so I can't complain about that one there, WarBarbie.
Yeah, completely agree. If I want to ask you, if you forced to pick one match, I mean one best of 3 match, what would you pick out of this 4?
Out of those ones, man, that's a rough one. I think I'd have to go with probably the Fire Flux Impunity one in Team Mac. I thought that was a really good match. It was very unorthodox as well. Actually, no. I'll take that back. I like the Deus Vult series. Deus Vult series was very unorthodox. It was very strange, but I liked it. It was a very good series there.
Yeah, it felt like it have like a little bit, in comparison with the Fire Flux, a little bit more competition to it. It felt like, at least for me, because Fire Flux one was kind of like not dominating, but like winning with a big advantage. But the Deus Vult and Lilgun was like a little closer in terms of competition.
Yeah, that's definitely a winning edge for me. Both of them were a little strange, but one of them was obviously more competitive, and that's what we're here for, the competitive matches. And that's exactly why, yeah, for sure, that Deus Vult had to be the one to take the cake. But looking at that, you guys can see the playoffs, how they're already set up. You got Axe facing off against Flux Impunity, Deus Vult up against Team Hack, Team Lilgun, and Falcon Esports. We'll wait for the winners of both of those respective matches in the quarterfinals, as they will await them in the semifinals as we get ever so closer to the finals of the Phygital Game tournament.
It seems like, I don't know, the grid is kind of like, I'm unfamiliar with it, because I thought the Lilgun now going to be against Flux Impunity, or it turns out not the case.
That definitely wasn't the case. And for those of you that may have not been here with us, or maybe didn't even get to see the brackets that just came through, if you just came into the stream and you're like, oh man, I missed it all, well, here it is on the screen, the results for all of these and the schedule that they came through. If you want to go back and watch the games, first up, we had Team Max versus Flux Impunity, 1-2 in the favor of Flux. Okami Esports versus Team Hack. Hack ended up taking the sweep in that Group B matchup. In Group A, swinging back over there, Deus Vult and Team Lilgun. Lilgun will take the advantage 2-1. In the last match of the day that we just got done with, beautiful game by Falcon Esports up against Axe Team. They bring the broom, they bring the pain, but they also bring a little more glory to the region of Myanmar here to close it out today in group stage.
Yeah, very beautiful games, but some of them was actually like less competitive than others, but still good. Like team wasn't have like this, you know, like mental breakdowns. They just go and not performing at all. Like yesterday, for example, like Falcon Esports against Team Hack, I believe. Like Team Hack didn't like play the game at all. Of course, Team Falcon is a pretty strong team, but it was like nerve and this kind of stuff. And today, like all team are performing to some extent, like almost to their maximum. At least trying.
Yeah, I definitely can feel that. The intensity was definitely there. The energy was there. I feel like things being at stake, right, to go into playoffs really intensified the matches, and it was definitely great to be able here to commentate over them. I enjoyed every last bit of it. I hope you enjoyed it halfway as much as I did as well. These were some very interesting games, some very interesting teams, and I think moving forward, playoffs is going to be quite the banger here for this event.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I was expecting fireworks, and I received it. It was pretty good. Some unorthodox drafts, some new strategies we saw, some super dominant gameplay, like with the Alice and Uranus. It was so strong. Some super aggressive early games which didn't quite work out, but still all the games are super good.
That's right. And speaking of games, another schedule up here for you, ladies and gentlemen. If you are still just joining in, or maybe you're still trying to catch up here, moving forward, we have those matches going in for the quarterfinals and semifinals for day 3. So make sure you stay tuned for those. This was day 2 here from your boy in Quirky, all the way from North America. It's been a long day. Started very early, and we ran fairly late, I'd say. I know WarBarbie, the other region, it's a little late for him, but for me, man, it's been an honor. Big shout out to all the competitors, big shout out to production, especially the Siberia Studios, who wonderfully organized this event, had me on the cast alongside WarBarbie, and I enjoyed every second of it. Hope to see you guys in the future.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Это Phygital Games в Казани.
Пока моменты гранд-финала и второй карты Mobile Legends. Там была действительно борьба.
Амстердам.